What up, chat? Oh shit, I can hear myself. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's get back to it. I gotta start my timer. I'm feeling refreshed, rejuvenated after sleeping. I'm ready to go 6 more hours. I don't know if putting Nolan's name in the stream title like pings him or something. I'm hoping it doesn't. But I don't know how that works. Dude, I hate Pichu's shiny. It is so subtle and hard to tell when it's shiny or not. Like, I'm not even gonna know till I go in the wild zone and check if it's shiny or not. Which is fucked up. I don't even know if this is like the optimal run to be doing. Because I've seen people run into the like courtyard area, and I've seen people not, so I don't really know. And I've also seen people do a completely different run where they run through Wild Zone 1. Like they run through the Wild Zone and go out both ends. So I really don't know. I would be so hyped if we just got a shiny like an hour into stream. That would be a high. Because I feel like 5.5 hours has to be like super unlucky over odds. Nolan had 4 shinies in his world. Granted, he couldn't access 3 of them. And I know other people have had hella shinies in the span of 6 hours. No audio? What do you mean no audio? That can't be true. I think you're lying. Are you lying, Stevie? No audios. Sponge Whooper, is that the Whopper? Is that the name of the song I'm listening to? Oh, you have no audio. I understand. I got hella tricked. Dude, my sub badge is coming together. I got the pieces. It's gonna be a ball next month. I don't actually know if rolling is faster or not. I just tend not to because it's kind of annoying to do. We'll do a prediction at like when it's an hour, when it's like 6 hours on the timer. Actually, I don't know if people are here for a prediction right now. I don't think that's gonna work. Marcus Pumpkin. Also, I don't know why, but my name was like a darker green earlier on when I was testing stuff in stream chat, and now it's my normal light green. I don't know what's up with that. Wish I could. Evil. What? It's yellow and the bottom of it's a square. It just gets cheese. That's crazy. That sounds... I don't know, I've never been a BK head. Where I'm not. How did you get the link to that? We're not playing that one. How the fuck did you get the link to that? I hate that video. That video is so cringe. I like the "We hate you" hopefully quality at the end. I'll always have a soft spot for that because Simple did an audio recording for it. But that video is so cringe. I don't know. I always find stuff I do in the past and look back on cringe, though. There's a... I couldn't find any way else to do... Because I'm not playing it! I couldn't find any way else to do song requests other than what I ended up using, which is Stream Elements. But Stream Elements, you need to have a like backup playlist for when there's no songs in queue, and you can't change the link. Like, it's broken. You can't change the link for the backup playlist, so it's just their shitty auto-generated, like, sponsored-ass music playlist. And I don't want that. It's not playing because I have control over what plays. And I'm not playing that. Has the if you want to put actual music in, be my guest. Bap. We'll watch that. I'm down. Marco Polo? What? You can't hear it? Fuck. Let me figure out why. Oh, what's it playing audio through? What am I getting the audio? Yeah, I know. It's gonna be tiny. I don't really have anywhere good to put it. What? It's like playing my audio under the gameplay. It's like playing the audio through my OBS, and I don't know how to... I don't know, like, where to get it. Here, let me... Oh, this might work. Nope. I'm not doing that. Is it this? No. Well, I know how to fix this, but it's kind of annoying to do on my end. Is this? Okay, I have an idea.
Crucially, amongst youths at rank 32, there's half. Oh!
Ooh, why is it playing twice? No, don't play that. Fuck, I don't know how to fix this, dude. I'm not cut out for this. I thought it was working when I... Oh my god. What a disaster. Let me look up a tutorial. Prediction, did we get it working? No. It's probably no. I'm a believer. Put in a song. Can you like request an actual song? We could... Here, I'll use this. Oh. Oh, I might have fixed it. Might be like super quiet. Can you hear it? Is it loud or quiet? It was just like the auto recommended song. Okay, I think I got it working though. Nice. I'm gonna turn it down a little. Yeah, I was thinking that. It's really jank on my end, but... Cool, I'm glad we got that working. Still kinda loud? I'm down to turn it down. Okay. Is that better? That should be better. I'm gonna Actually, just turn it down on my end. There. That should honestly be good. Turn it up like 5%, bro. More? Should be good there. Okay. Thank you. Let's watch that Vsauce video. It's gone. Fuck. Vsauce is hella fleeting. I guess I should turn down... Oops, don't do that. Turn down background music if we're playing other music. Alright, don't play that. Go away, hide video. Oh? There we go. I've been playing Minecraft recently a bunch. I recently got this mod called Axiom, which is kind of like Yet Blender in Minecraft. It's sick. It's like a building tool. And I've been building a ton with that. So I can't wait till we do a server so I can build the stuff I've been building in creative and survival. That'll be super cool. We had 2 Pichu predictions and a Fletchling prediction yesterday. I'm still hoping it's Pichu, I think. Pichu shiny would be sick. At the 6-hour mark? That's fucked up. I guess 10 minutes of that was me setting up the music. Sickening. It's true. Check the Pichu. Nope. I was saying earlier how I'm not sure if this is like the optimal running path, but it's too late now to check. No. Suboptimal. Got the new... Oh god. I'm hella down.
Tell me if this sounds familiar. You're just casually playing Super Mario 64 when all of a sudden, bam, you hit something. But what'd you hit? It doesn't look like there's anything there.
Oh, it's kinda
but
loud.
For some reason, the game considers you to be hitting something in that spot. So this is what we call an invisible wall, and there are many of them in the game. Now for most people, invisible walls are like this mysterious, elusive thing. You may have seen clips like this.
Oh! What was that? There's an invis wall there?
Or like this.
Use of that, so
I'll make it bigger even. Too quiet?
Like this.
Too people.
What? No! What the? What the?
Or like this.
And invisible. Yep.
Yeah!
Or like this.
Yeah! That was crazy sounding what that guy just did.
Why is there an invisible wall there?
Yeah, why is there an invisible wall there? Why do all of these strange interactions happen? For decades, invisible walls have tormented players, messing up runs and causing tons of confusion.
I watched like part of this video when Simple was sleeping on stream.
Are or why they're there. So, I made it my mission to answer that.
It's a good video. Ken Koic does good
Come
stuff.
with me on this journey as we delve into the deep, dark, inner heart of invisible walls. This is Invisible Walls Explained once and for all.
Once and for all.
But before we get to invisible walls, there are some basic fundamentals of Super Mario 64 that we need to go over first. So,
Dude, you were gone through it, Swagmaster. I remember that.
Now, there are three different types of surface triangles. First, there are floors. Floors are the triangles that you can stand on, and in visuals, we color them blue. Second, there are walls.
You didn't miss much visually. I'll be real with you. We went 6 hours without finding a shiny Swagmaster.
There are ceilings. Ceilings are the triangles that if you jump up into them, they'll cut short your upwards trajectory. And some ceilings even let you hang on them and swing around. We color ceilings red. Now, one important property of a triangle is its normal vector. Think of a triangle's normal vector as an arrow that juts out perpendicularly from the triangle. Interestingly, it's the direction of a triangle.
Now we're watching Pan and Koic.
That determines whether the triangle is a floor, wall, or ceiling. If the normal vector is pointing upwards at all, then the triangle is a floor. See, even these triangles count as floors because their normal vectors point just a tiny bit upwards. On the other hand, if the normal vector is pointing downwards at all, then the triangle is a ceiling. So even these ones are ceilings because their normal vectors point just a tiny bit downwards. And finally, if the normal vector is pointing exactly sideways or extremely close to exactly sideways, then the triangle is a wall. So now you know the three kinds of triangles: floors, walls, and ceilings, whose normal vectors point upwards.
I'll turn the
and
music
sideways
completely
and
off. I'm
downwards,
down for that.
respectively.
Oops, don't
Note
do that.
Here I'm showing the triangles from the side, so they just look like lines from this angle. Now we're going to talk about the triangle hitboxes, aka how these triangles affect Mario in the area around them. So let's start with floors. A floor's hitbox extends 78 units below the floor, and its effect is that it snaps Mario up onto the floor. So we can see that as Mario enters the hitbox, he gets snapped up. But now let's make this visual more precise. You see, Mario's position is the point at the bottom center of his model, which I'll represent with this symbol. So when I talk about Mario entering a hitbox, it's purely about whether the point at the bottom center of his model enters the hitbox, not just any point on his model entering the hitbox. Also, Mario doesn't move around continuously, but in discrete chunks.
You gotta be a psycho to figure out some of this stuff. Like,
Mario moves to the right,
no
one
offense.
arrow at a time, and now he's
Some of
back at
our
the
greatest
floor.
geniuses were
So on the
psychos,
next
but
step, Mario enters the floor hitbox and then get snapped up.
This is like
onto the
insane
floor.
shit.
In other words, those two arrows happen on the same step, so we never actually see Mario below the floor. Here's what a floor snap looks like in the game. Mario walks towards the wooden post and then snaps up onto it. If we have multiple floors in a row, then Mario would snap up on each one of them, so his height increases each time he reaches a new step. That's how climbing stairs works in the game. And if the floor is at an angle, then Mario would snap up each time he moves. So in this case, his height increases continuously. And that's how ramps work in the game. Though, note that
That's
floors
how
will
ramps
also
work
snap
in the
Mario
game.
downwards to some extent, so that walking downhill works too. Now let's talk about walls. A wall's hitbox extends out 50 units on both sides, and it's offset to be a little lower down than the wall triangle itself. Its effect is that it pushes Mario sideways in the direction of the triangle's normal vector, which in this case is
I'm
to the
paying
left.
attention.
You can see that as Mario
Direction of the
enters
normal
hitbox, he
vector,
gets displaced
snap to
sideways, putting him
blah blah blah
exactly
when your
flush
legs
with
hit the
wall's
thing.
hitbox, and also putting him into the pushing animation. Just
Pushing
like before,
animation.
The arrow for Mario going into the hitbox and the arrow for Mario being pushed out of the hitbox happen on the same step, so we don't actually see Mario inside of the wall hitbox. And so now, if Mario just
I'll be real, I'd have to watch this video 1,000 times to fully grasp everything that's in it. Like,
like on every step,
90% of this is going over my head.
Gets pushed out that distance, then goes a little into the wall, then gets pushed out that distance, etc. So that's what's going on when you push against the wall in the game. So even though Mario's position is 50 units away from the wall triangle, it still looks like he's touching the wall because his model is about 50
You can
units
arrange
away.
that? No,
In
dude.
contrast,
I don't want to
if
hear
Mario
that.
enters the wall hitbox from the other side, then he gets a big push from the wall, because this time he gets displaced almost all of the 100-unit diameter of the wall hitbox. Here's what that looks like in the game, though you're not normally meant to go into a wall from that side. And then for ceilings, their hitbox extends from 160 units below the ceiling to infinitely upwards. Now the lower portion and the upper
Instantly
portion have the same effect,
Pog.
but what effect that is actually varies based on what action Mario's in, so let's go through the different actions. First, if Mario's
That's
on the
super fair,
ground, then the
Songmaster.
ceiling hitbox cancels his movement. So you can see that as Mario tries to enter the hitbox, his movement gets cancelled, which prevents him from entering the ceiling hitbox. And he also does the pushing animation when this happens. Here's what that looks like in the game. So note that even though Mario's
I have 3 packs of Pokemon cards in front of me that I want to open so bad right now. But I'm showing so much restraint.
Second, if Mario's in the air and tries to enter a ceiling hitbox, then what happens depends on whether he's moving upwards or downwards. If he enters the ceiling hitbox while moving upwards, then his movement gets cancelled and his vertical speed gets set to 0.
Yeah,
What's
I'm
short
totally
is
not
upwards
distracted doing
trajectory,
something
since
else.
From that point on, he'll start
One sec.
moving downwards due to gravity. I mean, gravity gets applied every frame you're in the air, but in these visuals, I'm simplifying things and only applying it when it's relevant to the point I'm making. So here's jumping up into a ceiling in the game. It cuts short Mario's upwards movement, and then he falls down afterwards. On the other hand, if he enters a ceiling hitbox while moving downwards, then only the horizontal component of his movement gets cancelled, and so he just does the vertical component, which is moving straight down. Like, ceilings aren't going to cancel the whole movement, because that would let you hover in the air, and I have a hunch the programmers didn't want that. So here's what falling into a ceiling looks like in the game. It cancels Mario's horizontal movement to prevent him from going inside the ceiling hitbox, but he still falls down. And then third, if Mario's in water, then the ceiling hitbox doesn't cancel his movement, but instead snaps him down to the bottom of the ceiling hitbox. So we can see that as Mario
I've heard
enters
about
the
this.
hitbox, he gets snapped down. Here's what that looks like in the game. Mario snaps down
No,
as soon as
bonus
he enters
area.
the ceiling hitbox. And if the ceiling is at an angle, then Mario snaps down each time he moves forwards. So for example, if I swim into the ship, I get moved downwards accordingly. Now, you may find it strange that ceiling hitboxes extend infinitely upwards. Like, if a ceiling triangle's right here, then why should it have an effect way up here? Well, the thing is, most of the time, you only have access to the lower portion of the hitbox. The upper portion is usually out of reach, and so you wouldn't notice its effects. In fact, ceilings typically fall into one of two cases. Case 1, we're in an enclosed room, so the hitboxes look like this. In this case, the hitboxes prevent you from exiting the room. Like, if you try to exit downwards, the floor snaps
Like,
back
surely
up.
they have
If you try to exit
rooms
sideways,
above
the
other
floor
rooms
pushes you
in
back
Mario
up.
64,
And if you try
right?
to exit upwards, the
So
ceiling
that's
cancels
not
your
always
movement
true
and
that the
short your
hitbox
upwards
always goes up,
trajectory.
I would
So in
think.
this case, the the room keeps you inside, and so you'd never normally be all the way up here interacting with the upper ceiling hitbox. And then case 2, there's an enclosed structure, like a box. So the hitboxes
Like a
look
box.
like this. Now, I said ceiling hitboxes extend infinitely upwards, but that's just what they do in isolation.
Okay.
Because you see, when there's a floor above the ceiling, then the ceiling hitbox only extends upwards until it meets the floor hitbox. So you can see that the inside of this box is filled with the upper portion of the ceiling hitbox. And once again, this upper portion is inaccessible since there's no way to enter the box. Like, if you try to enter going downwards, the floor snaps you back up. If you try to enter going sideways, the wall pushes you back out. And if you try to enter going upwards, the ceiling cancels your movement and cuts short your upwards trajectory. So in this case, the box keeps you out, and so you'd never normally be inside of it interacting with the upper ceiling hitbox. One other note, you can see that the triangle hitboxes overlap in some cases, which brings into question which ones take priority. Well, that's actually pretty simple. Wall interactions happen first, so I put their hitboxes on the top layer, then floor interactions, so they're on the next layer, and then ceiling interactions, so they're on the bottom layer. Now, even though ceiling hitboxes cancel Mario's movement, there are still some ways to enter a ceiling hitbox, like by having an object push you into it. For example, here I have a Bob-omb push me into a ceiling hitbox.
Bob-omb?
Specifically, the ceiling on the underside of the cog.
Bomb-omb?
So now I'm actually stuck because the ceiling cancels any movement I try to do, and it won't let me jump up either.
Ba-bomb?
Separately, here's what it looks like to enter a ceiling hitbox in the air.
What team are
Mario
you
just
guys
falls
on?
straight
Team
down
Bob-omb or
since
Team
any sideways
Bob-omb?
movement gets canceled. And so there, we actually did touch the upper
Don't
portion
say
of a
that,
ceiling
my bad.
hitbox because we entered above the ceiling of the tunnel. So anyway, now we know the hitboxes of the 3 types of triangles. But there's one other hitbox that's also important, which is out of bounds. Now the term out of bounds can mean different things depending on the context. Like, a person might say that getting right here is out of bounds.
Bob-omb?
Because this isn't somewhere
You
that
cannot be
intended to
Team
go in the course.
Bob-omb.
But that's not what we mean in this case. See, the most useful way to define out of bounds is any point in space where there's no floor triangle below. So if our entire course was just this one floor triangle,
I refuse to believe anyone is Team Bob-omb.
So that's everything to
A
the side of
bomb?
the triangle and below it, just not above it. Think about it like this. The default state of space is out of bounds.
I don't think you're
floors
Team
create
Bob-omb
safe
either.
havens above them. Also note that we color out of bounds gray and give it this symbol.
Hard to
You'll see why
believe.
in a moment. Now for the most part, Mario isn't allowed to enter out of bounds. If he's on the ground and tries to enter out of bounds, then his movement gets cancelled and he pushes, just like with ceilings. An easy place to see this is on the castle roof. Just walk up to the edge and Mario will start pushing. If Mario's in the air and tries to enter out of bounds, then the horizontal component of his movement gets cancelled, and so he only does the vertical component. So unlike ceilings, this happens for both upwards and downwards movement. That means you can jump up against out of bounds without it cutting short your upwards trajectory. And finally, if Mario's in water and tries to enter out of bounds, then his movement just gets cancelled. There's not a normal place
Just
where
gets
this happens.
cancelled,
But
huh?
if you clip into the tunnel in Wet Dry World, like we did earlier, then you'll fall into the tunnel after the loading zone. Because of that, the town section of the level isn't loaded, and so you can just swim into the end of the tunnel. This is swimming into out of bounds, so Mario's movement gets cancelled and he just ends up swimming in place. So the reason Mario's not able to jump off of courses like Bob-omb Battlefield is because you can't move into out of bounds. There's no actual wall triangles on the edges of these courses keeping you in. And for courses with death barriers like Cool Mountain, the reason you can jump off of these courses is because the death barrier itself is made up of floor triangles. Here's a zoomed out view of the whole course. So you can see that the death barrier is made up of 2 giant floor triangles below the main part of the course. And then here's a side view of the 2 courses. So Cool Mountain has a death barrier floor below it, while Bob-omb Battlefield doesn't. The death barrier
We should do like a
is all around the
TTT
course,
map
making
making
that area
competition.
habitable.
That'd be
That's
hype.
why in Cool Mountain, you can jump off the course and go below it, whereas you can't do that in Bob-omb Battlefield. Now, it is technically possible to enter out of bounds, but it's even harder to do than entering a ceiling hitbox. Like, our old trick with getting pushed by an object doesn't work in this case, because the game knows not to apply the object push if it would put
Okay, I
Mario
gotta
out of
pee so
bounds.
bad. I'll
But
be right back.
nevertheless, there are still some ways to do it. For example, we can enter out of bounds by doing a ledge grab in this corner and then climbing up. We can jump into a cork box next to a steep hill. We can have the ground move out from under Mario, which is done here using the merry-go-round floor, and we can have Chuckya throw Mario out of bounds. As you can see in each of these cases, Mario dies when he goes out of bounds, which is why we give out of bounds the skull and crossbones symbol. But also when this happens, Mario stops having his hat on, though you get it back after you respawn. Now everyone always wonders, why does going out of bounds make Mario lose his hat? Well, let me explain. You see, Mario's logic every frame goes like this. First, it resets his hat state, so he'll be in the state of having no hat. Then it lets Mario do his action, like say, 1 frame of walking forwards, and finally, it updates his hat state to be how it's supposed to be, which gives him his hat again. And so his hat will be on by the time he gets rendered. So that's what normally happens every frame. But between steps 1 and 2, there's a check. Specifically, it checks if Mario's out of bounds, and if so, then we're done with the function, don't do the rest of the steps. So let's say Mario's currently out of bounds, and now let's walk through the steps to see what happens. First, it resets his hat state, which makes him have no hat. Then the check ends the whole function since Mario's out of bounds. So we never even get to step 3 where it puts his hat back on, and so we just see Mario without his hat. In other words, we're seeing the intermediate state of things that we're not normally supposed to see. So anyway, now we know the 4 types of hitboxes: floors, walls, ceilings, and
I'm
out of
back.
bounds. Now you may
I
have
just tried to
noticed
unmute
that
in
there's a bit of
Discord.
a similarity between walls, ceilings, and out of bounds, because they all basically block Mario's horizontal movement. So let's do a side-by-side comparison. On the left, we'll have Mario interact with a wall hitbox. In the center, we'll have Mario interact with a ceiling hitbox. And on the right, we'll have Mario interact with out of bounds. And just to clarify the ceiling case, there weren't many ceilings.
I
that worked
know,
well
I
in this
was like
visual, but I did
a
find
minute
it.
at most.
See, in the castle foyer, I clipped behind this pillar, did a backwards long jump, and then used the speed to clip behind the upstairs key door. Now opening that door loads a new area, so by clipping behind it, we end up in this sort of fake area that you're not meant to be in. There's not many surface triangles here, despite what the visuals look like. So that means we can go to the edge of the floor and push directly on a ceiling hitbox. Specifically, the ceiling of the hallway below that has the boo in it. So I just wanted to clarify that. So now let's compare the 3 cases. If Mario just walks forwards, then in all 3 cases, he stays in place doing the pushing animation. Here's a diagram from above. See, the wall hitbox lets him go into it and then pushes him back out, which makes him be flush with the hitbox. But the ceiling and out of bounds hitboxes just cancel the movement, so he won't even be flush with those hitboxes. But now watch what happens if we try pushing at an angle instead of head on. In the wall
Like I'm
case,
coded
the
to
sidestep
ceiling
animation,
hitboxes.
but in the ceiling and out of bounds cases,
I could
we
be a
still
ceiling
push, but now
hitbox.
at
I'm
an
down.
angle. See, the wall hitbox lets you enter the hitbox at an angle, then pushes you out perpendicularly, which lets you move along the edge of the hitbox. But the ceiling and out of bounds hitboxes still just cancel the movement, so you don't end up moving along their edges. So to recap so far, the pushing animation isn't actually specific to walls. It can happen for ceilings and out of bounds too, though the sidestepping animation is specific to walls. Now let's see what happens when we jump into these 3 hitboxes. For the wall and out of bounds, the jump goes all the way up. But in the ceiling case, the jump goes nowhere, because like I mentioned earlier, ceiling hitboxes cut short your upwards trajectory. So in this case, Mario doesn't even leave the ground, he just lands instantly. So in our bullet points, let's add that ceilings are the only one that cancel your upward speed. And just to keep the bullet points lined up, let's add that out of bounds is the only one that kills you. But now let's see what happens if we jump into them, but don't touch them.
Damn,
until the
I kind of feel
downwards
like I'm an
portion
out
of
of
the
bounds
trajectory.
hitbox. I'll
In
be
all 3
real.
cases, Mario's forwards movement gets blocked, and so he just
I'm the
falls
type
down
to
in
just
place.
kill you.
So just like with the ground movement, the wall lets Mario move into his hitbox and then pushes him back out, while the ceiling and out of bounds cancel the movement altogether. But that's just for jumping at a slow speed. If instead Mario jumps into the hitboxes moving at a medium speed, then in all 3 cases he does a soft bonk. You know, a bonk without any star particles and Mario stays upright. So let's add that to our notes. And if he jumps into the hitboxes moving at a fast speed, or during certain other actions like a dive or slide kick, then in all 3 cases he does a hard bonk, which has star particles and Mario falls off his feet. So let's also add that. But
Let's go
now
check
listen
the
to
PG,
sound of
fuck
each
it.
bonk.
Yeah. Ooh.
See, when you bonk on a ceiling or out of bounds,
Don't
it
say
makes
that
this
shit,
sort of ringing
RTN.
sound effect,
It's not
while the
funny.
ball doesn't do that. And So let's add that to our notes too. So overall, you can see that the three cases are pretty similar. They all let you push on them, and they all let you bonk on them. So it's easy to see why people might confuse walls, ceilings, and out of bounds. Someone might see Mario pushing and think he's pushing on a wall.
How long is this video? It's like an hour, right?
And someone
I
might
can't
see
check,
Mario
it won't
bonk
tell
and
me.
think he bonked on a wall, but actually he bonked on a ceiling. So just keep in mind how similar these three types of hitboxes are. Now, we're almost ready to get to invisible walls, but there's still one more topic
almost
we need to
ready.
cover first, which is positional units. For example, here I'm showing Mario's position on screen, so you can see his X coordinate, Y coordinate, and Z coordinate.
Is it like 3 hours
Represents
long?
how far along Mario
I
is
don't
on the
remember how long
corresponding
it
axis.
is.
The x-axis goes east and west, with east being the positive direction. The y-axis goes up and down, with up being the positive direction. And the z-axis goes north and south, with south being the positive direction. So take a top-down map of a course. If we zoom in, we can see the grid of individual units. So a single unit in SM64 is incredibly tiny, only like a centimeter wide. And the extra bold lines are the x and z axes. Now we're going to analyze what a surface triangle looks like at this scale. I mean, surface triangles are usually way bigger than this, but we're going to be looking at some pretty tiny triangles for now, just so that we can see how certain properties work. Now, as you know, a surface triangle has 3 vertices, but what you may not know is that these 3 vertices have to have integer coordinates. In other words, the vertices always lie on the intersection of a horizontal unit line and a vertical unit line. So a triangle might look like this, or like this, or like this, but it would never look like this because here the vertices aren't at integer coordinates. The reason for this restriction is because triangle vertices are stored as shorts, and a short is a variable type that can only have integer values between
Dude, my brain is melting.
32,768 and 32,767. So it's impossible for
Go back to showing the clips where people just run into the invisible walls, please.
The question we're going to be analyzing is, where can Mario stand on this triangle? You might assume that it would just be this area, like the area enclosed within the triangle, but that's not right. Let me explain.
That's not right.
This little table. So Mario himself is at some coordinates, and those coordinates are stored as floats. Floats are another variable type, and they basically store real numbers, like numbers that can have decimal components. For example, let's say Mario's at x coordinate 1.34 and z coordinate -2.79. But that's not the point that the game checks to see whether it's within the floor triangle or not. Instead, the game first converts those values to another type. Specifically, it converts the coordinates to shorts, and then that's the point that the game checks to see whether it's within the floor triangle or not. And like I mentioned earlier, shorts can only have integer values, meaning no decimal components.
Dude, he keeps saying shorts, and I think he's talking about YouTube Shorts. Is my brain, am I cooked? Or is that like a normal thing that everyone does?
So it's not rounding, it's truncating. And so to summarize, even though Mario's at 1.34, -2.79, the floor detection function first truncates those values to 1, -2,
It's over for
and
you,
then checks if
damn.
that new
That's
position
tough.
is within the floor triangle or not. Why does it do that? I guess the programmers thought the calculations would work out better with shorts instead of floats, since floats can have slight rounding errors. But anyway, let me show this on the grid using the same numbers. So Mario's here at x coordinate 1.34 and z coordinate -2.79. I'll also add a highlight to Mario's current unit square to make that easier to track. And then for the floor detection point, we can start at Mario's position, but then we have to truncate the decimal components. So for the x coordinate, 1.34
I might.
1,
That might be more my
the left
speed.
edge of Mario's unit square. And for the z coordinate, -2.79 becomes -2, meaning
They're
we go to
pretty
the
great.
bottom edge of the unit square. So in general, the floor detection point will always be on the corner of Mario's unit square closest to the origin. And that directly follows from the fact that when you remove a number's decimal component, the number will only get closer to 0. So now if we move Mario around in a continuous way, we can see that the floor detection point moves around in a discrete way. And in all 4 quadrants, the floor detection point is still always on the corner of Mario's unit square closest to the origin. On the other hand, if Mario moves around within
The
a unit
garlic?
square, then
There's
the floor detection
garlic?
point doesn't even move.
I don't
In
remember
other
the
words,
garlic.
all
I think I'm a fan of
positions
the
within a unit
blueberries.
square use the same floor detection point, because all their positions truncate to that same corner closest to the origin.
Wario?
Consequently, we can actually think of
That
the
is
corner
Wario.
closest to the origin as the representative for the whole unit square.
You're Wario,
So whatever
Swagmaster.
floor status
Sorry.
the representative point has will be be the floor
Sorry.
status for all the points within the unit square. So if the representative point is a floor, then the whole unit square is considered floor. If the representative point is out of bounds, then the whole unit square is considered out of bounds. And spoiler from
Fake
the future,
bounds.
if the representative
Damn.
point is a ceiling,
Maybe I
then
am.
the whole unit square is considered ceiling. I'll demonstrate this principle with the floor triangle from earlier. We were trying to figure out where Mario can stand on this triangle, and I said it was not just the area inside the triangle. So let's look at some points near the triangle's edge. If Mario's within this unit square, then this is the floor detection point, aka the representative point for the whole unit square. The representative point is not within the floor triangle, so I'll make it gray to indicate no floor. I'll also put a little arrow from the representative point to the unit square, just so that there's no confusion about which unit square it's the representative of. And note that because the representative point is always on the corner of the unit square closest to the origin, the arrow pointing from the representative point to the unit square will always be facing away from the origin. But anyway, since the representative point is gray to indicate no floor, we can color the whole unit square gray to indicate no floor. So even if Mario were here, which looks like it's inside the floor triangle, it would still count as being outside the triangle, since
Dude, this is gonna kill my thumbs by like day 4.
On the other hand, if Mario's within this unit square, then this is the representative point. This time, the representative point is within the floor triangle, so I'll make it blue to indicate floor. And then I'll put the arrow again, and now, since the representative point is blue to indicate floor, we can color the whole unit square blue to indicate floor. So
Blue.
even if Mario were here,
Yeah, I
it looks like
stopped
it's inside
listening to the
floor
video for a
triangle,
bit and then
it
heard the
still
word
counts as
blue
being
and locked
inside the
back in.
triangle, since this whole unit square is considered inside the triangle. So going back to the whole triangle, the simplest way to determine where Mario can stand on it is the following process. First, mark all integer points that are within the triangle, including on the triangle bounds. Then put the arrows facing away from the origin to indicate which unit squares are being represented. And finally, fill in those unit squares. And so now, we can see the exact area where Mario can stand on this triangle. So the floor detection area isn't a perfect triangle, but more like a pixelated approximation of a triangle. And because it's pixelated, we get some interesting properties. For example, if the edge of a floor triangle is cardinally aligned, like it's exactly horizontal or exactly vertical, then the edge of the floor detection area will be a straight line. More specifically, if it's an edge that faces towards the origin, then the floor detection edge will coincide with the triangle edge. And if it's an edge that faces away from the origin, then the floor detection edge will be 1 unit offset from the triangle edge. On the other hand, if the triangle's edge is not cardinally aligned, like it's on a diagonal, then the floor detection edge will be jagged. Separately, note that ceiling detection works in exactly the same way as floor detection, since it also converts Mario's coordinates from floats to shorts. So all the insight we just gained about floors also applies to ceilings, like with the representative points and how the ceiling detection area is really just a pixelated approximation of the ceiling triangle. And before we move on, I have one more note about the representative points. So in general, an integer point is the representative for just 1 unit square, which is the unit square away from the origin. But for integer points on the x-axis and z-axis, they're each
Dude, Pen and Coke's frying my brain.
And the origin itself is the
I'm
representative
not passing the
for 4
quiz
unit
at the end of the
squares. So I
video.
just wanted to clarify that. And so now, we're finally ready to start talking about invisible walls and what they are.
Okay.
How can we answer
I'm gonna
what they
pause the
are without
video.
knowing what they
How long is it? Oh my god, it's 3.5 hours. I'm opening a pack. We're gonna open a pack because I really want to. I have to find my webcam so I can make it bigger. There we go. Alright. Something big. Mill tank. Riolu. Is my light on? The glare is like pretty bad. That thing. Noibat. It's the glare is kind of fucking with it. I'm sorry. Professor. Bronzong. Earthen Vessel. Awesome. Slowking. Jolteon's pretty cool. Whimsicott, damn. Okay, let's put the video back on.
AR. In other words, what do we even mean when we say invisible walls? How should we
What do we
define them?
even mean
Because
when we
can't
say
find examples of
invisible
them
walls?
To analyze unless we know what actually qualifies as an invisible wall. So let's break it down. The term invisible wall has two parts to it, invisible and wall. To satisfy being invisible, we just have to not be able to see it. For example, this would count as an invisible wall because I don't see anything there. However, this would not count as an invisible wall because
Dude, I love him explaining what a wall is.
By being a wall, you'd think I'd say it has to be a wall. But think about it. A casual player can't see specific triangles and their classifications. Instead, a casual player would just go by what it seems like is happening. After all, they say if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. So if we
It's a
apply
duck.
that principle here, we'd say if you can push on it like a wall and bonk on it like a wall, it's a wall. At least it would seem that way to a casual player. So based on all that, our definition of invisible walls will be any space that's pushable and bonkable but has no visible texture. Now remember our discussion from earlier? We established that walls, ceilings, and out of bounds are all pushable and all bonkable.
Duck jump
So
scare,
really,
yeah.
an
That was
instance
pretty
of any
fucked
one
up
of
that he
these
put
three
that in this
hitboxes can
video.
be labeled as an invisible wall, so long as there's no texture associated with it. Now, surface triangles usually have textures, so a wall could only count as an invisible wall if the programmers didn't put a texture for it. A ceiling could count as an invisible wall if you hit its upper hitbox, since that's so far away from the ceiling texture that it would just seem like a separate thing that's invisible. And then out of bounds would always count as an invisible wall, since it's a hitbox with no surface triangles, and so it has no textures. So those are the three things that can count.
So
as
the
invisible
challenge,
walls. But from there,
this is good. I'll explain it
down
again.
to 8 causes of
We're doing
invisible
Nolan's shiny
that
only
are pretty
challenge.
straightforward.
There's
For
a
example,
few
a little more
extra
involved. And the
stipulations
last one,
on top
let's
of
just
just
say it's
being
the
like
final boss of
beat
the causes.
Pokemon with
But
shinies
instead of
only.
thinking about them like this,
In this
you know,
first
8
area,
in a row, we're instead
we're in the
thinking
tutorial
about them
still.
like this, with
But in
four
this
items
tutorial
on the left,
area,
separate,
we have to
and
catch
4 items
5
on the right,
unique,
and 2
or
items
sorry,
like
we have to
opponents.
get 5
So I
unique dex
basically
entries
treated the
before we can
periodic
leave this
table
area.
elements, but for
And the
invisible
game
walls.
forces you
And
to
we're gonna
capture
spend the
a
rest of
non-shiny
the video
starter
laying it
and
out.
2
Like, for
non-shiny
each cause, I'll
Pokemon,
explain how
which
it
are
works and what
non-shiny
it can do.
Bunnelby and non-shiny
So,
Fletchling.
let's dive into the first
So
cause of invisible
basically what we're
walls,
doing in
which
this
has to do
first
with
area
triangles.
is we have
See,
to
most
get to
wall
5
triangles have a
unique
texture.
dex
Surface
entries,
triangles and
all
trapeze
shiny,
triangles are two
and we have to
components of a
reclaim
game.
Bunnelby
Surface
and
triangles have
Fletchling,
hitboxes
meaning
that
we have to
affect
catch a
Mario,
shiny
like we
Bunnelby
talked
and a shiny
about.
Fletchling.
Graphics triangles
So
are
we have to
purely
get to
visual.
5
Now, for the
total
most part, the programmers made
shiny
this
dex
so that each
entries
surface
and
triangle
recatch
has a
those
corresponding
2
graphics
before we can leave this area. And I have not found a shiny in 6.5 hours of gameplay.
Then that would count as an invisible wall. So let's look at some examples. In the hallway leading up to Bowser and the
Now the reason I'm doing this running back and forth is because when I get far enough away, about 75 on that counter, the Pokemon in that area despawn. And when I get 50 in range, they respawn. So I'm spawning these Pokemon over and over again, hoping they roll into shinies.
And so you're just kind of stuck there until you turn all the way around. The programmers obviously didn't like that.
So if you do find one and fail to catch it, do you end stream?
Instead of getting
I
because remember,
don't know.
you move
Probably.
out of bounds
That would be brutal.
Note that this wall is also
So the only one that I could really fail to catch is this Pichu right here. If you get too close to the Pichu, it tries to run away.
the top of the end of the first tunnel. So you might be wondering
But
why that's
getting that Pichu shiny would be really good, because in one of a mandatory story quest, you have to trade a Pikachu.
in that spot. It's
Yeah,
kinda
but
blurry, but it's down.
saving is finicky in this game. Like, there's a lot of auto-saving and shit.
Turn sign, but accidentally left in the collision. Also in the Tall Mountain slide, if you head the wrong way and go down the dead end path, you can see that they put a big
But yeah,
invisible wall
saving
there
is a
so
thing that I
you
can
can't
do.
fall off from here and land on a later part of the slide. Instead, they wanted you to plummet to your death. But since now we can see the exact edges of this big wall, we can actually just navigate around it and land on a later part of the slide anyway. In fact, here I've landed
But on top of just being a shiny only challenge and having this brutal tutorial section, Nolan's doing something called an area challenge, which means for each of these green areas he unlocks, I have a few unlocked, but I can't go to them. He's gonna catch a shiny in each of those areas, and I'm gonna do the same.
And they wanted to prevent you from going through that spot, since that could cause the camera to turn really suddenly. But if we use hacks to remove that invisible wall column, we can see exactly what.
And there's 20 of those green areas.
The camera does a 180 in 2 frames, which probably isn't the best user experience. Then in Bowser and the Fire Sea, there are some invisible walls right after the funnel at the end. These were put there so that you don't accidentally jump over the funnel and fall down, because then you'd basically.
That's so weird. I didn't know that about the funnel.
Also, there are some invisible walls under the funnel to make sure you can't touch the ending trigger from the side. And finally, in Womp's Fortress, there's.
I heard shinies are easier in this game.
Right so why'd they put this one?
Like after the tutorial, for sure. When you finish the tutorial, you can quick warp to these areas and it resets all the Pokemon, and it's pretty fast to get a shiny. But in this tutorial area, you can't quick travel, so it's pretty brutal. The tutorial is the hardest part for sure in this game.
His height gets set to just under the water's surface and he goes into the swimming action. Now normally you wouldn't notice the height change because you're only meant to enter water hitboxes from the top, which means you'll already be near the water's surface when your height gets
and there's like there's a ton of methods in this game where you can literally AFK if you have a turbo button or if you put like a rubber band on your controller. So in that logic, shiny hunting is easier. But that's so lame. I can't imagine like doing that. Like wanting to do that. I don't get the appeal for that. Drift, true. If you have like aggressive ass upward drift on your controller, you could AFK.
So going back to Womp's Fortress, the reason for this invisible wall is to prevent you from entering the water hitbox from the side. But they made a little oversight because to the right of this invisible wall, there's a gap.
I'm down for a prediction. I'm gonna run a prediction.
Which makes for a nice party trick. In fact, you can say to your friend, I bet you $10 I can jump off the edge and survive. Easy way to make money. So
easy way to make money. That's funny as fuck.
Wall with no texture. Now let's look at the second cause, which has to do with ceilings. Remember, I said ceilings usually come in one of 2 forms. The top of an enclosed room or the bottom of an enclosed structure. I also said that the upper part of a ceiling hitbox is so far away from the ceiling texture that it just seems like its own separate hitbox that's invisible. So in these 2 cases, that would be above the enclosed room and inside the enclosed structure. These 2 areas are meant to be out of reach, but there are ways to interact with them, which we'd count as interacting with an invisible wall. So let's look at some examples.
You guys want to do that prediction?
Like we saw earlier, in Wet Dry World, you can use Chucka to clip into the space above the tunnel, which is an upper ceiling hitbox. If we bonk in there, our angle actually gets reflected every frame, because when Mario's in the bonk action, he's programmed to reflect off of ceilings and out of bounds. Since here, Mario's surrounded by ceiling hitbox,
I don't know if there's enough people here to reasonably do that, but we'll see. I'll match any bet. 7.9k? Oh my god.
So he ends up in the ceiling hitbox above a room down below.
Go all in. You gotta, RTN. You said. You said you would.
So then you're able to push on the ceiling hitbox of the area below. You know, the area with the stairs that go down to the basement. And also, like we saw, you can.
This is for 9 souls. Yeah, you guys have the same common goal.
On the ceiling hitbox above the brew hallway. Now let's look at getting inside enclosed structures. In Jolly Roger Bay, it's possible to clip inside the floating ship, whose whole inside is ceiling hitbox. And in Rainbow Ride, we can use a Bob-omb to clip inside one of these glass blocks. And of course, their whole inside is ceiling hitbox too. So those are some examples of getting above a room and inside an enclosed structure. But there's a third.
I know he has kind of like a lisp. I guess I do too, but Panic-Cock's voice is like so easy to listen to. Like it's not a grating voice at all.
Upwards unimpeded. In theory, this should never happen in the game, but does it? Well, in the Tall Mountain slide, we have these 3 arches.
Yes, the first of the day, running out of the area and getting the cutscene.
On its underside,
No, I don't know if I have a lisp. I kind of talk weird though, for sure.
So no problems here. But now let's look at the second arch. On the bottom, we have some ceiling triangles, and on the top, there are no.
I don't know if lisp is necessarily what I have, but
So that means the ceiling hitbox isn't covered by any floors.
I struggle to
It's
talk for
propagating
sure
upwards without
sometimes.
anything to contain it. And what about the third arch? On the bottom we have some ceiling triangles, and on the top there are once again no floor triangles. So on this arch too, the ceiling hitbox just leaks out into the space above.
I do this thing where I'll talk so much that I'll run out of air and like try to be ending my sentence while I'm running out of air.
Because Mario just bonks on the ceiling hitboxes.
I don't know why I developed that like
because unlike normal
affliction,
ones that
but
are contained, these ones are just right out in the open. They're exposed. And then there's
they're
actually a fourth case
exposed.
for ceilings, which is a ceiling that's all by itself. Not the top of a room, not the bottom of an enclosed structure, but just a ceiling in isolation, whose hitbox would also propagate upwards unimpeded. Surely the programmers never did that, right? Well, in Cool Cool Mountain, we have this bridge near the red coin star. At the end of the bridge are these two flaps on the sides. These were clearly meant to be walls, but they're actually ceilings since they're angled slightly downwards. And because the programmers didn't expect these surfaces to be ceilings, they didn't put any floors to cover them. So the ceiling hitboxes just rise upwards without anything to
That's
stop them,
crazy.
meaning that
I
this is
didn't know
another
about
case
that.
of exposed ceiling hitboxes. So watch out if you're ever playing around near these two flaps. So yeah, that's the second cause of invisible walls, which we're gonna call above ceiling, below any floor. Because if there's no floor above the ceiling, then the whole area above the ceiling is bonkable. And if there is a floor above the ceiling, then only the area between them is bonkable. So now let's look at the third cause, which has to do with out of bounds. If you remember from earlier,
He's kind of
all
an
the courses are
asshole.
surrounded by out of bounds.
He's all like, I win, you lose. That's what you get for messing with Koopa the Quit. He talks about himself in the third person.
So if the course doesn't have a depth barrier, then the out of bounds area will just be on the edge of the ground.
Name one person who talks about themselves in the third person who's not a dick. You can't.
Which you can reach if you jump far enough. So that's the third cause of invisible walls, which we're going to call out of bounds on course edge. And so those are the first three causes, which I said were pretty straightforward.
Authors are maybe the most entitled breed. I feel like the percentage of authors who are like narcissistic assholes have got to be like higher than the normal person.
So let's get to those ones now. By next,
A newspaper? What are you talking about?
Specifically, let's look at the fourth cause.
I don't read
Like
no
I said,
newspaper.
these causes are more complex. So instead of me saying the cause outright, we're going to build up to it with examples so that you get some intuition. So imagine a structure like this. It's a staircase.
I was thinking about, I was trying to workshop a bit where I referred to myself in the third person after saying that. But when I say anything like Grum, don't, or whatever, I just sound like a caveman. Grum is a caveman name.
Clarifications to make. First, a floor rectangle is just two floor triangles together that form a rectangle. Like, we could analyze this situation on the triangle level, but it's simpler to just pair up the triangles into rectangles and analyze the situation on the rectangle level. So that's what we're going to do. And second, even though we're looking at the same shape on the left and the right, they're at different scales. The 3D shape on the left is at a normal scale that you'd find in the game, like hundreds of units wide, while the shape on the right is scaled down to be really tiny, like less than 10 units wide. I made it really tiny so that it's easier to see individual units. So for example, if we rotate the two shapes, the one on the left will stay normal looking, but the one on the right will deform, because remember, all the vertices still have to have integer coordinates, which has a big effect at this scale. Now on the right side, the structure looks like two floor rectangles with a seam in between. On the left side, the structure also looks like two floor rectangles
Just said
with a seam
semen?
in between. Though if we look at the structure from the side,
Man, every time I say something stupid like that, I'm praying I don't find a shiny, because I want to like clip it and send it in Nolan's server.
So on one side of the seam, we have
But if I say some dumb shit more, I'm gonna hate it. -2? Come on, he said it. It's not my fault that he said
The
it.
question we're going to be analyzing is, are there any gaps between these two edges on the unit grid? And in this case, the answer is no, there are no gaps. The lower step's edge and the upper step's edge are exactly flush because they have the same lateral coordinates, so there are no gaps between them. Now if the floors were separated like this, then there'd be a gap, but for now, there is no gap. So let's clear that.
For now, there is no gap.
Top-down view, and now we're going to
True.
rotate it to see if that causes any gaps between the edges. Now, even though the two edges are changing coordinates, they remain exactly in sync. So, for example, at this angle, there are still no gaps between the two edges, since they still have the exact same lateral coordinates. So let's rotate the structure back to its starting angle, and now we're going to change the structure itself. You see that upper step? I've now split it into 2 steps.
Awesome
And you can
chomp
see
sound
this change
effect.
reflected on the unit grid. So again, let's think about the edges that make up the seam between the lower step and the upper steps. Or in other words, the edges at the bottom of the wall versus the edges at the top of the wall. This time, that would be the north edge of the lower step, the south edge of the upper left step, and the south edge of the upper right step. Same question, are there any gaps between them on the unit grid? The answer is no, but the reasoning is a little different this time, because now there aren't just 2 edges with the same lateral coordinates. Instead, there are 3 edges, a long edge and 2 short edges. And notice that the 2 short edges connect at a point that lies exactly on the bigger edge. Because of that, we're going to call that point an edge vertex. In general, we'll define an edge vertex as a triangle vertex that's intended to lie laterally on another triangle's edge. So it's not meant to coincide with the other triangle's vertices, but instead be somewhere in the middle of the triangle's edge. And it doesn't have to lie exactly on the edge, but just be intended to lie on the edge. So in theory, it could miss by a little. Now going back to the structure, we can see that the edge vertex here does lie exactly on the bigger edge. And because of that, there are no gaps between the bigger edge and the 2 smaller edges. In the 3D view on the left, that means that this edge vertex is laterally aligned with this edge. And just to clarify, I could mark the edge vertex here or here.
Mark?
It doesn't really matter because those 2 points are basically guaranteed to line up with each other. So laterally, they're like the same point. So going forward, we'll consider them to be the same edge vertex, and I'll only be marking one of them. Okay, so let's clear all of that, put the structure back to a top-down view, and now let's rotate it again. This time, you may notice something funky's going on with the edge vertex.
Something
on the
funky's
unit.
going
So let's
on.
stop it here. And now same question. Are there any gaps between the edges? Interestingly, in this case, there is a gap.
So if you scaled this up, would it have the gap still, just like very small, or no, because it's scaled up?
Triangle vertices must have integer coordinates, but there are no integer coordinates that lie exactly on the lower edge.
Yeah, it would have the
Earlier,
gap
when the
still?
structure was
That's so
cardinally
interesting.
aligned, it was easy to find an integer coordinate exactly on the edge, because the edge went through so many. But now, since we're at a weird angle, the edge doesn't go through any integer coordinates, and so it's literally impossible for the edge vertex to lie on the edge. Instead, it just has to pick integer coordinates that are close to the edge. That means there are 2 cases. Case 1, the edge vertex overshoots and causes the floors to overlap. Floors overlapping like this is perfectly fine and won't cause any invisible walls. And then case 2, the edge vertex undershoots and causes a gap between the floors. And when there's a gap like this, then we have some problems. Remember, the triangle area itself doesn't represent where Mario can stand. Instead, we have our little process for figuring that out, so let's do that again here. First, we mark all integer points that are within the floor or on the floor bounds. Then add the arrows, and finally, fill in the unit squares. Now you can see the issue. There are 2 integer points that aren't inside any floors. Consequently, their unit squares are not considered to be floor. Instead, we call them floor gaps. And so basically, any structure that resembles this could have floor gaps. Instead of this, it could look like this, or like this, or like this. It doesn't
Or
take
like
very
this,
much.
or like
You
this.
just need a seam between floors, usually with a wall in it, and for the floor edges on either side of the
Do you think he
seam,
recorded
some
himself
vertex
saying or like
that
this
causes
3
there to
times,
be
or
an
was
edge
it the same
vertex,
take
which, as we discussed,
pasted
is a
3
vertex
times
meant
over?
to lie on another triangle's edge, specifically a triangle on the other side of the seam. But if the structure is at a weird angle, then the edge vertex might be misaligned from its edge, causing there to be floor gaps.
This is all
So to
what?
recap, we looked at 4 scenarios.
That would be
Whether
insane.
There was no edge vertex or there was an edge vertex.
One
and
take,
whether
Jake.
The structure was cardinally aligned or at a weird angle. And only when there was an edge vertex at a weird angle did we get floor gaps. So those are the 2 main ingredients. Now I think it would also be useful to look at floor gaps from the side. So let's take this structure, put it sideways, and now take the cross section of the steps. And to make this easier to work with, I'm going to make the wall a little taller and extend the floors. Now as we saw in the previous demonstration, there's some geometry that can cause these 2 points to be misaligned, meaning that the wall triangle can end up slanted. So what we're going to do here is look at 5 different alignments of the upper point in order to examine 5 different slants of the wall triangle. The 5 slants are leaning very far back, leaning a little back, perfectly vertical, leaning a little forwards, and leaning very far forwards. We're gonna see which ones cause there to be floor gaps and what happens in those cases. So let's start with perfectly vertical. In this case, the two floors
Alignment
exactly
4
flush.
will
Now, for each
shock
case,
you.
We're gonna see what happens when we show the out of bounds area. So first, let's add the floor hitboxes.
I don't know if anything in this video has the capability to shock me.
In this case, the floors cover all of the out of bounds, which means all
I
of
might
the
be
area
surprised
above
or
is covered. So,
amused,
in this
but
case,
I don't know if I'm getting
Next,
shocked.
let's look at leaning very far back. Interestingly, when the wall triangle is this slanted, it actually gets classified as a ceiling. And this happens in the game. There are triangles that are meant to be walls, but are just a little too slanted, and so they're actually ceilings. For example, in Cool Mountain, there's this ceiling. So even though it looks like a wall, you can't kick on it or do any other wall interactions with it. And then in Rainbow Ride, there's this ceiling. It's meant to be part of the big house's wall, but because it's just a little too slanted, it's actually a ceiling. So we'll call these wall-like ceilings, because they're ceilings that look like walls and are meant to be walls. So going back to our demonstration, let's see what happens.
I'm missing out on
peak.
peak? What do you mean?
Like before, the floor is still
Oh, like
all
the
of the
video?
outer bounds. In fact, we have some floor overlap in the middle, so there's floor.
It's a good video.
So this case gets a happy face.
Or are they playing
Next,
peak?
let's look at leaning a little
I gotta
Here,
take
the
a
wall
peek.
triangle
Ha
is
ha
still
ha.
a wall, just a slightly leaning wall. If we
No,
show the
no one's
hitboxes
playing
again,
peak.
we can see that the floor is still covered.
Stevie, your
all
messages are always
with
a
little bit of
mystery to
floor
me.
just there. So this case gets a happy face. Though, one big caveat here is that this angle is not to scale. In reality, walls can only tilt about this much while still being a wall. But I didn't want the arrows to be really crammed together. So in these visuals, we're just gonna pretend that walls can tilt this much and still be a wall, for the sake of convenience. Then next, let's skip ahead and look at leaning very far forwards. Now the wall triangle is so slanted the other way that it gets classified as a floor. And this happens in the game too. For example, in Bob on Battlefield, the side of this third step has a floor triangle that's meant to be a wall. But because it's a floor, you can walk on it and slide on it. In Bowser in the Dark World, the side of this little bridge has a floor
That's
triangle.
evil. That's
In Bowser
fucked
in the
up.
Sea, the side of this platform has floor triangles. And in the castle courtyard, the side of this structure has a floor triangle. So for these ones, we'll call them wall-like floors. But what effect does this have in our demonstration? Well, first let's show the floor hitboxes. You can see that the original two floors are now separated a bit, but luckily, this new floor covers the area in between. So if we show the out-of-bounds area, we can see that the three floors together cover all of the out-of-bounds. So this case gets a happy face. And then finally, let's look at leaning a little forwards. Here, the wall triangle is still a wall, just a slightly leaning wall. Now let's show the floor hitboxes. The two original floors are still separated a bit, but now there's no third floor to cover the area in between.
Do you guys drink Monster? This gotta be the best flavor of Monster.
It's like the wall
Strawberry Dreams. It tastes so good. And usually Monster don't taste good, so.
We can see that a tiny sliver of out of bounds hits through the leaning wall, and that sliver of out of bounds would be classified as an invisible wall.
It's like only slightly acidic.
Has caused a lot of
You're missing
frustration
it?
over the years. Like, think about this kind of invisible wall compared to the previous three causes that we looked at. These three causes aren't actually that annoying. For the walls with no texture, those are put there intentionally to prevent you from going to places that you're not supposed to go to. So they don't really get in the way when you're going to places that you are supposed to go to. For the ceiling hitboxes, those are mainly just above rooms and inside enclosed structures, which are places that you don't normally interact with. Well, aside from the arches in the Tall Mountain Slide and the bridge flaps in Cool Mountain, those ones can get in your way. And then for out of bounds on the course edge, you know where those are, and it's not like they're in the way because they're only on the edges of the course. But for this most recent type of invisible wall, it's just in the middle of the course out in the open. It could even be on the path that you're supposed to use.
That's fucked
So you
up.
might just
I
walk
understand.
out of nowhere while you're trying to beat the game.
Alignment 4 will
This
shock
type of
you.
invisible wall, along with the rest that we're going to cover, are in some sense the real invisible walls, because they're the ones that frustrate players and give a bad name to invisible walls. So I'm going to give this case an angry face. So to summarize,
An
the
angry
5 possible
face.
slants of the wall triangle, and only a wall that's leaning slightly
I didn't
forward
drink
causes
energy
there to be a
drinks for
floor
like
gap that
19
lets
years of my
out-of-bounds leak
life,
through.
and
If we
now
move
I
the
do
upper text
daily.
around continuously, you can see that it's only a very narrow range that lets the out-of-bounds leak through. Basically, the wall triangle
It's
has to be
probably, I used to drink
forward, so that
coffee
there's a
like
gap between the
almost
lower floor and
daily.
upper floor, But the wall
And
can't
I know
be
energy
too
drinks
far
are like
forward, or else it
probably
acts as a
worse,
floor
like a
that
lot
covers
worse,
that
but
gap. Now I think it would
I
also
don't
be
know.
useful to see what each of these 5 cases looks like from a top-down view.
I don't know, my body hasn't
Very far back,
like
the floors
crumpled
overlap.
in on
You can
itself
tell
yet,
because
so
the
I'm
overlap
doing
area
good.
is an extra dark shade of blue. When the wall leans a little back, there's still a floor overlap,
It-
but a
it
bit
keeps me
smaller in
awake.
area. When the wall's perfectly vertical, there's no floor overlap or floor gap. The whole thing is just a uniform shade of blue. When the wall leans a little forwards, now there's a floor gap. You can tell because there's some white in the middle of all the blue. And remember, that white area is actually covered by the wall triangle, but that doesn't really do anything.
How do you sleep at night? I sleep
Finally, when
fine.
the
I
wall
sleep
leans
great
further
at night.
forwards, then the wall turns
But
into
I
a
also
floor,
get
which
tired,
covers the
like,
gap. So yeah, it's
pretty
only
early
one case that
nowadays.
causes floor gaps. But interestingly, floor gaps don't necessarily cause invisible walls. See, there are actually 3 cases for what effect a floor gap has because it depends on what's below the floor gap. Case 1, there's another floor
Come
below
on.
the floor
I have
gap.
several
In this
addictions
case,
and they're all
Mario can freely
sustainable.
jump over the floor gap and not hit any invisible walls. He can also go into the floor gap and fall through to the floor below, assuming there are no wall hitboxes in the way. Then case 2, there are no floors below the floor gap. Like we saw a second ago, this lets a tiny sliver of out of bounds leak through. If Mario jumps into that sliver, he'll bonk, and if he walks into it, he'll push. And then case 3, there's a ceiling below the floor gap. This ceiling has a lower hitbox, but we don't care about
The
that.
American
It's an upper
century
hitbox
of
that causes a tiny
humiliation
sliver of
is
ceiling
near?
to leak
What the
through.
fuck
This
are
would
you
also
talking
count as an
about?
exposed ceiling hitbox. And just like
What the
sliver of
fuck
out of
does that
bounds, the
mean?
sliver of ceiling lets us bonk on it and lets us push on it. So it's only case 2 and case 3 that cause invisible
That's some
walls.
ominous
Now,
shit.
If you ever encounter an invisible wall like this, it might not be obvious whether it's from out of bounds or from a ceiling. Since you know, invisible walls are invisible, so in the game, we wouldn't see the hitbox colors that I'm showing here. But remember, only ceilings cut short your upwards trajectory. So a quick and simple way to distinguish between these 2 cases
No, I
is to
haven't.
jump up into the invisible wall. If it lets you
I'm
jump
not
up,
exposed
then
to
it's
as
out
much
of
brain
bounds.
rot
If
as
it
you
stops
are, I
you from
think.
Jumping up, then it's a ceiling. So let's look at an example. In Bob on Battlefield, there's this wall on a floor seam. Here are the floor edges
Good
on both
save.
sides of the seam, which are subdivided differently due to the steps.
Thank
Based
you.
on those, here are the edge vertices. Now you may be wondering why it looks like I'm showing the same thing on the left and the right. Well, they're actually different camera modes. See, the one on the left is a perspective view, meaning that things get smaller as they go farther away from the camera. So it's like the normal camera mode that you'd see in the game. In contrast, the one on the right is an orthographic
In
view,
contrast.
meaning that things stay the same size regardless of how far away from the camera they are. This orthographic view is useful because it allows us to have a nice looking top-down view. So next, let's show all the course's floor triangles, and now we're going to zoom in on each edge vertex to see how it misses its edge. Like, does it cause a floor overlap or a floor gap? The way this one misses is by causing a floor gap, because you can see the white area between the floors. Then for the next edge vertex, it also causes a floor gap, and for the last one, this one's a little weird. See, the bottom of the step and the top of the step don't actually line up, even though they were meant to. That's what actually causes the side of that third step to be a floor instead of a wall, like we saw before. But anyway, this just means we have 2 edge vertices to look at instead of 1, and they both cause floor gaps. So let's zoom out a little, and now you can see that there are integer coordinates that lie on the white area between floors, meaning that those points are out of bounds.
Has
Now
it been
let's
an
remove the
hour? We're an
triangle
hour
fill
deep.
colors so that we can
We
mark
are an
which
hour
unit
deep.
squares are
This
out
video
of
is
bounds.
good.
For each of those integer coordinates, let's add the arrow facing away from
It's not
the
even gonna feel like
and then
3
fill in
hours
the
when
gray
I don't get
for
a
out of
shiny.
bounds. And now let's pan across the seam so that we can see all of the unit squares of out of bounds. So each of the unit squares on the right represents a little sliver of out of bounds that leaks through the leaning wall. And as we're panning on the right, I'm adding these slivers on the left so that you can see them in 3D. They're basically square columns that are 1 unit wide, though I'm drawing them
Think I am
just
gonna
1
take a
pixel
break here
wide
in a
because
sec.
That's what's easiest to see. So that's the whole seam. Interestingly, there's one point near the middle of the seam that lies on the x-axis. So that point has 2 arrows and causes 2 unit squares of invisible wall. So yeah, that's how the out of bounds
Alright.
units are distributed along the seam. On the left, if we zoom in a bit, you can see the 2 unit columns in the middle
I might
are
just open a
extra close
pack.
together, since they're both from that point on the x-axis. And if
When
we
my
step
last
back a
pack
little, you
opened,
can
was
see
it
just how high
6:30
up
or
this invisible wall goes, all
6?
the way to the top of the course,
I'll wait.
at a
I'll
height
wait
of
till 7:30 to open the pack.
32,768. So it's
Gotta
pretty
make it
weird.
last.
There's just this invisible wall in the course that goes way higher up than anything else. And of course, because it's an invisible wall, that means anytime you go through that spot, you may end up bonking on it seemingly out
I
of
just gotta
nowhere.
give my hands a
On the
rest.
other hand, you may end up passing right through it. So why is it that you only hit it sometimes? Well, let me explain. Here's a top-down view of the unit grid, and let's say we have invisible
We're
wall
back
units
to it.
on a seam like this. Now normally, invisible wall units are at a slanted angle, but just to keep this demonstration simple, we're going to say that they're all in a
Simple?
nice row like this. And let's say Mario's currently south of the invisible wall seam and wants to cross it going north. Now it's important to understand
God.
exactly
Let me
how
peep.
Mario's movement works. So Mario has a horizontal speed, which represents how many units forwards he moves per frame. For example, if Mario's speed is 8, then he moves 8 units forwards per frame. But even that's a bit of an oversimplification.
What am I looking at,
because the game doesn't
Swagmaster?
move
This
Mario
just says the
forwards all
banks
at
are
once.
out of money.
Instead, it takes his speed and subdivides it into 4 equal pieces called
It's
quarter
true.
steps.
They are.
So a speed of 8 would be subdivided into 4 quarter steps, each having a size of 2. Then on each frame, Mario moves forwards by 4 quarter steps. So in the game, you'd see Mario before he does the 4 quarter steps, you'd see Mario after he does the 4 quarter steps, but you wouldn't see him at these intermediate positions because they happen mid-frame. But I'll still show them here because they're very relevant for this discussion. So here, I'm making full steps pink and quarter steps yellow so that it's easy to distinguish them. Earlier, when I showed movement arrows, they were kind of a mishmash between quarter steps and full steps because I was simplifying. But you see, it's only every full step that Mario's animation updates and gravity applies, while it's every quarter step that floors, walls, ceilings, and out of bounds apply. Since here, we're interested in whether Mario hits invisible wall units, which are ceilings and out of bounds, we're only going to focus on the quarter step arrows. And I'll add even more arrows to his pathing, because we're interested in whether he hits the invisible wall at any point in his pathing, not just on the next frame. Anyway, since Mario's moving forwards 2 units at a time, that covers every second unit. That means there are 2 kinds of spacings. A spacing like this, and a spacing that's offset by 1 unit like this. You can think of them as one covers the even unit squares, and one covers the odd unit squares. If we look at the invisible wall seam, you can see that the pathing on the left skips straight over the seam, while the pathing on the right hits it. Since invisible walls stop your movement, I'll remove all the arrows after the collision and put this symbol at the collision point.
What was that
So in this
splat
example,
sound effect?
there's
The
a 50%
Deltarune
chance
splat
that we
sound
hit the
effect?
invisible wall, since 1 out of every 2 spacings hits it. Another way to see this is if we take just one of the spacings and move the starting point continuously. You can see that half the time it makes it through.
I'm
and
half
half the time
paying
it stops.
attention.
So that's why invisible walls can seem sort of random. Even though they're always there and don't move, you're not guaranteed to hit them when you cross the seam. Instead, it just comes down to whether your spacing crosses over it or goes into it. So in theory, you could always avoid hitting them by controlling your spacing just right, but in practice, at least casually, that's way too precise to control. But luckily, there are some other factors that are easier to control that also affect how often you hit an invisible wall. For example, your speed. So far, we've just been working with a speed of 8, which has quarter steps of size 2. But let's double that to 16 speed, which has quarter steps of size 4.
Can you guys hear my
This time we
controller?
have 4 different spacings, which you can think of as covering all the unit squares that are a
That would
multiple
not
of
be
4,
good,
1 more than a
Swagmaster. I
multiple
feel
of
like that
4,
would be so
2 more
shit.
than a multiple of 4, and 3 more than a multiple of 4. There wouldn't be any more than that, because like...
That'd be a hellish playthrough.
4 more than a multiple of 4, then really it's just the same spacing as the first case, but starting 1 quarter step forwards. But anyway, you can see that only one of the 4 spacings hits the invisible wall, meaning that there's a 1/4 chance of hitting it. And just like before, we can also see this by taking one of the spacings and moving it continuously. Most of the time it makes it through, but 1/4 of the time it hits the invisible wall and stops. So at 8 speed, there was a 50% chance of hitting the invisible wall, and at 16 speed, there was only a 25% chance of hitting it. So basically, the faster Mario's moving, the smaller the chance of hitting the invisible wall. Because more speed means your quarter steps cover more distance, and then they're more likely to pass right over the invisible wall units. Separately, your chance of hitting the invisible wall also depends on Mario's angle to the invisible wall seam. Currently,
Let's check
we're
out
moving
over here.
perpendicularly to the seam, which is optimal if you're trying to avoid hitting the invisible wall. So that'll be the control case, and we'll compare it to this case of Mario turned at an angle. At this angle, each quarter step moves 3.5
Go check
units
for
to the
Pidgey, I'm
right,
down.
2 units forwards. Now if you think about this, the 3.5 units to the right doesn't contribute towards crossing the seam, and so it's like that part of the movement is going to waste at this angle. It's only the 2 units forwards that makes progress towards crossing the seam. If we move both cases vertically, you can see that the angled case hits the invisible wall twice as much as the control case, since the control case moves
No,
forwards
no
4
shiny.
units at a time, while the angled case moves forwards only 2 units at a time. So even though they're the same speed, the angle changes how much of your speed contributes towards getting past the invisible wall. Going perpendicularly uses all of the speed to try to get past the invisible wall, while a slanted angle only uses a component of the speed to try to get past it. And now watch this. If we make Mario's angle even more slanted, now he moves 3.9 units to the right and only 1 unit forwards. Since the invisible wall is 1 unit thick, that means Mario can't even cross it now. See, no matter where he starts, his quarter steps just don't move forwards enough to cross the seam. So to recap so far, if you're trying to avoid hitting an invisible wall, then you should be moving at a fast speed and moving perpendicularly to the seam. But if you're trying to hit the invisible wall, then you should be moving at a slow speed and moving nearly parallel to the seam. But there are also properties of the invisible wall itself that affect how often you'd hit it. Up until now, we've just been looking at the simplest example of an invisible wall, which is a 1 unit thick continuous seam. But invisible walls often don't look like this. For example, maybe we have an invisible wall that looks like this, where it's 2 units thick. Now if we look at all the spacings, we can see that 2 of the 4 spacings hit it, which is a 50% chance. In other words, the thicker the invisible wall is, the higher the chance
That
of
makes
hitting
sense.
it. On the other hand, we might instead have something more like this, where only every second unit on the seam is an invisible wall. Now, not only do we have 4 possible vertical spacings, but we have 2 possible horizontal spacings, because you may or may not line up with an invisible wall unit. To illustrate this, we can subdivide each of the existing cases into 2 cases. So now, we have 4 different classes of vertical spacings, 3 of them cross right over the seam, but 1 of them lands on the seam directly. Not necessarily on an invisible wall unit, but just on the seam. And separately, we have 2 different classes of horizontal spacings. One of them passes between the invisible wall units, while the other one lines up with an invisible wall unit. So in total, that's 8 possible spacings, only 1 of which hits the invisible wall. So there's a 1 in 8 chance of hitting it. Another way of saying it is, there's a 1 in 4 chance that we land on the seam, and a 1 in 2 chance that we line up with an invisible wall unit. So multiply those together, and you get that there's a 1 in 8 chance of hitting the invisible wall. And note that this is in comparison to before, when it was a continuous seam, where we had a 1/4 chance of hitting it. But now that it's half as dense, we only have half that chance of hitting it, which is 1/8. So basically, the denser the invisible wall is, the higher the chance of hitting it. And finally, many invisible walls don't even have a uniform spacing along the whole seam. For example, maybe it's more dense on the left and less dense on the right. In this case, trying to cross it on the left side is more likely to hit it, and trying to cross it on the right side is less likely to hit it. So
What up,
yeah,
Urbane?
that's the basics of interacting with this kind of invisible wall. That should
Hopefully
help
I
you
talk to them
understand
sooner
and
than
appreciate
later.
the rest of the examples as we go through them. Now, I'm not just going to show you a few examples and call it a day. That's not how we do things here. Instead, I'm going to show you every invisible wall in the game.
Every invisible wall?
First, I want this video to serve as a reference guide for every invisible wall, showing where they are and what they look like. That way, the next time you bump into one, you can come back here and see exactly why it's there. And second, I want
This
to
is
show
the
you
good
just
part.
how prevalent invisible walls are, and just how glitchy this game is. That way, you won't feel so bad about bumping into invisible walls. They're so abundant that you didn't really stand a chance. So, if you do want to see every example, because you want to know every inch of this game's weirdness, then you can just sit back and relax as I break it all down for you. And if you don't want to watch all the examples because you see
Does
some
Star
of them
Road have a lot of
that's
invisible
fine
walls?
too. You can skip forward to the next section using YouTube's chapter system. And so now, let's get into the examples. So also in Bob on Battlefield, we have this wall on the bar fence. Based on how its edges are subdivided, it has one edge vertex on the bottom, which misses its edge by causing a floor gap. And so that means that all along the seam are units of out of bounds. Note that the density of this invisible wall varies along the seam, and there are even some gaps in it.
I don't know
So
anything about
basically,
Star
if
Road,
you
I'll
ever
be
go above
honest.
this bar fence, you may end up bonking on this invisible wall. And remember earlier when I showed that you could bonk inside a ceiling hitbox and get reflected every frame? Well, you can also do that on this kind of invisible wall, essentially by wedging yourself between 2 of the unit columns. Playing it again, if we pause it and zoom in, we can see exactly what's going on. So on this frame, Mario does a quarter step going forwards as part of the dive action. This quarter step lands on a unit square of out of bounds, so it gets cancelled and Mario bonks. Though note that Mario's bonking animation is 1 frame behind what it should be, so on the left it doesn't quite look like he bonked yet. I mean, you can see the star particles, but his animation is still diving. But he's bonking, so next he moves backwards a quarter step, which also lands on a unit square of out of bounds, so that gets cancelled too, and Mario reflects his angle. And now since he's still bonking, he does another quarter step backwards the other way, which also lands on a unit square of out of bounds. So that quarter step gets cancelled and causes another reflection. And now we're back to the same state as before, so it just repeats over and over. Mario just bounces back and forth between those 2 unit squares. So yeah, that's why that can happen. Then still in Bob on
Well, I wanted to see it
On
happen.
the far side of the gap in the mountain path, it has 2 edge vertices on the top. Interestingly, the left edge vertex causes a floor overlap, so that's fine, but the edge vertex on the right causes a floor gap, which is where the problem is. So near that right edge vertex, we have some unit columns.
I'll check the
out of
Pichu.
bounds.
Why not?
Specifically, 2 groups
It already
Now,
happened.
this
I missed it.
invisible wall
Damn.
is especially evil because if you hit it, you fall into the gap. Like, I can't imagine a worse place in Bob on Battlefield to have an invisible wall than on the far side of a gap you have to jump over. Then even still,
Yeah,
in
that
Bob
is
on
crazy.
Battlefield, we have this wall right after the bridge on the mountain path. It's kind of a weird shape, but it has 1 edge vertex on the top near the bridge. This edge vertex misses its edge by causing a floor gap, which means that there are some unit columns of out of bounds near the bridge. And interestingly, if we zoom in on the bridge, you can see that some of the unit columns actually rise up into the bridge, and so they stop there instead of continuing to rise up. But anyway, that means that for this gap too, if you try to jump over it, you may end up hitting this invisible wall and falling into the gap. And one more in Bob on Battlefield, we have this wall below the upper alcove in the mountain. It has 2 edge vertices. Zooming in, we can see that the right one causes a floor overlap and the left one causes a floor gap. So the result is that mainly on the left side of the alcove, we have some unit columns of out of bounds, and these ones are fully contained within the alcove. So this means anytime you enter or exit this alcove, you might bonk on this invisible wall. Then in Jolly Roger Bay, we have this wall on the right side of this alcove. It has 1 edge vertex on the top. Will there be a floor overlap or a floor gap? It's a floor gap. I mean,
It's a floor gap.
Otherwise, why would we be here examining it? Now, a cool thing about this one is that it only has 4 unit columns of out of bounds, so you can see each one of them individually. And since this one's in water, we can swim into it, which cancels our movement, and so we just end up swimming in place. So it looks pretty odd. Then in the Jolly Roger Bay ship, we've got a lot going on. So first, there's this lowest platform that has a wall with an edge vertex, and so it has an invisible wall on its edge. Then next, we have this slightly higher platform. Very similar thing going on here, because the bottom of this wall has an edge vertex leading to another invisible wall. Then on one of the higher platforms, we have yet another wall with an edge vertex that causes an invisible wall. So that makes 3 platforms with invisible walls, but can we get a 4th one? And yes, we can, on the highest platform of them all. This time, the wall's a slightly different shape, and there are only 3 unit columns of out of bounds. So yeah, those are the 4 platforms with this type of invisible wall. So if you thought climbing up these platforms was hard on its own, just remember that out of nowhere, you might bonk on one of these invisible walls. But hey, at least now you know where they are, so you can avoid them. Or hit them on purpose, if that's what you're into. I'm not here to judge. Then in Cool Mountain,
Or
we
hit
have
them
this
on
wall.
purpose,
It's
if
like
that's
an
what you're
upside-down
into.
triangle, so it has 1 edge vertex on the bottom. Now if we show all the floors except the death barrier, you can see that there are some floor gaps. But this time, they're filled with ceiling instead of out of bounds. Because if we look on the bottom of this structure, we can see the ceiling down here, whose upper hitbox leaks through those floor gaps. So what that means is that all along the seam, there are unit columns of ceiling leaking through. Now, as a general rule, in courses with death
That is
barriers,
true.
all the invisible
That would
walls
be
coming
fucked
out of
up.
floor gaps will be due to ceilings and not out of bounds. Because think about it, if the course has a death barrier, then the whole thing is protected from out of bounds. That means you wouldn't find out of bounds anywhere in the main part of the course. And it's not like the course geometry can generate its own out of bounds, that's not how that works. Here's another way to think about it. Let's say we have a floor and it has a floor gap in it. In order for this floor gap to have out of bounds under it, there would have to be no floor under it, because that's what out of bounds means. But even if the main part of the course doesn't have any floors under it, the death barrier is still guaranteed to be a floor under it. So it's just not possible to have out of bounds come out of the floor gap. Instead, the only way for there to be an invisible wall coming out of the floor gap would be if there's a ceiling hitbox leaking through it, because courses can generate their own ceiling hitboxes. Now let me clarify how jumping into ceiling columns works. Basically, there are three cases. Case 1, you move into the ceiling column while falling down. In this case, your quarter step gets cancelled and you bonk, assuming you're moving fast enough. Then case 2, you move into the ceiling column while moving upwards. Then your quarter step gets cancelled and the ceiling cuts short your upwards trajectory, meaning you'll now start falling down. But then let's say you miss the ceiling column on the next frame, either because your speed changed or you're holding a slightly different angle on the control.
I'm feeling it. This hour, we're gonna get it. It wouldn't take us 8 hours to get a shiny.
Case 3, you move into the ceiling column while moving upwards, so your quarter step gets cancelled and it cuts short your upwards trajectory, and then you hit the ceiling column again on the next frame with your downwards trajectory. Then just like the first case,
I wonder if Nolan got out of the tutorial area. That would be interesting to find out.
It kind of looks like you went straight from moving upwards to bonking, but it was actually a 2-frame process because of the way ceilings work. So yeah, those are the 3 main interactions that can happen when you jump into a seam of ceiling hitbox. So going back
RTN
to
could have saved me,
show you what these interactions
but he chose
look
not to.
So first I hit the ceiling while moving downwards, which causes me to bonk. Next I hit it while moving upwards and then miss it afterwards, so it cuts short my triple jump. And then I hit it 2 frames in a row, so it looks like I go straight from moving upwards to bonking, but it actually took 2 frames. And like I mentioned earlier, an easy way to confirm that this invisible wall is a ceiling is
what
to
is
just
the
walk into it
prediction
and then try
at?
jumping. You
I'm
can see
curious.
that my jumps don't go anywhere, meaning it's a
8K?
ceiling. On the other hand, if we push against an invisible wall that's out of
4K.
bounds and then try jumping, the jumps actually go up. Then next in Cool Mountain, we have this wall. It's a pretty interesting shape because there's like a little overhang structure on the right, and here are the relevant edge vertices. So the first one misses by causing a floor gap, then a floor overlap. Now let's zoom out and hide some of the lower floors to make this next part easier to see. So then we have a floor overlap, and the last one is a floor gap. And based on our earlier
What the hell is he
discussion,
talking
you
about?
should already know that these ones
Floor
are
overlap,
ceiling
floor
looking
overlap,
through,
floor
not
gap.
out of bounds, since Cool Mountain
Just kidding,
isn't
I've
that
been paying
big.
attention. I know what he's
There
talking
are
about.
2 sections of invisible wall. The section on the left
RTN
is
just
due
got
to this
so
ceiling
mad
on
hearing
the
me say
underside
that.
of the wood, and the section on the right is due to this ceiling on the underside of the overhang. So these invisible walls could get in your way if you're doing movement near the red coin star. And remember, the bridge flap
You
invisible
wish,
wall
Drew.
is around here too. So surely there wouldn't be a third one around here, right? Well, also in Cool Mountain, there's this wall, right next door to the previous one we looked at. Now this wall is actually made up of 2 floors, 2 ceilings, and 2 walls. And it's the big wall on the left that's the issue. It's another triangle, so it has 1 edge vertex on the bottom. This edge vertex misses the edge by causing a floor gap, resulting in 2 sections of invisible wall. The section on the right is due to this ceiling triangle that we've been looking at the whole time, and the section on the left is due to this ceiling down here. You know, the top of the little cave. And so basically, if you're messing around near the blue coins, you might just bump into this invisible wall. Now this invisible wall is interesting because it's actually used in the task for collecting 100 coins while doing the big penguin.
That is
race, which was
interesting.
tasked by Crackhex. See, she uses the invisible wall to backwards long jump in order to get lots of speed.
That's crazy.
That makes for a quick trip back up
That's
the
so
mountain
cool.
to enter the cabin for the penguin race. Now I've talked about backwards long jumping a couple times, but I haven't really explained it, so let me do that now. So Mario has a move called a long jump that you can do by pressing Z and then A while you're moving. Now the cool thing about a long jump is that when you start it, it multiplies your speed by 1.5. Let me show this on the graph. If we start with 1 speed and then continuously long jump, our speed increases by more and more each time, because each time it multiplies by 1.5, or in other words, gets 50% bigger. Now the programmers didn't want you to be able to get infinite speed this way, so they capped it at a maximum of 48 speed. So a long jump will never go above 48 speed. But the programmers made a little oversight because they forgot about the negative numbers. So let's say we start with -1 speed. Now if we start continuously long jumping, our speed will decrease by more and more, since multiplying by 1.5 just makes these negative numbers more negative. And this time there's no cap, because the programmers never put a minimum speed that a long jump can do. So basically, we can get unlimited negative speed by long jumping backwards. And so we call it a backwards long jump, or BLJ. Now, doing backwards long jumps doesn't automatically result in unlimited negative speed. That's because even though the starting speed of a long jump is uncapped, Mario loses speed while he's in the air from the long jump. So trying to backwards long jump on a flat floor with nothing else won't work because Mario loses too much speed in the air.
Like
Looking at the
Minecraft, you need a
speed
ceiling
value,
to
you can see that
jump
I
so
get
you
to
go
negative 20
faster. It's
speed
just
right
like
after starting a long
Minecraft.
jump, but then it goes back to negative 15 by the time I land and can do the next long jump. To avoid losing all this speed, we need to do a bunch of backwards long jumps in quick succession. So you can do this on a steep floor, because then each long jump lands back on the floor instantly, and so you can do a bunch of long jumps in a row without any airtime. You can also do it on a rising platform, because the platform rises into your jump, so you land instantly and can then backwards long jump again. And finally, you can do it using a ceiling, because the ceiling makes you land instantly instead of letting you jump up. See? It's all coming together. So going back to the cool mountain task, let's pause it, zoom in, and now I'll show Mario's movement arrows. And I'll make the arrows green if they're on the first frame of a long jump. So you can see that each backwards long jump was strategically done to move into a ceiling column, which prevents Mario from jumping up and instead makes him land right after. That allows Mario to do the next backwards long jump right away, and so he's able to build up speed very quickly by doing that. So see, invisible walls can actually be helpful for something. Then in Big Boo's Haunt, we have this wall on a seam between floors. Now you might be wondering what floor the magenta line belongs to. Well, there are actually some invisible, intangible floor triangles in this room covering the giant gap in the floor.
Invisible,
So why are they
intangible
there?
floor
You see,
triangles.
when Mario's in a course with rooms like Big Boo's Haunt, then only one or
Yeah,
two rooms are
I'm
active
believing
at a
that that's
time.
real.
Specifically, the game activates the room that Mario's in and any room that he's next to the door of. And the way the game figures out which rooms to activate is based on the floor triangle that Mario's above. So to put it simply, if Mario's above a floor in room A, then room A will be active. If he's above a floor in room B, then room B will be active. And if he's above a sort of intermediate floor, usually next to a door, then both room A and room B will be active. Now this system works pretty well, but think about how it would work in this room. The thing about this room is that there's a big gap in the floor that leads to the room down below. Since Mario's current room is based on which floor he's above, in theory that would mean jumping over the gap would change your room to the room down below. That'd be bad because then the room down below would be active instead of the upper room, even though you're still in that upper room. So to solve this, the programmers did two things. First, they added some invisible, intangible floors here that belong to this upper room. That way, even if you're above the gap, your floor triangle is still a floor from this upper room, and so the upper room stays active. And second, a bit lower down, they added a second layer of invisible, intangible floors. These floors are intermediate floors, meaning they activate both the upper room and lower room. So when Mario falls into the gap, first the upper room is active, then both the upper room and lower room are active, and then only the lower room is active. So yeah, that's why these floors are here. And now let's resume the visual, which reveals that there are floor gaps. But this time, it's not ceiling or out of bounds that's below the floor gaps. Remember earlier, I said there were 3 cases for floor gaps. So far, we've only seen case 2, which is out of bounds, and case 3, which is a ceiling. But now, it's our first time seeing case 1, where there's a floor gap with a floor under it. So it's not actually an invisible wall, though it does stem from the same cause. So in our demonstration, that means each of these floor gaps has a floor under it, so I'll put blue points to represent that. And remember, these are floor gaps in the upper intangible floor. So when Mario goes above these floor gaps, his new floor is the lower intangible floor. So doing that causes the lower room to also activate and hides the objects in the upper room, like the Boo and red coin. So that's why out of nowhere, the Boo can just teleport back to its starting position while you're in this room. And finally, since it's a floor gap with a floor under it, we can just jump into it and fall down to the room below.
What? What the hell? Did anyone just see that?
You can't say hell in a Pan and Colic video.
Mesh ceiling that you're supposed to swing across. If you're not familiar with it, there's this path on the right that's just a dead end. There's this path in the middle that leads to an item block with a 1-up in it, and there's this path on the left that leads to the start. Now this one isn't actually an invisible wall, and it's not even a floor gap, it's a ceiling gap. Because remember, all the properties about floor detection also apply to ceilings, so they can have edge vertices that cause gaps too. And the reason these ceiling gaps matter is because if you're swinging across the mesh and move into a ceiling gap, then you fall off the mesh. So anyway, on this mesh structure, we have these 4 edge vertices that lie on this edge, we have this edge vertex that lies on this edge, and we have this edge vertex that lies on this edge. So first, let's look at the seam on the dead end path. Its edge vertex causes a ceiling overlap, which means that there's no problem here. So there's no risk of falling off if you explore the dead end. Then next, let's look at the seam at the start of the 1-up path. This one has 2 edge vertices, the right one causes a ceiling overlap, and the left one also causes a ceiling overlap. So this seam is also fine. Now let's look at the seam near the end of the 1-up path. Its edge vertex misses by causing a ceiling gap, meaning that there are ceiling gaps all along this seam. And I'm making them orange because we need a new color for ceiling gaps, and I'm kind of running out of colors here. Then next, let's look at the seam at the start
I'm kind of running out of colors
one
here.
edge vertex, which misses by causing a ceiling gap. So on this seam too, there are ceiling gaps that could make you fall off. Not very good, since this is the path to the star, like the one path you have to take. And finally, let's look at the seam near the end of the star path. Just one edge vertex again, and this one also causes a ceiling gap, which is extra not good because that means the path to the star has 2 seams of ceiling gaps, which like I said, can make you fall off out of nowhere. So in total, the mesh has 3 seams of ceiling gaps, 1 on the path to the 1-up and 2 on the path to the star. You know, this whole thing kind of feels like one of those carnival games that's secretly rigged against you. Like, they let you practice your swinging skills on the dead ends to let you get the hang of it and build up your confidence. Because there's no risk of falling off there, that one's perfectly safe. So then you try testing your skill on the 1-up path. There are no ceiling gaps near the beginning of it because they want to make you think you have a chance. But then right at the end is
What's in this carnival game analogy? That's crazy.
Fall down, but luckily I still land on the platform. And finally, if you want to go for the big prize, the star, well now it's double rigged against you. These first ceiling gaps are less dense on the right side, so that's the safer side to go on. And the second group of ceiling gaps is less dense on the left side, so that's what I recommend there. Though here, I still end up hitting it and falling down, which could easily lead to your death if you're not expecting it. And also, because these are ceiling gaps, that means it's possible to just jump right up into the gap, because the ceiling doesn't block you there. Here's what jumping into the gap looks like in the game, and just for good measure, I bonk in there to show that I'm surrounded by ceiling hitbox. Then in Lethal Lava Land, we have this arched platform. Its shape is like a breeding ground for edge vertices. Look at it, we have 7 of them. So let's see. We have a
7?
floor overlap, floor overlap, floor overlap, floor gap, floor gap, floor gap. So mainly on the right side, we have a bunch of unit columns of out of bounds that leak out. But we can't forget about the other side of the structure, because on this side, we have something very similar going on. 7 edge vertices. Looking at these ones, we have a floor overlap, floor overlap, floor overlap, floor overlap, floor gap, floor gap, floor gap. So it's actually the same pattern on this side that it was on the other side. But yeah, be careful if you're on this structure. And when Mario does a lava boost, he's able to reflect off of out of bounds, which means we can wedge Mario between unit columns to make him reflect.
I love watching Mario go back and forth like that. It's like my favorite thing for some reason.
We have these flare triangles near the lava fall, which have an edge vertex between them. So this is a rare case when it involves a seam between floors without there being a wall on the seam. But we can analyze it just the same and see that the edge vertex causes a floor gap. So there's not even a wall over the floor gap this time, there's just nothing there. And that's why we get unit columns of out of bounds, which extend all the way up to near this upper path. So if you try to take a shortcut by jumping over the gap, you could just end up bonking on this invisible wall and falling down. And the cool thing about this one is that it's actually used in the A button challenge. You know, where your goal is to not press A. See, bouncing off the invisible wall helps you redirect your momentum when you're doing lava boosts up the lava fall, which lets you get all the way over to the star platform without having to press A at all. Then in Dire Docks, we have this wall near the 5 yellow coins. Based on the edges, it doesn't
We should
look
watch
like
the
there's
no
any
A presses
here.
video.
It just
I don't
looks
know
like
if it's
two
one
edges
video
that
or a
should
bunch,
parallel
but
align. But what you don't see is that the floor on the bottom is bigger than you think and extends behind the wall. So really, the
That's
bottom
gotta
edge
be
looks
interesting.
like this, which means we have 2 edge vertices on the top. Now this one's weird because the edges are not at a weird angle, they're cardinally aligned, which means that it was completely doable to put these edge vertices exactly on the edge. But for whatever reason, they miss. And so
okay, I'm gonna do one more run and then take a break.
Seam seam of invisible wall, which makes this one pretty egregious. Like, if you cross over this seam, you're very likely to hit this invisible wall, compared to the other ones we've seen whose units
check
are
the
more
peak
standard. So you might bonk on it, you might try to jump up from the water
Nope.
onto the ledge and only
Alright,
manage to ledge
I'll be
grab,
back.
and you might try to run off this ledge and end up ledge grabbing instead.
Alright, I'm back. We're doing another pack, because I'm addicted. Oh shit, I just dropped it. There's gonna be a Bunnelby in the pack. Roto Stick. Cottony. Professor Research. Litleo. Alucha. Techno Radar. Carmine, I have no clue who that is. Spritzy. More research, fuck. What is that? Iron Boulder. Awesome. No Bunnelby. It's okay, that just means there's gonna be a shiny Bunnelby in-game. Let's put the video back on.
Instead, because walking into an invisible wall slows down your speed, and walking near a ledge with too little speed makes you drop down into a ledge grab instead of just walking off the edge. Then in Snowman's Land, we have this wall. The top of the wall is subdivided into two different
No
edges,
shiny
so we have
Bunnelby?
an
That's
edge vertex
fucked up.
between them, and that edge vertex
Made me a
causes an
liar.
invisible wall. And you can see that some of these unit columns only rise upwards until they meet the icy bridge. But anyway, I guess this invisible wall could actually help you if you were about to accidentally jump off, because then it could bonk you back on. Then another in Snowman's Land, we have this wall near the igloo, though two of these triangles are actually ceilings. So here are the edges, and here are the relevant edge vertices. Zooming in on them, we have a floor overlap on the left, and on the right, the vertices miss in a way
Awesome
that causes
layout?
a
What's the
floor gap,
layout?
but just a little
Oh
bit,
shit!
exactly 2 columns of out of bounds.
Why didn't
And
you
can
say
see that
so?
These columns only rise upwards until they meet
Thank
the icy
you for
bridge.
telling me.
So it seems unlikely that anyone's ever hit these ones before, since there's just
Yeah,
two
just
of
look
them,
at my
and they're in
stupid
such a
fuck
weird
ass
spot
forehead
next
for
to
the next
screen
30
wall.
minutes.
Also in Snowman's Land, we have these floor triangles on the snowman's head. Once again, this is a seam between floors with no wall in it, and the floors have an edge vertex that causes a floor gap. But do these floor gaps let through out of bounds or a ceiling? Well, why not both? See,
Why
further
not
down
both?
on the snowman, there's a ceiling that covers some of the floor gaps, but not all of them. So floor gaps to the northwest let out of bounds leak through, and floor gaps to the southeast let ceiling leak through. So it's like a hybrid invisible wall, half out of bounds, half ceiling, but 100% trouble, because one bonk on this can send you
100%
falling all the way
trouble.
down the snowman, and I mean all the way down. Then still in Snowman's Land, we have this wall near the moving snow mounds. It has 2 edge vertices on top because the wall is a trapezoid. The left edge vertex does a floor overlap, which is fine, but the right edge vertex does a floor gap, which is the problem. So all along the seam, there are unit columns of out of bounds. So if you're playing around,
I think I want to
seeing
go
snowman,
till the timer
you just
hits
bump
12
into this
hours,
invisible
at
wall.
least.
Now, there's something
That's kind of
very
my goal
interesting
for
about this
today.
invisible
I don't know
wall,
if
which has
it'll
to do with the
happen,
snow
but
mounds. If we look at it
that's
from
for
the
sure my
side
goal.
and take a sort of cross section, you can see that each of the snow mounds actually drops down into the ground and covers the invisible wall for a split second before disappearing. And the extra big snow mound covers it a lot. So this is the only invisible wall where unit columns of out of bounds continuously appear and disappear. And because of that, we can actually have the out of bounds appear into Mario, causing him to die. You get it? Like normally, out of bounds
You
prevents
get
him from
it?
going into it, but we can
You
go
get
there
it?
when the out of bounds is gone, and then it reappears into us. So basically, you can just die out of nowhere. And I should mention, if you go back into bounds, you can move around some more, but the death transition already started, and so it'll still take you out of the level. Now you have to wonder, did anyone ever die like this in the history of the game? Surely it would take like 1,000 years before this ever happened to someone by chance, right? Well, wonder no more, because it did happen to a guy named Bebop Bandit live on stream.
Bebop
So let's
Bandit.
watch.
And of course I do. Please. Please! For the love of f***ing God! What the hell? Are you f***ing kidding me?
That's an awesome clip. That guy's pissed.
What the...
It just goes to show,
That's
when
an
you have so
awesome
many people
clip.
playing the game for so many years, crazy rare stuff will happen eventually. And finally in Snowman's Land, we have this wall belonging to the green slope. You know the drill. There's an edge vertex, it misses by causing a floor gap, and so there's unit columns of out of bounds all along the seam. Now you might think this one wouldn't be too bad, because who goes on that green slope? But actually, speedrunners climb over it as a shortcut, so it could definitely cause them to bonk and mess up their run, because now you're sliding all the way down into the water. Then near the top of Tall Tall Mountain, we have this little sliver of a wall. It has one edge vertex on the bottom, and if we look closely at it, we can see that it causes floor gaps. And these are the kind of
Floor
floor gaps
gaps.
with a floor under them because the death barrier is below them. And so interestingly, we can actually just jump right into one of these floor gaps and go through the mountain, falling all the way down to the death barrier. And these floor gaps are actually used
Dude, if
to-
I found a shiny while my entire stream was just my stupid forehead, I'd be so
Because
pissed.
each floor gap makes him become airborne, which lets him dive again even though he's on a steep floor. And diving straight up this seam is the fastest way to get to the star on top of the mountain. Then in Rainbow Ride, we have this
That'd be
wall,
hype?
which
No, that'd be the
this one also
worst.
doesn't look like
That would
it should
suck
have any
so
edge
bad.
vertices. It just looks like two edges that laterally align. But if we look at the surface triangle view, you can see that there are multiple floors here. And that's because the floors on the right trigger wind, like most of the ship does, whereas the floors on the left don't trigger wind, probably to let you get up to the star more easily. So because of that extra subdivision of triangles, now we have an edge vertex on the bottom. That edge vertex causes a floor gap, so some unit columns of ceiling leak through, specifically from a ceiling on the bottom of the ship. So I don't know how often you're gonna go right there, but if you do, you could hit this invisible wall. Then in the castle grounds, we have this wall above the steps in the moat. As you'll come
It's
to
crazy
learn,
just
steps are
the
super prone to
amount of
invisible
invisible walls
since
in
each
this
step
game.
adds another
Like,
edge vertex.
the amount
This
of
one
these
has
is
two, so
insane.
let's see. The left one causes a little gap, and the right one causes a huge gap. It's off by 6 units. It's like they weren't even trying to align it. And so the result of this is that we get an extra thick invisible wall, at least compared to the other ones we've seen so far. So yeah, you might hit this one if you try jumping into the moat, and good luck if you line up with the extra thick section. And also in the castle grounds, we have this wall near the bridge. Like I said, having steps is likely to cause invisible walls, and this is no exception. So this side of the bridge has some invisible walls. But there's also the other side of the bridge, which also has a wall above these steps. That also causes a bunch of edge vertices, some of which cause floor gaps to the right of the bridge. So on this side too, there are unit columns of out of bounds. So if you ever want to go from one side of the bridge to the other, maybe just walk on the bridge instead of jumping across the corners. You'll thank me later. And then inside the castle,
You'll
we
thank
have
me
a wall
later.
above the stairs down to the basement. With this many steps, we have more edge vertices than I know what to do with. Some cause gaps, some cause overlaps, you get the idea. You know, some part of me was like, there can't be invisible walls inside the castle. Like, this is the hub area, or safe haven. But nope, even the hub area can have invisible walls, especially with how many steps there are in the castle. Well, most of the castle steps are cardinally aligned, so they don't have any issues. But the sides of these steps are at a weird angle, which is the problem. So yeah, on both sides of these stairs, there are invisible walls that could get in your way. So watch out for those. Now remember, if you jump up into a ceiling, it cuts short your upwards trajectory and then you fall down. Also remember, if you jump up into out of bounds, the horizontal component of your quarter steps gets cancelled, but you still move vertically.
You've done about 4,000 cycles? That cannot be true.
Never considered what should happen if these two cases occurred together.
That would be so
If you jump up into
immensely
out of bounds
over
with the
odds.
ceiling above you, the out of bounds cancels the horizontal component of your movement and you still move vertically, completely ignoring the ceiling. In other words, the ceiling has no effect. You can just go straight up into the ceiling hitbox.
Oh my god, if that was right, I'd lose my
It
mind.
extends up into the ceiling. So here, if we jump up into the invisible wall, it lets us pass straight through the ceiling, putting
It's like
us next to the
800.
upstairs key door. This trick is
800.
actually used in the 120 star task, since it's the fastest way to go.
I'm
from the
still like
courtyard
hella
upstairs.
over odds.
And the last example, in the Snowman's Land room, we have yet another staircase. whose
Oh my
sides are
goodness.
So
If
lots
I'm
of
seeing
edge
like
vertices, and some of them cause floor gaps. And
8
the result is that
Pokemon
we get some unit columns
every
of
time,
out
how
of
many
bounds.
is there?
Not too
2,
many, just 8
4,
of them. So watch out for those when you're making your way
2,
through
4,
this room.
6.
So yeah, that's the fourth cause of invisible walls, which we're gonna call
that
floor
it?
gap due to
2, 4,
misaligned edge vertex. And so now
7,
let's
and
look
then
at
like
the
counting the
process. So
Pidgey, that's
remember that
8.
structure we had before,
That's like
where it was
6,400
Let's look
encounters.
at it from above again. Remember, when this structure rotated, the 2 floor edges making up the seam stayed perfectly flush with no gaps between them.
That's
But
over
now
odds.
focus
That's
your attention on
sufficiently
this
over.
vertex of the upper step. If we move this vertex to a slightly different spot, then the 2 floor edges aren't flush anymore.
And I don't even know if I'm like generating encounters from up there and
You
shit.
can see that there are now floor gaps, which could cause invisible walls.
We haven't checked the
Geometry
Pidgey in a
like
bit.
this
I'll go
happens
check the
in the game.
Pidgey.
There are vertices that are meant to be aligned, but for whatever reason, they're a bit off. You know how the previous cause of invisible walls stemmed from a misaligned edge
Fuck
vertex?
ass Marie.
That one was at least understandable, because the edge vertex had to have integer coordinates, so it couldn't be placed exactly on the edge. But in this new case, there's really no excuse. The programmers literally just didn't line up 2 floor vertices that could have easily been lined up, causing there to be floor gaps. So let's look at some examples. In Cool Mountain, we have this wall.
Nolan got that
Here,
Pidgey that's out of range
focus on
is shiny in
So
his
let's go to a top-down
world,
view, show the
which is
floors, and now
messed
we
up.
see
It's just like out of
the
range and you
highlighter should
cannot
have
get
lined
it.
up with this other another vertex.
If that's
but
my
instead
first
of
shiny
exactly
after
coinciding,
like
we have two
9
vertices
hours
and
of
one
shiny
unit
hunting, I'm gonna
and all
snap.
because the programmers didn't line them up right. So because of that, we have some gaps along the seam. And it's not a ceiling or out of bounds that's below these floor gaps, but another floor. Specifically,
I guess I could check over here as
so the
well.
result of this is that we're able to jump into these floor gaps, assuming we do it at the corner.
You're
where the
only
wall
like
is too
bottom
small to push
20%
us
odds.
in. And by
Yeah,
going
there's
through
so
this
much
gap,
lower
we
for
don't
me to
necessarily
go.
die, we can actually land all the way down here. That's why this technique is used in the 120 star tasks, because it's the fastest way to get to the wall kicks will work star. Then in shifting sand land, we have these two floors in the quicksand, which presumably share a vertex over here. But if we zoom in, we can see that their vertices are actually 5 units apart. That means all along the seam between those two triangles, there are unit columns of out of bounds. Not very good, because if you're riding the shell over that seam, then there's a chance your shell might break out of nowhere and you'll die.
It's crazy because when I'm shiny hunting on my main with the shiny charm and doing the fast quick travel method, it's so fast. Like 40 minutes would be upper amount of time for a shiny on that count. And now I'm like 8 hours deep on this account, which is insane.
Pero man, ¿qué es este juego? ¿Por qué te estafa así?
Then in White Dry World, we have this wall that lies on the seam between floors. If we focus on the lower right vertex, we can see that it misses the upper right vertex by 1 unit. So all along the seam, there are units of out of bounds that leak out. And so when you're collecting that ring of 8 coins, you might accidentally bonk on this invisible wall. Then in Tall Tall Mountain, we have this wall near the rolling log. We're gonna focus on this vertex on the right, but also there's an edge vertex on the left that we should also look at. So if we zoom in on them, we can see that the edge vertex misses by causing a floor gap, and for the other vertex we highlighted, it's off by where it should be by 1 unit. So all along the seam, unit columns of ceiling leak out from the ceiling on the underside of the structure. And hey, this is the invisible wall that I showed in the intro. Remember that? You were so innocent back then, you had no idea how deep this rabbit hole went. Then still in Tall Tall
You were
Mountain,
so
we have this
innocent
wall
back
triangle. Note that the triangle next to it is actually a floor,
My
not a
brain
wall.
is melting,
Now we're
dude.
gonna
Give me a
focus on this
shiny,
vertex. Zooming
please,
in on
please,
it, we
please,
can see
please,
that it's
please,
off by
please.
1 unit, which means that all along the seam there are floor gaps with floor under them because the death barrier is below here. And so it's actually possible to just fall right through one of those floor gaps and fall to the death barrier. Now,
Cheeks
this was
looked
the
a
last
little
main
red.
example of floor gaps with floor
Are they?
under them, aka
Nope.
the kinds of floor gaps you can just jump into. But there are a few other examples that aren't as interesting because you can't jump all the way into them. But they're still worth mentioning, so let's briefly go through them. In Cool Cool Mountain, there's some floor gaps at the start of this bridge, so whenever you walk over this seam, you could enter freefall.
I'm really hoping it's like a fletchling or a bunnelby at this point.
If you try to fall into one of these floor gaps, the wall pushes you out before you're all the way through. Also in Cool Cool Mountain, there are some floor gaps in the wall kicks will work area at the start of this icy bridge. If you try to enter these, you get pushed to the side by the walls. In Snowman's Land, there are some floor gaps right where this walkway connects to the bully platform. If you try to enter these, you get pushed to the side by the wall. And in Tall Tall Mountain, there are some floor gaps right near the Monty Moles. Like the others, if you try to enter these, you get pushed to the side by the wall. So yeah, I just wanted to point those out. And now back to the real examples. Lastly, in the castle grounds, we have these two walls.
Dude, I have mac and cheese in the
So this
fridge.
one's
I'm gonna...
a 2-for-1 special.
I'm hella
This
eating that
vertex
later.
misses by a bit, and this vertex also misses by a bit. So all along the seam of both of these walls, we have unit columns of out of bounds that leak through. So if you want to be like Yoshi and jump into the
Mac and cheese has got to be like an S tier food when it's made real good with like the breadcrumbs on top and shit.
Floor gap due to misaligned vertices. And with that,
Bird
it means
check,
we've
I'm
done the
down.
left side of the
We
punch
just
floor
did
gap.
it, but I'm
We're
down
focused
for
on the
another
floor
one.
edges failing to line up. Next, we're gonna do the right side.
Anything for a change of scenery.
And the ceiling edge failing to line up. You might get some deja vu as I explain it, because we're going to be going through a similar process to what we did before, but everything will be a little different. So, let's look at the sixth cause.
Nope.
So consider a box. Just a
That bird is
regular
not
roll box.
shiny.
On the top there's a floor, on the bottom there's a ceiling, and on the sides there are walls. Now we're going to look at...
I got some shorter videos if we want to break.
This time I'm going to draw the
I
floor from
mean,
the top of the box, and
but the
ceiling from the bottom.
prediction, right?
Right right now, the two rectangles
Like,
exactly coincide.
how do
so
I
it just
justify
looks
that?
But I assure you, both a floor rectangle and a ceiling rectangle are being drawn. So this time, we're going to focus on the floor rectangle south edge
I'm the
and
only
ceiling
doubter?
rectangle south
Damn.
edge.
Are you
Or in
willing
other
to
words, the edge at the top of the
get
wall
rid of your
versus the
points
edge at
like
the
that?
bottom of the wall. The question we're going to be analyzing is, do these two edges line up, or does one jut
I
out
like
more
Pan
than
and
the other?
Coke's voice,
On the unit
so
grid,
I don't
you
mind
can see that
listening
these
to
two
him
edges
talk
have
for
the same
another hour and a half.
coordinates,
But
so
if
they
we
do
want to
line up.
change the
Now,
scenery,
if
I'm
we see any
down.
red area, then we know the ceiling is jutting out more. And if we see any blue area, then we know the floor is jutting out more. But if all we see is purple, then we know the floor edge
I feel like
and
I gotta
ceiling edge are
uphold the
exactly
integrity of
aligned.
the
So let's
prediction.
put the structure back to a top-down view, and now let's rotate it. Still, the floor edge and the ceiling edge stay exactly in sync, so neither one juts out more. See, the two edges exactly match in terms of their lateral coordinates. So let's rotate the structure back to normal, and now we're going to modify it. Now it's two steps going to the right, and you can see this change reflected on the unit grid, because now the floor is subdivided into two rectangles, while the ceiling is still just one rectangle. And if you notice, the floor now has two edge vertices, because these vertices are
Almost
meant to lie
in,
exactly on
yeah.
the ceiling
We're
edges
going to
of the
8
wall.
hours on
Now, since
this.
the whole structure is cardinally aligned, it's easy for the edge vertices to lie exactly on their edges, and so no ceiling leaks through. On the 3D structure on the left, that means that this vertex exactly lines up with this edge. So let's clear all of that, put the structure back to a top-down view, and now let's rotate it again. You can see that now we run into the same issue from earlier because we have edge vertices at weird angles. For example, let's stop it here. At this angle, it's impossible for the edge vertex to lie in its edge, because the edge vertex has to be at integer coordinates, but the edge doesn't go through any integer coordinates. And so the edge vertex just has to pick integer coordinates that are close to the edge. In this case, the result is that the ceiling edge juts out a bit from the floor edge, because we can see some red area. Now if the edge vertex were here instead, then the floor would be jutting out because we can see some blue area. That would be fine, since it means the floor covers the entire ceiling and some extra. In fact, that's what's happening on the other side of the structure. But since the edge vertex is here, now we have an issue, because the ceiling juts out.
I want to hella
so the
race a
ceiling
game
leaks through.
soon.
To see this, we
We haven't done a like random game race in a while. I feel like rabbits would be fun to race. We could race rabbits too.
And ceiling, then I'm coloring it purple. Then add the arrows, and then fill in the unit squares. And so we can see that some of the unit squares are ceiling with no floor to cover them. Consequently, those ceiling units leak through the leaning
I wonder
wall
what the
and cause
playtime
loose
estimate
walls.
on that game
And
is.
so, any structure that resembles this structure could have the same problem.
Because I'm hella down for
Floor
like an
could have the
8-hour
edge
race, but I
vertex,
know
the
some
ceiling
people
could have
aren't.
the edge vertex. They
I'll
could
be
both
honest,
have
yeah,
edge
but that's like
vertices.
part of the
In
fun,
fact,
right? Like
structures
Poly
that
Bridge
can
was
go
also
this
miserable,
or
but
like
kind of
this,
fun because
or
it was
like this.
miserable.
Basically, it'll be a structure where on top there's a floor, on the bottom there's a ceiling, and on the side there are walls. Then you need the floor edges at the top of the wall and the ceiling edges at the bottom of the wall to be subdivided differently. That causes there to be edge vertices, which are intended to line up with an edge. But if the structure is at a weird angle, then the edge vertex might be misaligned from its edge, allowing some ceiling to leak through. So to recap, we looked at 4 scenarios. Whether there was no
I think
edge
it's like a
vertex or
long
there
game
was an edge
too.
vertex,
We could always split
whether
it
the
up into
structure
2
was
days.
cardinally aligned or
But
at a weird
I
angle,
like
and
long,
only when there was an
painful
edge
races.
vertex at a weird angle did
I
the
like
ceiling
doing
jut out.
painful
So
long
those are the 2 main
things.
ingredients.
As
Now
you
let's look at
can
the
guess
situation
by
from
what
the
I'm doing
side.
right now.
So, consider the box again. Let's put it sideways.
We haven't
Take the cross
even
section.
taken like the
As we saw in the
first
previous
step of this
demonstration,
challenge.
some
Think
boundary
about
can
that.
cause these 2
I
points
have to
be
catch
misaligned.
a shiny
The
for
wall
each
triangle will end
area.
up slanted.
I have to
So
fill
just like
out
last time,
5
we're gonna
dex
look at
entries
5
for
different
this
alignments in
area.
the upper portion.
There's more
This
required
time,
catches
instead
in
of
this
checking whether
game.
2 floors
Like, we haven't
cover
even
half
taken the
boundary,
first
we're
step,
checking
and
whether
we're
one
8
floor
hours
completely
deep.
covers a ceiling. So let's start with the wall being perfectly vertical.
Oh
In
my
this
god,
case,
it's all
the floor
sinking
is
in.
exactly flush with the edge of the ceiling. If we show the hitboxes, we can see that the floor completely covers
Story.
the ceiling hitbox.
Main story 22 hours for rabbits? That cannot be true. That's gotta be like somebody who sucks at the
Next, let's
game.
look at leaning very far back. Here,
That
the wall
cannot be
triangle
true.
is so slanted that it's now a ceiling. So that's an extra ceiling that the floor now needs to cover. But if we show the hitboxes,
That's gotta just be somebody who's like ass at the game. Like if you beat all the levels first try, it's gotta be like 8 hours you've done.
Here, the wall triangle is still a wall, just a slightly leaning wall. If we show the hitboxes again, we can see that the floor still covers the whole ceiling. This time with a little bit of floor to
Yeah, but
spare.
like, I'm
This
good
way,
at strategy
it's
games, so I'll be done in like
Let's
8
skip ahead and
hours.
look at leaning very far forwards. Here, the wall triangle is so slanted the other way that it's now a floor. If we show the hitboxes, we can see that the two floors together cover all of the ceiling. Like, the original floor no longer covers the whole ceiling because its left edge is to the right of the ceiling's left edge. But fortunately,
Check
the new floor is there to pick up the
speedrun.com.
slack and cover that.
I'm down.
So this case gets a happy face. And then finally, let's look at leaning a little forwards. Here, the wall triangle is still a wall, just a slightly leaning wall. Now let's show the hitboxes. You can see that in this case, some of the ceiling leaks through the leaning wall, because walls don't cover.
Oh, I'm
ceiling
looking at the wrong...
hitboxes.
Fuck
It's just
Urbane,
like I said
dude.
earlier, walls that lean slightly
I'm looking
forward
at
are taking
the
on
wrong one.
responsibility of a floor
What is it?
and
Rabbids
powers of a floor. So I'm gonna
versus
give this
Mario.
case an angry face. So to recap,
Or
we looked at
Rabbids.
5
Oh,
slants
Sparks
and
of
only a
Hope.
wall that's leaning slightly forward that ceiling
There's
can't
only...
through. And
What is that?
versions
4
of
runs?
continuously,
And
you
it's
can
2
see
hours. Yeah, it's
narrow
2
corners
hours.
that lets the ceiling leak through. Specifically, the wall triangle has to be leaning forward so that the ceiling juts out more than the floor, but the wall can't be leaning too far forwards or else it acts as a floor that covers that distance. And finally, let's look at the side view and the top down.
It's gotta be like 8 hours is like a good estimate that I feel.
Just a uniform shade of
It's gotta be like I said, 22 hours is the estimate for somebody who sucks balls at the game.
floor juts out more than the ceiling, but that doesn't cause any trouble.
That's gotta be what that
It's
is.
perfectly vertical. It's also a uniform shade of purple, which is fine. When the wall leans a little forwards, now we see some red, meaning the ceiling juts out more than the floor, so some ceiling might be leaking through the leaning wall. And when the wall leans very far forwards, then the wall becomes a floor that covers the ceiling.
22 hours is for your aunt and
And a
uncle
uniform shade of
estimate.
purple,
Your
which is fine.
50-year-old aunt and
So,
uncle.
It's only the one case where ceiling leaks through. And let me clarify something. Last time we looked at floor gaps, which actually had 3 different subcases. It could be a floor gap with a floor under it.
What do you mean last time,
that lets the
Panenkoic?
grounds leak through, or a floor gap that lets ceiling leak through. But this time, there's just
We gotta
one
do like
case.
the normal
The ceiling
mode.
juts out, ceiling leaks
We'd
through.
hella have
So
to
I
do
just
the
wanted to
normal
clarify
mode.
that bit of asymmetry. And so now, let's look at some examples.
There's gotta be some
On our
challenge.
battlefield, we have this gray tunnel. Here's the wall, and you can see that the edges at the top and bottom of the wall are subdivided differently, which causes there to be edge vertices. So let's go to a top-down view, show the floors on the top of the tunnel, and you can see that on the underside of the tunnel, we have some ceilings. So let's add those to our map as well. Now we're going to zoom in on each edge vertex. On all 4 of these edge vertices, you can see some red area, meaning the ceiling juts out more than the floor. And so the result is that all along this edge, there are ceiling units.
I feel like we've been on 7 hours,
Something
50
in
minutes for like 50
But
minutes.
we can't forget about the other
I feel
side.
like my timer's not
Here,
moving
we
as
have
fast
something
as it
very
once
similar
did.
going on. Another 4 edge vertices. But will the ceiling jut out or the floor jut out? Let's see. First the ceiling juts out, then the floor juts out, then the ceiling juts out, then the floor juts out. So interestingly, we
It
actually
slows
end
us
up with
all.
only 2
No,
ceiling
dude,
units
I'm
up
not that
there.
old.
One at each of the 2
I'm like
vertices
still
where the
young.
ceiling jutted out.
I have
So
youth
that's the
ahead
cool
of
thing
me.
about this type of invisible wall.
I'm
Sometimes there will
youthful.
just be a single unit column sticking out right at the ceiling vertex itself. And now I'll show you another cool thing you can do with invisible walls, walking in midair, then down warping. So how does that work? Well, let me explain. So as you know, Mario's movement consists of him moving using quarter steps. Now, the quarter step function in the code has a return value. You can basically think of the return value as the status for how the quarter step went. In total, there are 4 possible values that can be returned. First, the movement succeeded. This is basically the default value and means nothing unexpected happened. Second, Mario became airborne. This happens when you leave the ground. Third, the movement got cancelled, either because Mario moved into a ceiling or out of bounds. And fourth, Mario hit a wall, which happens when Mario
You know,
hits a
I think
wall.
I'm a Pichu
Now, the
believer.
quarter step
I think
function
my
can
first
only
shiny is
return
gonna be a
one of these
Pichu.
values. So even if it seems like multiple things happened, the function just has to pick one and return it. So for example, let's say we have a setup like this and Mario does a quarter step. This quarter step both leaves the ground and moves into a ceiling that cancels.
This just
The
means,
function can't
like,
return
I'll
both
get the
sides.
next shiny
Therefore,
way
if the
under
movement got
odds.
canceled,
Like,
it
it'll
has to
be
pick one.
2
In this
hours
case,
and I'll
it
get
means
it.
that the movement got canceled. That one takes priority. So what happens here is that the movement gets canceled and Mario ends up pushing in
Like,
place.
that's gotta be
It's not
the
being
gambler's
airborne.
phylactery.
Here's what that looks
And
like
it's
in the game.
true.
Mario's movement gets canceled even though the quarter step goes off the edge.
What do you mean,
But now
sure,
consider this.
dude?
Let's say Mario's walking into a
That's
ceiling,
gotta be a
and suddenly
microaggression.
The floor moves out from under him. You'd think he would fall down, but that's not what happens. He's actually able to stay in the air, walking into the ceiling. See, the normal way that the game realizes that Mario's airborne is by checking the return value of the quarter step function and seeing if it's the airborne option. But as we just established, if Mario walks into a ceiling and the air at the same time, then the quarter step function...
I hella cannot make a YouTube video out of this. We've been watching Pan and Coic for 3 hours.
So at no point does the game realize
Or,
that Mario
we've been
is
watching it for
airborne,
2
and
hours,
instead,
but...
he's just allowed to continue moving into the ceiling in midair. An easy place to see this is on this
Okay,
elevator.
I'll go
in
check the
Boo's
Pichu.
Haunt. We can walk into the ceiling next to the elevator, and then Mario stays in place pushing even as the elevator moves away. Now when you're in this state, there are a few things you can do. You can press A to jump out of it. You can press B.
You're not
to
shiny,
punch in
are you?
place, And you
Damn.
can press Z, which downward
What if I
pushes
just
the
get
ground
closer?
while
What if
pressing.
it's...
Why
I'm
does
not
it
in
downward
range
here?
to see it
Well,
shiny.
when you press Z while you're moving, you go into the crouch sliding action. Now, an interesting thing about the sliding actions is that they tilt Mario based on the floors around him. See, even though Mario's on a flat floor, the sliding action
They do
causes
call
him to
that
tilt
long-form
based on a hill
content.
next to him. Here's the function in the code.
8 hours reached. Let's
You
go.
can see that the first thing this function
Here's
does
to
is
8
set
more.
Mario's height to be at the height of the floor
No,
below
dude.
him. So that means every
If I
time
go
you slide, you gain
16-hour
10
dry
seconds.
streak
Also,
on my first shiny, I'm gonna snap.
specifically, this floor
That
snap
is not
happens
okay
every
to
frame,
envision.
except if your last quarter step became airborne. You know, because they didn't want you to get a big down warp when you slide off the edge. So let's say you're in midair and you're walking into a ceiling. Then you press Z to crouch slide into the ceiling. The first quarter step of the crouch slide enters the ceiling hitbox and gets cancelled. So the return value of that quarter step is that it got cancelled.
Rain World's coming up, that's true. If you hit the Rain World roll off of this, that's gonna be hype.
And so he gets
I won't even
down
be
warp to
mad.
the floor below him. So that's how the down warp works in Big Boo's Haunt. So this mostly explains how I down warped earlier. I walked into a ceiling in midair and then pressed Z. But how did I initiate walking in midair without standing on a platform that moves out from under me? Well, it has to do with the turning around action. See, when Mario starts turning around, he goes into the turning around action. Then a bit later,
When Mario
he
starts
transitions
turning
into the
around, he
walking
starts
action.
turning around.
No, because he finished turning around. Here's the code for the turning
I'm gonna
around
do the
action.
rolls on
Use the
stream?
right
I don't
button.
know.
So if
Maybe,
Mario's
maybe,
done
maybe,
turning
maybe.
around, specifically, if the turning around animation is completed, then Mario goes into the walking action. Now,
I get all
later,
nervous
we have
about
some
streaming
other
my
important
Chrome.
code.
Like, I don't have
This one
anything to
says
hide,
the
really,
steps
but
result in
I don't
becoming
know why it
airborne,
freaks
then
me
Mario
out.
goes into the free fall action. So you can see the issue. Let's say on the same frame, Mario both leaves the ground and finishes turning around. Then first, his action gets set to free fall, and then second, his action gets set to walking. So that first action change gets overridden by the second action change. And so even though Mario left the ground, he still ends up in the walking action. Now this exploit by itself just results in one frame of walking in the air before transitioning to free fall
income.
on the next frame.
Yeah, I could do
But
that.
let's say we use that one frame of walking in the air to walk into out of bounds. Now Mario stays walking in midair and can down warp by pressing Z. We can also use that one frame of walking in the air to walk into a ceiling, which also lets us down warp. Now since invisible walls are made of out of bounds and ceilings, we can also do the trick on them by walking in midair and then pressing Z to down warp. So let me summarize everything. I did a turnaround and then walked off the edge on the same frame that the turnaround ended. That first set my action to free fall, but then overrode it with the walking action. So I was in midair, but still in the walking action. Then I walked into the invisible wall, so the quarter step return value was that the quarter step got canceled, not that I left the ground. Because of that, the game didn't know that I should have become airborne, and so it just let me walk in midair. And finally, I pressed the
Swagmaster's
downward
getting
because
so
the
many
crouch
points,
sliding action
dude.
aligns Mario
You hate
with
to
the
see
floor
it.
if it doesn't become airborne. And here, it didn't become airborne, it got canceled, because I crouch slid into the invisible wall. So a lot going on there, but that's how you can down warp on basically any invisible wall. Then still in Bob on Battlefield,
Let me
we have
free.
this wall on the mountain.
Put me
This is
down.
the wall with the lower alcove. Now, there's one triangle on the wall that's actually classified as a ceiling. So let's mark that ceiling's edges as well. So that gives us 4 edge vertices. And as you can see, all 4 of them have the ceiling jut out more than the floor. So that means both on the ceiling of the alcove and along that little extra
8 to
ceiling,
9?
we have
That's a
ceiling
good
columns
hour.
leading through. Luckily, none of
We
them
find
block the
it
entrance of the
in this
alcove
hour.
itself.
That's a good
If you're
hour.
on top of the mountain, you could hit this invisible wall if you try to cross above this edge. Then right above that previous wall, we have this wall on the mountain. This is the wall with the upper alcove, which if you remember, already had an invisible wall in it. But anyway, we have 4 edge vertices on the ceiling of the alcove. So let's see. Floor juts out, ceiling juts out, ceiling juts out. So basically, just on the right side of the alcove ceiling, we have some ceiling columns leaking through. So you could hit these if you try to travel above the alcove. Now, speedrunners actually come out of that upper alcove and side flip up to King Babam, potentially going right through the invisible wall. So if you ever try that side flip and you only manage to ledge grab, you probably got blocked by that invisible wall. Then in Jolly Roger Bay, we have this wall on the sunken ship. The wall is a diamond shape, so it has 2 edge vertices, one at the top corner and one at the bottom corner. You can see that both edge vertices let the ceiling jut out, and it juts out by a lot. So once again, we have a really thick invisible wall. Now this is our first invisible wall.
You still
that's
feeling
stems from
Fletchling,
surface triangles on
RTN? You
an
think I'm getting that shiny
because the sunken
Fletchling
ship is
first?
an object and not just static geometry. And the thing about objects is that they're only tangible when Mario's within a certain radius around them. For example, if you're standing on an object and you jump up too high, you may notice your shadow change.
RTN thinks I'm getting nothing.
Jump up too high,
I'm not getting a
its
shiny.
tangibility radius, and so the object stops being tangible. In other words, the object stops loading its surface triangles, and so your shadow drops from on top of the object to just on top of the ground. So let's go back to the sunken ship. The invisible walls here stem from the ship's ceiling triangles. In other words, these invisible walls only exist when the ship's surface triangles are loaded. And that
You know what's
only
fucked up? I
happens
can't
when
secretly
Mario
watch
is within
network
this
stream on the
radius
side
around
because
the
I'm
ship.
doing the
So if
media
Mario's
share through
outside of that
Chrome,
radius, the ship
and
won't
it'll
have these
stream
surface
network's audio.
triangles, and so effectively, there are no invisible walls outside of the radius. And so going forward, all invisible walls stemming from object triangles will have their height capped at the object's tangibility radius. So here, you can see that if we swim above the invisible wall, nothing happens, since the ship is intangible when we're this far away from it. But if we swim a little lower down into the invisible wall, then the ceiling triangles are loaded and affect Mario, causing him to downwarp. Because remember, when you're in water, ceiling hitboxes downwarp you to the bottom of their hitbox.
What the what?
What
just
the
happened?
what?
What just happened?
Then in Cool Cool Mountain, we have this wall on the side of this snowy bridge. It's just a triangle, so it has one.
I haven't watched a
vertex
video
on the
this long in a
bottom.
while.
If we zoom in, you can see that the ceiling juts out, meaning we have ceiling columns all along this edge. And I really like the way this one looks. It's very aesthetically pleasing. But anyway, if you're sliding down this path, be wary of jumping off to the right side here. Then still in Cool Cool Mountain, we have
I
this
watched
wall
the
here that kicks the
AMSA
work area.
video
It has
again
one edge vertex on the
for the
top,
first time in
and
a
when we
while,
zoom
and
in,
it's
you
such
can
a
see
good
that the ceiling
video.
juts out. So we have
But
a
I think
decent
Awesome
thick
Sauce, the
wall, which
guy who
juts
made
out
it,
farther
isn't
away
doing
from the
melee
edge.
content
Now you might
anymore,
think,
which is a
who would ever
shame.
run into this invisible wall? Like, you're not just gonna jump off the edge right there, right? Well, not exactly. You see, speedrunners jump down that way to get to the wall kicks will work star. So let's take a look at some past attempts.
What? How am I standing here? Oh. Mario?
What the fu- Oh my. Oh my.
That looks so funny.
So
That's
what's
like
going on
crazy.
with those? Mario's doing some weird animations. Well, let me explain. Firstly, when Mario's on a steep floor, he slides down. You can even slide into ceilings and out of bounds, in which case your movement gets cancelled and you just stay sliding in place. And note that when you're sliding, you can use the control stick to tilt Mario's upper body. Now usually when you're in a sliding action, your animation updates every frame to be the sliding animation. But there's an oversight in the sliding code, because if you're sliding and your movement gets cancelled, either from moving into a ceiling or out of bounds, then Mario's animation doesn't get set to the sliding animation. Instead, you just keep whatever animation you are already in. I mean here, I was already in the sliding animation when I started sliding into out of bounds, so I kept that sliding animation. But let me demonstrate it with a different animation. Here, I do the pushing animation and then start sliding into out of bounds. The sliding into out of bounds doesn't update Mario's animation, and so his animation stays as pushing, even though he's actually sliding. And when you're in this state, you can still use the control stick to tilt Mario's upper body. So going back to Cool Mountain, you can see that the invisible wall here is right
Back
next
to
to a
Cool
steep floor
Mountain.
that makes you slide. So we can use the invisible wall to
That
let us
Simple
slide in place
Flips
with various
crowd
other
control run he did for
animations.
charity is like one of my
Here I
favorite
slide in
videos of
place with
his.
backflipping
That video is so
animation.
good.
So it doesn't even look like Mario landed yet, even though he's actually on the ground sliding. Here I slide in the jumping animation, and remember, I can still tilt Mario's upper body, which looks pretty funny in this animation. It definitely wasn't intended to handle that. Here I slide in the walking animation. This one also looks pretty silly when you tilt him, especially because he's just running in place. Where are you trying to get to, Mario?
Green Demon.
Trying to go somewhere? Oh, almost got there. Come on, Mario, you can do it. Oh, almost there. Come on, a little more.
You gotta be
Oh, there we
looking.
go. Here I do a triple
What do you
jump
mean
into
I gotta
it,
be
so I slide in
looking?
the
I am
triple jump
looking.
animation. And here I slide in the sparkly triple jump animation, which results in Mario somersaulting for
Looking
forever.
at Pan and Coic video or looking at
In the
Pokemon?
ACD's cave, we have this wall on this little floating structure. It has two edge vertices on the bottom. So will the floor jut out or the ceiling jut out? On this first vertex, actually neither one
Yeah,
juts out. They're
yeah.
exactly aligned. So give it up for the programmers, guys. They made an edge vertex that exactly lies on its edge. No one thought it could be done, but here we are. Well, to be fair, this edge is at a 45-degree angle, so not exactly a weird angle. And then for the other edge vertex, the ceiling juts out. So actually, that results in just one ceiling column of invisible wall, right at the vertex itself. But then there's also the other side of the structure, which is like a mirror image of the first side. So we have two edge vertices, one of them lines up exactly, and the other one lets the ceiling jut out. So on this side too, we have another ceiling column all by itself. So I actually don't know if anyone's ever hit these ones before, given how little area they cover. Then in Lethal Lava Land, we have this wall at the start of the walkway. There's one edge vertex at the bottom. Now the edge vertex misses its edge, but it's interesting, because to the left, this causes a floor gap with out of bounds units, and to the right, this causes the ceiling to jut out with ceiling units. So it's once again a hybrid invisible wall, with some out of bounds and some ceiling. So be careful when you jump onto the start of this path, because you will get burned if you mess up.
You
Then
will
in
get
Snowman's
burned.
Land, we
You
have
won't
this
get
wall on
burned.
the
It's
ledge with
like
the
a
tree.
snow
It
level.
has one edge vertex on
Why
the
is he
bottom. Now,
lying?
this one's also a hybrid in a sense, because on the left we have a floor gap with ceiling leaking through, and on the right we have the ceiling jutting out more than the floor does. So that means all along this edge there are ceiling columns leaking through. So if you're ever climbing up the snowman and then you randomly have your height cut short or bonked while you're crossing this edge, now you know why. Then still in Snowman's Land, we have this section near the top of the snowman. This one's a little weird because it doesn't involve a wall. Instead, to the left we have a ceiling, so let's mark the ceiling's edge, and to the right we have a floor, so let's mark the floor's edge. And so basically, the edge vertex is here because the floor vertex is meant to lie on the ceiling's edge. Now the edge vertex misses, which means that farther to the right, we have the ceiling jutting out more than the floor. And so all along this edge, we have some invisible wall from the ceiling leaking through. This one could get in your way if you try cutting across the corner while climbing the snowman. But also, this invisible wall is next to a floor so steep that you can't stand on it or slide on it. You just fall off of it. So a cool thing you can do is wedge Mario between the floor and the invisible wall, and he just kind of gets stuck there in the falling animation. But it is possible to get out of it.
Yeah, no.
Mario's just dead. Mario dead.
No, no. What? I've never seen that. What?
Then in Tall Mountain, we have this wall near the rolling log. See, there's There's a reason I picked this place to use for the intro, and it's because there's so many invisible walls around here that I figured the most people would relate to bumping into one of them. Then we also have one on this wall, which includes that part on the left without a wall.
Jujutsu Kaisen Season 3 is coming out soon. I'm pretty excited for that.
So that means to the left, we have some invisible wall from the ceiling jutting.
When it first came out, I hella thought I wouldn't be into it. But I thought it would be like a Naruto or a Dragon Ball Z type show. But I've hella been it. It's my favorite show now, I feel like.
So yet another hybrid case. So yeah, this area is even more hazardous.
So that's my anime rec, if anyone watches anime and needs a recommendation. Most mainstream recommendation ever.
So stay tuned for that.
But I'm so excited for Season 3.
What the fuck was that?
I'm checking the Pichu, and then I'm checking the Pidgey. Be shiny. Just do it.
What? Oh my god.
Then still in Tall Mountain, at the top of the waterfall, we have these two walls. It's another alcove, and alcoves seem to be basically as bad as stairs are. But anyway, we have two edge vertices.
Alright, Pidgey's gonna be shiny.
So along both ceiling edges, we have some invisible wall. Though it's much more concentrated on the left side than it is on the right side. So basically, if you try to enter the
Oh
alcove
my
from above,
god.
you might get blocked by this invisible wall. Then in the Tall Mountain slide, we have the first arch. Remember when I said the first arch was fine because it had a floor on top, unlike the second and third arches?
Yeah, give me a sample. I've been running around for 8 hours. I deserve it.
Ready for them back then. But you can see that its shape creates a ton of edge vertices, so it's almost guaranteed that some of them will let ceiling leak out. And then there's also the other side of the arch. There's not actually a wall on this side, but I'm still drawing a theoretical wall just to help you see the shape of the arch. So on this side too, we have a bunch of edge vertices, some of which let ceiling leak through.
Fuck.
And the invisible wall on this side is basically a mirror image of the invisible wall on the other side. So while you can go on top of the first arch, unlike the second and third arches, there are still some invisible walls to worry about. Then in the huge version of Tiny Huge Island, we have this wall, one edge vertex at the bottom, which
The huge
lets ceiling
version.
get out, so we have some invisible wall to the right of the edge vertex. But we're actually not done yet, because on this wall too, we have something going on. Two more edge vertices that both let ceiling jut out, so we have some invisible wall on this edge too. So I guess if you ever wanted to just jump off one of these two edges, then these invisible walls could get in your way. Or just think of them as guardrails keeping you on for your own safety. And then in the tiny version of Tiny Huge Island, we have basically the same thing. Well, only for the first invisible wall. The second invisible wall actually isn't present at all here. But for this one, it's just one more invisible wall that you have to worry about. Then in Tick-Tock Clock, we have this wall on, you guessed it, more stairs. So that's 3 edge vertices. The outer 2 line up exactly, but the middle one lets the ceiling jut out. So just near that middle vertex,
I'm like
we have some
craving
invisible
popcorn
wall,
for some
specifically
reason.
on the first and second steps. But then we also have the other side of the stairs. Note that the wall on this side doesn't include the upper 2
I wanna go to a
steps, because
movie
the wall for
theater.
those 2 steps is a bit further out in order to
I'm gonna be
flush with
making
the treadmill.
shmoney?
But that
Why,
means
why are
we
you
just
making
have 2
shmoney?
edge vertices. One of them lines up exactly, and the other one lets the ceiling jut out. So on this side of the stairs, we have some invisible wall just on the first step. And so these invisible walls are pretty bad, because they might kill you on the very first
Oh,
jump
you
in
think
the
I'm
level,
getting
a
it?
couple seconds in.
You're a believer? Oh no, you're a doubter. What the fuck? I thought when you wanted me to end the prediction earlier that you were sacrificing your points. You're way scummier than I thought.
And since Tick-Tock Clock is a vertical stage, that means invisible walls here.
No,
are
I'm
much
getting
greater.
the
Because now the invisible
shiny.
wall can affect you at later parts of the level too. This invisible wall goes all the way up until it meets this walkway. But more importantly, it's right in the middle of this gap you have to jump over, where sometimes it gets cut off a bit by this rotating triangle.
Don't worry
Every
about it. Go
time
back
you
to
jump
bed.
over this gap, you have to worry about this invisible wall. And bonking in
Yeah, but
Tick-Tock
I'm still
Clock
shiny
means
hunting during
falling
it.
far down, often with dire consequences. So
No.
it's pretty unfortunate for speedrunners, but that's just the way it is.
Oh, I get what you mean.
Oh, my cock, dude.
And speedrunners will also try to jump
Did
down
he
this
say my
clock until
cock,
they get
dude?
against
Is
it,
that what
which
just
goes
got
right through
censored?
this invisible wall. So you could easily bonk during that jump too.
Alright, so I can do it here and there's no invisible.
What?
What?
Okay.
I love the clips. That's the best part of the video for me is the clips of people bumping into the walls. See, your cheeks look red as hell, but I know you're not shiny. You fuckhead. Like, look how red those cheeks are. I can't believe it, I'll be honest.
Oh my god, another wall!
That guy's hella funny. I'm sitting back in my chair.
We have this wall on the treadmill. Because of the way the floor slopes down on both sides, we get two edge vertices. The left one has the floor jut out, and the right one has the ceiling jut out. So primarily on the right side, we get some invisible walls. But not above the last two stairs, because they connect to the treadmill and block the invisible wall from coming out. Now luckily, this invisible wall doesn't extend up too high since it's from an object, but it can still lead to your death if you hit it just right. Then still in TikTok clock, we have this wall on the pit and the pendulums area. Kind of a weird shape, but
Dude, we're gonna get to change our clothes when we're out of the tutorial. That's gonna be hype.
Then they're exactly aligned, then the ceiling juts out. Consequently,
Don't call my brain a TikTok brain. Come on.
Single gap in the invisible wall, which is right at the vertex that was exactly aligned. But basically, that means that
You're just saying it because they're on TikTok clock right now.
Falling all the way down to your death. So definitely not a very fair system.
What was that scream? What was that FNAF scream?
Why is there an invisible wall there?
Hey, now you know why. Now this invisible wall also extends pretty high up in the level. You can see some of it stops at this walkway, but then the rest of it rises up all the way to the ceiling of the course. So yeah, this one can be pretty annoying given how far reaching it is in the level. Specifically, it passes by two walkways. For this
Don't do
lower
that.
walkway,
Get out of here, Bumblebee. I hate your ass.
by jumping across the gap, you may bonk and fall down to your death.
That is the saddest.
Dude, I'm like starting to think this save is just cursed. There's no shinies on this file.
Clearly,
I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom.
clearly, this is not the run. Clearly.
Alright, I'm back.
Jesus.
And for the upper walkway, if you try to jump down, as speedrunners do, you could definitely hit the invisible wall.
I'll be back.
Je vais rester sur l'aiguille histoire d'éviter les murs invisibles. Waouh!
I love hearing him go brrr down the thing.
Someone help me, man.
Someone help me. That's
This
how
one
I'm
actually
feeling.
has a solution. See, you can go forwards on top of the clock hand.
XP
It
candy,
creates a
let's
little safe
go.
haven above it. It's like Moses
That's
parting the Red
huge.
Sea, but it's the clock hand parting the invisible wall. Then even still in TikTok
Any
Clock,
shinies
we
over
have
here
these
to
3
torment
treadmills.
me?
Now
Out
the
of
treadmills
reach?
themselves are cardinally aligned, so there's no issue with them. But focus your attention on these mesh walls between the treadmills. These walls are actually both sides of 2 little boxes. So if we look at them, you can see that they're 3D shapes. It's just that normally you only see the texture for one side of them. Now on the bottom of these boxes, we have ceilings. So the question is, do the ceiling hitboxes leak out? Well, you see, the boxes don't have floors on their tops. Instead, they rely solely on the treadmill floors to cover them. So let's see how well that plays out. For this first seam, there's a 1 unit wide gap between the treadmills. Consequently, we see some red area, so you might think some ceiling leaks through. But actually, every integer coordinate is covered by a floor, so all the ceiling is covered. Now let's take a look at the other seam. Between these 2 treadmills, there's a 2 unit wide gap. So this time, we do have integer coordinates that are ceiling with no floor to cover them. This gives us a 1 unit thick, continuous seam of invisible wall between those 2 treadmills. And so as you're climbing from the 2nd treadmill to the 3rd treadmill, you might hit this invisible wall. But that's not
Dude,
actually
TikTok
the
Clock
full
is
story
fucked
here.
up.
Remember what I said, the boxes have ceilings on the bottom, but no floors on the top, so they rely on the treadmill floors to cover the ceilings. But the treadmills are objects, meaning that they're only tangible when Mario's near them. So it probably wasn't a very good idea to cover the ceilings with floors that are only sometimes there. I'll illustrate what I mean with a diagram. So here are the 3 treadmills, here's the upper box, and here's the lower box. Now we're actually going to subdivide both boxes into 2 chunks. So both boxes have a right chunk and a left chunk. Next, let's add the ceilings on the bottom of the boxes. Now we're going to go through the 4 chunks to see what each of their ceiling hitboxes look like. So first, let's do the right chunk of the lower box. In isolation, its ceiling hitbox looks like this, but this chunk is covered by the lower treadmill. So if Mario's within this radius around the treadmill, then the treadmill will have its floors to cover the ceiling, so there's no invisible wall within that radius. But the invisible wall is there when Mario's outside.
Do I have a
of the
right
radius.
chunk and a
Then
left
next,
chunk?
let's
I
look at the
think
left
so.
chunk of the lower box. In isolation,
I think
its
so.
ceiling hitbox looks like this, but this chunk is
That's
covered
the
by
chunks they're
middle
talking
treadmill.
about when you
So
say
if
blow
Mario's within
chunks,
this
right?
radius, then the treadmill has its floors, and so there's no invisible wall within that radius, but it is there outside of the radius. Then next, let's look at the right chunk of the upper box. This one's not covered by any treadmill, so the full ceiling hitbox is exposed. And finally, let's look at the left chunk of the upper box. In isolation, its ceiling hitbox looks like this, but this chunk is covered by the upper treadmill. So if Mario's within this radius, then the treadmill has its floors, and so there's no invisible wall within that radius, but it is there outside of the radius. And so now you can see the true nature of these invisible walls. Specifically, we have 4 separate chunks of invisible wall. One of them is
Dude, he
fully
keeps talking about
exposed, and the other
chunks.
3 exist only outside of the tangibility radius of the corresponding treadmill. Now I'll show what these invisible walls look like in the game. So we have the right chunk of the lower box, the left chunk of the lower box, the right chunk of the upper box, and the left chunk of the upper box. So yeah, this is the true nature of these invisible
So yeah.
walls. So you can see that the lower invisible walls rise up into the walkway, while the upper invisible walls rise up all the way to the ceiling of the course. So even between the first and second treadmill, there's still the possibility of bonking if you jump up high enough. And because the upper invisible wall rises all the way to the top, it can get in your way if you try to long jump from the clock hand over to the thwomp. And remember, it's not just a single seam of invisible wall, it's a whole box area's worth. So there's really no chance of you getting lucky and passing right through it, like you could with many of the other invisible walls. And then one more in TikTok Clock, we have this wall on the uppermost treadmill. Just like the first treadmill, it has 2 edge vertices on the top. When we zoom in, you can see that the right one lets the ceiling jut out, and the left one is exactly aligned. So just on this side of the treadmill, we have some invisible
Dude,
wall.
8.5
Remember, because
hours.
these invisible wall units stem from
I
objects,
never
they
would
get
have
their
thought
height
that
and
it would
objects'
take this long to get my first
So
shiny,
even at the
honestly.
very top of TikTok Clock, there's this final
I hella
invisible
thought
wall to
it
worry
would be
about.
like
Then in Rainbow
4
Road,
hours.
back to the ship.
I was
We have
feeling
this wall
4.
on the ship's outside, which has 1 edge vertex on the bottom. Zooming in, you can see that
But
the edge
that was not
vertex
correct.
misses by 2 units, even though the edge was cardinally aligned. So the invisible wall is 2 units thick right at the edge vertex, and everywhere else it's a 1 unit thick continuous seam. And so if you try long jumping onto that part of the ship, this invisible wall could lead to your death. Then advantage cap under the
What do you mean it won't be 8
We have
hours?
this wall. It has 1 edge vertex on the bottom. Now this
It's gonna be what? It's gonna be 12.
To the right, we have the ceiling jut out more than the floor, and to the left, we have a floor gap that lets out of bounds leak through. So we end up with some out of bounds and some ceiling, both stemming from the same misaligned edge vertex. But then we have something similar going on the second platform. And by similar, I mean exactly the same thing, because this edge vertex also causes a hybrid invisible wall, with some out of bounds and some ceiling. But we're not done yet, because the third platform also has a hybrid invisible wall, but this time on the other side of the platform. So you might be wondering just how many of these platforms are going to have invisible walls. Well, we're on the 4th platform right now, and there are only 7 platforms total, so why don't you take a guess at how many of them have invisible walls? Right now we're seeing the 5th platform's invisible wall, and the 6th platform also has an invisible wall. So we're 6 for 6, place your bets for the last one, and
Place
the
your
7th
bets for the
platform
last
also
one.
has an invisible wall, this time on the other side again. Can you believe that? That means all 7 platforms
Can
have
you
invisible walls
believe
on them.
that?
Look at that. Look at what you have to go through every time you traverse this area. A whole gauntlet of invisible walls. So you thought the challenge was just to make your way down some platforms while collecting the red coins. But nope, there's an additional secret challenge, which is to hope you get lucky on every platform's invisible wall. And speedrunners will do a triple jump on the 7th platform in order to get onto the railing, which goes right through that last invisible wall.
8.5 hours. Hey, we go 9. Fuck it, we go 9.
Oh no. What?
What the? Okay. What?
Temporary invisible wall.
Oh, okay. Yeah, alright. Moving right along.
And then finally, we have this wall in the castle foyer. Factoring in the hole for the door, it has 3 edge vertices. Zooming in, we have exactly aligned, and ceiling juts out. So that means mainly on the right side of the door opening, we have ceiling leaking through. So you might just be going through.
Dude,
the
my
foyer
brain
to the
is
next course,
fried.
and bam, you hit this invisible
I mean,
wall.
fries
So
and
now
I got
the
in.
foyer is safe. So that's the 6th cause of invisible walls, which we're gonna call ceiling juts out due to misaligned edge vertex. And so now, let's look at the 7th cause. So remember that structure we had before, where it was just a regular old box? Let's look at it from above again.
No, those are
Remember, when this
chips,
structure
true.
rotated, the floor edge and ceiling edge
I am
flush
English.
without letting any ceiling leak through. But now focus your attention on this vertex of the ceiling. If we move this vertex to a slightly different spot, then it can make the ceiling jut out. And if we do our little process, we can see that some units are ceiling with no floor to cover them. And so those ceiling units leak through the leaning wall and cause invisible walls. So once again, there are cases where the programmers literally just didn't line up 2 vertices.
This is
that
crazy
didn't
because
line up.
in my
In
first
this case,
playthrough,
it's a
everyone was
vertex
getting
and a ceiling
shinies before
vertex
they
that
got the
aren't lined up,
like to the
allowing
end of the
some ceiling
game,
to leak
and
out.
I played
So
for
let's
like
look at some examples.
20
On
hours straight
Battlefield, we have
and
these
didn't
two
get a
walls on
shiny
mountain
in
on
the
ridge with the spinning heart.
my
Based
playthrough.
on their edges, they
Yeah.
connect at this vertex. So will the floor vertex and ceiling vertex line up? Nope. The ceiling vertex misses by 1 unit and causes ceiling to jut out on both walls. So we end up with invisible wall on both.
It's actually not that bad.
So
It's
this
only
is
like
just
an
one
hour and a
more
half.
invisible wall on the mountain that you have to worry about.
Like an hour
And
20
in Mom's
minutes
Fortress,
left in
we
the
have this
video,
wall
which
on the
isn't too
axle
bad.
connected to the rotating elevators.
Yeah, I didn't get a
Axle
single
is
shiny
like a
while playing
triangular
through my
prism.
game
We
normally.
can see that
I
the
only
floor
got shinies
vertex and
after
ceiling
getting the
vertex are
shiny
1
charm.
unit off, so the ceiling juts out on this edge. Though it only results in 3 units of ceiling leaking through. But nevertheless, it's still a potential thing that can make you bonk out of nowhere as you play this level. Then in Cool Mountain, we have this wall in the wall kicks will work area. This time, the floor vertex and ceiling vertex miss by quite a bit. And so all along this wall, we end up with ceiling units leaking through. And so this is the second invisible wall that we've seen near the wall kicks will work area. And remember, speedrunners go through that spot as they make their way to the star, so it's extra bad for speedrunners.
What was that?
You see that? The invisible wall? Wow. I never seen this. Wow.
Then in Snowman's
Wow.
Lands, we have this wall on the snowman. And let's also mark this floor edge next to it, because that also connects to the vertex we're about to look at.
Mario
So you
64 has got to be the
see
most
that floor
popular
vertex
speedrun
misses
game
the
of all
ceiling
time,
vertex
right?
by 1 unit. So on
Like,
the
what
left,
else
we
would
have
it
a floor
be?
gap with ceiling coming out, and on the right, we have the ceiling jutting out more than the floor. So another hybrid case. And earlier, we had another invisible wall right around here. So I guess this part of the snowman wasn't put together too well. Then in Tall Tall
It was
Mountain,
at
on the
one
mushroom
point? What
hill
is it
starter, we
now?
have these 4 walls.
Minecraft?
Based on their
Oh.
edges, that gives us 5 vertices to examine. So let's see.
Probably
Floor juts out,
Minecraft, right?
Ceiling juts out, exactly aligned. Ceiling juts out, and both floor and ceiling jut out in different directions. That means
I
almost
want to
all
get
4 of
into
these
Minecraft
edges on the
speedrunning,
mushroom,
but
the ceiling
it's just
juts out
so
and causes invisible
advanced at
walls.
this point
So
that
every
it
time you
feels
jump onto the starting
unrealistic.
mushroom, you might bonk and die. Though on the bright side, you don't actually need to go onto that mushroom for anything. But what if it affected a mushroom that was a lot more important, like the lonely mushroom? Because on this mushroom too, we also have 4 relevant walls. When we look at these vertices, we see something very similar, with the vertices missing each other. That gives us invisible walls along these 4 edges too. And this one's even worse, because this is a mushroom that you have to go to. And so you might bonk out of nowhere and die as you're trying to get the star out.
That could be a fun
We're not
stream,
done yet,
trying to get
because
into
there's one more
Minecraft
mushroom we have
speedrunning.
to do, and that's the mushroom with the red coin
It'd be a
star.
little more
You know,
engaging
I'm
than
starting to
this.
suspect that they just copy and pasted these mushrooms, which would explain why all 3 of them have such similar mistakes in terms of not lining up their vertices quite right. But yeah, that means that this mushroom also has 4 edges worth of invisible wall, so you could easily hit this and die as you're jumping to the red coin star. And don't count on the winds to save you.
It's Silk Song? Yeah, right now, I guess. That makes sense.
What? No, no, no. What the? What the? Nah. What? What do you? What? What the? What do you want me to do? What? Nah, no, no. I refuse to believe that just. Come on.
You look like the NPC version of Mario
Squeaks!
What is going on? What is going on? So anyway, how are you guys doing today? Pretty good, or how's work? How's school?
And just the other
Is that
day,
Liam?
was on a world record pace run and lost the run to this invisible wall.
Rounds up to fucking 13.
That is brutal.
I don't deserve it.
I don't
It's only happened to
deserve
me.
it.
Why do I only get the worst invis walls in all of my runs? Why do I consistently get the worst?
Dude, he's
points
so
on invis?
doomer.
The worst luck at all
That's funny.
in every run. Keep going, dude. I'm gonna die.
I'm gonna die. It's crazy.
I was like playing fine, man. Like I was playing fine. I would have saved time, man. Oh my god, man.
So to avoid hitting this invisible wall during a speed run, you just have to aim more to the right. Specifically, make sure you cross onto the mushroom to the right of this vertex that I'm highlighting here. If you do that, then you will avoid the invisible wall. Then in Tower of the Wingcap, we have this wall on the side of the rook. This wall has 2 edge vertices, but we're also going to look at this vertex on the far left. So let's see what we got. Ceiling juts out, floor juts out, and then this vertex misses by 2 units, causing the ceiling to jut out. So all along this edge, we end up with invisible wall from the ceiling leaking out. But we're not done yet, because we also have to look at this wall on the rook. Once again, we have 2 edge vertices and another vertex to look at. This time, we have ceiling juts out, floor juts out, and this vertex misses by 2 units. So it's the exact same thing on this side, which makes me wonder if this was copy and pasted too. And we're still not done, because we have one more thing to look at. And
I don't know if I will. Like, I don't know how I'll react. I might just be relieved.
and it results in just one unit of ceiling leaking out. So in total, we have 2 edges of invisible wall, which are symmetric to each other, and a separate single unit of invisible
But
wall
I might
in a
pop
different
off.
corner. But it's not jumping into these invisible walls that you should be worried about, but flying into them. Because remember what I said, flying into an invisible wall redirects you downwards. So you might be trying to fly onto the rook and then mysteriously get redirected downwards, bonk, and fall down.
Alright, down. It's gotta be. This has to be aggressive. Okay, so somebody explain when you land on something, why aren't you sliding?
Then in Bowser in the Fire Sea, we have some stuff going on the springy staircase. So for this ramp, if we take a look at the floor on top of the ramp and the ceiling on the bottom of the ramp, we can see that they're offset by about 20 units. So basically, the floor is in the right position, but the whole ceiling is just 20 units to the side of where it should be, which results in some invisible wall. And then actually, we have something very similar going on this ramp. Because if we look at the floor and ceiling here, we can see that the ceiling is also about 20 units off of where it should be. And right in this spot, that causes a huge chunk of ceiling to leak out, like a whole rectangle's worth. And then there's also invisible wall along the rest of the edge. And you can see that some of the unit columns rise up into the walkway above. Also, the bottom of these unit columns move up and down because the whole staircase moves up and down. So as you're climbing your way up this staircase, just be wary of bumping into those invisible walls.
That's crazy.
What the fuck was that, dude? Holy shit.
But there's also a cool thing you can do with these invisible walls. We can walk into them and then the staircase moves away, resulting in Mario walking in midair. Like we discussed earlier, this is because every quarter step returns that it got cancelled instead of that it went airborne. So the game never realizes that Mario left the ground and just lets him walk in midair. Let's watch as one speedrunner discovers this trick all on their own.
What the hell? I didn't know you could eat it. What? 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 What is happening? What is happening? Dude, I did not know. What the fuck?
Then still in Bowser in the Fire Sea, we have this wall on the walkway, and we're gonna focus on this vertex. When we zoom in, you can see that the floor
Dude, my
vertex
hand's
misses the
sweating.
vertex
It's
by 1
gross.
unit. And so along this edge, we get a 1 unit
Tastes like
thick
hamburger
continuous
meat.
seam of invisible
You guys know that
wall from the
clip?
ceiling leaking out. So this one's not actually too bad, because you're never really gonna jump off the edge right there. And then in Bowser in the Sky, we have something remarkably similar. Another wall on the corner of a walkway where there's a fire spitter nearby. And this floor vertex misses the ceiling vertex in exactly the same way as the previous one did, making me think that this may have been copy and pasted too. And so we end up with a very similar invisible wall. Note that this invisible wall only rises upwards until it meets the Goomba platform. So luckily, you don't have to worry about it affecting you up there. But if you were to jump off the edge right here, then you'd have to worry about it. So to reiterate, this type of invisible wall happens when a floor vertex and a ceiling vertex are meant to be aligned, but they're slightly misaligned, which lets some ceiling leak through the leaning wall. Now earlier, I said these cases happen due to the programmers failing to line up the vertices. But this type of invisible wall can also happen even if the programmers lined up the vertices perfectly. Specifically, it can happen if the structure is an object that rotates. See, if it's rotating like this, then it's basically guaranteed that the structure will go through certain angles that cause there to be slightly leaning walls, and so those walls can let ceiling leak through. So that's why the front and back of the structure would let ceiling leak through, due to misaligned vertices. But interestingly, even the sides of the structure can let ceiling leak through, because these vertices can have slight fluctuations to the left and right, which creates a leaning wall that lets ceiling leak through. Though note that these side ones would actually be classified as the previous cause of invisible walls, which was ceiling jutting out due to misaligned edge vertex. And even if the structure is rotating perfectly sideways, that can still cause invisible walls, because now we have edge vertices at weird angles. So let's look at some examples.
So it's like 120 runs every hour, I think.
The log basically always have some invisible walls on them, and the long sides of the log have
Based on the
invisible
math
walls only at
RTN
certain
did.
angles. And this was the one I was referring to earlier, about how there was another invisible wall in this area. And as luck would have it, the angle that the log starts at has an invisible wall on the long side of it. So before you do anything, there's already an invisible wall there ready to get you when you jump onto the log. So let me just recap all the invisible walls in this area. On the left side, we have the inner seam, the outer edge, and the smaller
2
edge.
per minute.
Then on the right side, we have this
That might be a
edge.
little
And
generous
for the
then.
rolling log, it starts off with this invisible wall. So a regular journey through here could
Might be
go through
closer
4
to like
different
100.
invisible walls. 2 on the starting side, 1 on the rolling log, and 1 on the far side. So this is just not a very friendly area. The swings in Rainbow Ride have some invisible walls. Specifically, both the blue rectangle part on the bottom and the yellow axle part on the top create invisible
Well,
walls
I don't know.
at certain angles.
I might be
You
wrong.
probably won't run into the one on the yellow axle anytime soon, but the one on the blue rectangle can get in your way as you make your way across the swing.
What?
The crusher in the volcano has an invisible wall on just 1 frame. Specifically, on the first frame,
One
it starts
frame? That's
retracting back
crazy.
into the wall. So you could hit this one if you try jumping over the crusher while it's out. The rotating bridge in Whomp's Fortress has invisible walls at many different angles. Though note that the invisible walls only come out of the very tip end of the bridge. That's because its cross-section is an upside-down triangle, which causes there to be an edge vertex at many different weird angles. And bonking on this one is usually pretty bad, because then you fall down the ramp.
What? Hello?
What?
Dude.
No. What was that invisible, dude?
The spinning triangle in TikTok Clock has some invisible walls, but just on the front side. You wouldn't think there'd be any there, but the floors on the top are subdivided midway through the edge, which is what gives it an edge vertex. So we already talked about how this gap has invisible walls in it, but even the triangle has invisible walls on it, which could easily mess you up and cause you to fall all the way down. Rotating elevators have invisible walls when they rotate around at the top of their movement, so if you thought it was annoying how they rotate around, now you know that it's even more annoying, because those rotations produce invisible walls. The rotating cubes in TikTok Clock have invisible walls when they rotate around, so you could hit one of those ones and fall down to your death. The rotating triangles in TikTok Clock also have invisible walls, both when they're rotating and at certain stationary angles, so these ones could also trip you up and make you fall down. The elevators that are on fixed tracks have invisible walls, since they tilt as they go around to their pathing. Look at how many there are. This elevator was supposed to help us get around, not inhibit us from getting around by blocking us with invisible walls. Now for the most part, I'm just showing one instance of each object, because it's just not feasible to show every instance of an object in every position at every angle. But for these fixed track elevators, I'm making an exception. See, since they do the same movement every time, their invisible walls are the same every time, so it just feels more worth it to show each of the 3 fixed track elevators in their entirety. Think of it like a carnival ride. Not that rigged carnival game from earlier, but like a nice peaceful ride where you're sitting in the boat, nice and safe, and it's passing by the scary pirates or something. But in this case, you're riding.
What is he talking about, dude?
We're watching all the invisible walls. So relax, take a breather. You earned it for getting this far into the video. We can just have a friendly
Wholesome.
conversation. Me and you. Me, who's recording these voice lines months in advance, and you, who can't actually talk back. That'll work, right? So, I hope you're enjoying the video so far. This is literally the video that's taken the most effort of any video I've ever made, so I hope you find it worth the effort. And don't worry, I'm not gonna disappear for forever after this video. I have a lot more video ideas that I want to make.
Damn.
I got regular video ideas,
Thank you, Mr.
YouTube
Cullick.
short ideas, music video ideas. So if you want to see all those, make sure to subscribe. And our elevator ride is almost over, so let me commemorate this occasion with a little poem. Before Here and Now, I was all on my own. Then you came around and I found my new home. A place for just us to talk about it all, and as an added plus, some invisible walls. So if you want my view, all joking aside, I love being with you on this elevator ride.
Wholesome.
Oh my.
And now, let me show you something cool you can do on these elevators. A down warp that can happen when you bonk. I know we already had one down warp, but this one works a little differently, so let me explain it. So here's the frame before Mario down warps. So let's go to a top-down view, show the floors, show the ceilings, and now zoom in. You can see that currently the floor jets.
I mean, the Sour Patch Kid. I need to pick me up.
Purple, but with with some blue squares. Now let's walk through
What do you
happens on
do?
this frame. First, the elevator moves one frame forwards, which slightly changes its triangles. So now the ceiling is jutting out more, giving us some red squares. Then Mario moves forwards, not because of his quarter step movement, but because he's on a moving platform. See, when Mario's on a moving platform, like the elevator, then the platform moves Mario along with it every frame to keep him on it. Now normally, this platform displacement would keep Mario in the same
They're so
relative
good.
spot on the platform. But here, because Mario...
Shout out Sour Patch Kids Watermelon.
Because these edges fluctuate a bit due to them only having unit precision, the platform displacement puts Mario off the edge. Like, now he's on a white square that isn't floor or ceiling. Now, when a quarter step moves Mario off the edge, the game knows to put him into an airborne action. But this does not happen if the platform displacement moves him off the edge, because I guess they never expected that, since it's supposed to keep you in your same relative position on the platform. And so, Mario just stays in the action that he was already in, which is the grounded diving action. So like the other down warp, Mario's now in a grounded action, but in the air. And now Mario does his quarter steps. His first quarter step lands on a unit square that's only ceiling, meaning he moved into an invisible wall. So the quarter step returns that it got cancelled instead of that it went airborne. And like I mentioned earlier, any sliding movement that doesn't become airborne aligns Mario with the ground. And since Mario's not actually above the elevator at the moment, aligning him with the ground gives him a huge down warp, all the way to the floor down below. So it's similar to the previous down warp because we found a way to be in a ground action in the air and then slid into an invisible wall. But instead of using a turnaround to walk in midair, we used the displacement from the moving elevator. Then the ski lift in Cool Cool Mountain has some invisible walls, which makes sense because it tilts based on where Mario stands on it. Well, I guess most people just stand still when they ride the ski lift because they're already worried about falling off of it. But if you decide to jump, you could bonk on one of these invisible walls and fall down. The controllable platform in Hazy Maze Cave has some invisible walls, since
Hazy
it tilts
Maze
both
Cave.
when Mario stands on it and when it bumps into a wall. Seesaws also tilt based on how Mario stands on them, so they can have invisible walls too, so you might bonk on them if you go near the seesaw's edge. The long wooden seesaw in Bob on Battlefield has some invisible walls, though they're just little tiny ones on the corners near Chain Chomp, so you'd have to be really unlucky to ever accidentally hit one of these ones. The big seesaws can also have invisible walls when they tilt at the right angle, and this one was hard to hit because you have to tilt it and then get into the right position really fast, so I kinda doubt anyone's ever hit this one by accident. And the squiggly seesaw in Bowser in the Sky has a lot of invisible walls from even the slightest tilt, and this one's very bad for speedrunners because as you're jumping across
Yeah, Urbane, shout out. Can't wait till I can go talk to Urbane of my own volition when I get that full dex.
What? What? What was that? I've never seen that in my life.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he said it. What the fuck? Fix your shit.
Are we sure Urbane is real?
I'm sorry.
My Bane? I think my Bane is real. They are kind of my Bane. They force me to do a 60-hour adventure before I get to play the game.
On the sides of the platform that are away from Mario. That's because the platform updates its tilt instantly.
At this rate, 60 hours for the tutorial is going to be an accurate assumption.
So you can't really hit these invisible walls because they stay away from you. It's like the platform is playing monkey in the middle with you and moving the invisible wall to wherever you aren't. When you fight Bowser for the second time, the stage itself rotates when Bowser jumps onto it. So as the platform is wobbling back and forth, it creates invisible walls. You're probably not going to hit these ones though, because if the stage is wobbling, you're most likely trying extra hard to stay on the stage and not going near the edges. Falling blocks rotate as they fall down, so you could end up hitting one of their invisible walls as you're traveling across the blocks. The coffins in Big Boo's Haunt rotate, so they have invisible walls. Specifically, they have invisible walls on the first frame that they start rising upwards, but no invisible walls on the downwards movement. Womps in Womp's Fortress can have invisible walls because they rotate when they attack, and these ones can happen both when the Womps fall down and rise up. Even King Womp has some invisible walls.
Even
It's
King
almost like a
Womp.
defense mechanism. Like, a porcupine has quills for protection, whereas King Womp has invisible walls, which kind of are like really long, thin quills if you think about it.
What the f is that?
The falling plank in Womp's Fortress has some invisible walls, but mainly just on one side of it as it falls down. Now this one was hard to hit, but I did find a way to do it. So first I go onto the plank, hit it once with a breakdance to get it wobbling, and then knock it down with a wall kick, which positions me perfectly to hit the invisible wall. IROC has some invisible walls, but only on the initial movement.
Dude, IROC's gotta be the most forgettable boss of... Well, no, that's not true. Wiggler has gotta be the most forgettable boss in SM64.
Even Dory has invisible walls on the sides of his tail. But don't think of it as Dory attacking us. It's more like a sea creature who got their tail stuck in plastic and now can't get it off. So you could bonk on this invisible wall, but you could also be trying to swim onto Dory's tail, and then suddenly you get downwards to under Dory. Because remember,
Under Dory?
downward Mario.
It's like an Undertale.
So yeah,
Hey,
that's the
you.
seventh cause of
Is that
invisible
anything?
walls, which we're gonna call ceiling juts out due to misaligned vertices. And now the whole Punnett square is filled out.
No,
so let's
okay,
take
my
a look
bad.
at it. Basically, the top row is misaligned.
9 hours
vertex,
dry
the
streak.
bottom row
This
is
is what it
misaligned
does to a
vertices,
person.
The left column is floor gap.
Oh, come on, dude. Any second now. Any run. Any attempt.
And now we just have one more cause to do, which is the 8th cause, aka the final boss of the causes. This one's a weird and complicated one, but don't worry, we're gonna build up to it like we always do. So, imagine we have 4 floors arranged like this. I'm gonna label them A, B, C, D, so that it's easier to talk about them. And let's place Mario in the middle, so he's airborne and about to fall down. Now, when Mario's in the air, the game calculates which floor is directly below him. This is because as he's falling, the game checks to see if he landed yet by comparing Mario's height to the height of the floor below him. If Mario's about to move lower than the floor, then that means
Excuse
he
me.
landed, and so then the game puts him directly on top of the floor. In the
Yeah,
direction.
I'm pretty sure the I hate Chinese
Mario
button,
is
I
still in the air.
unswitched that
As
one when I
explained,
started
the game
playing.
needs to know which floor is directly below him.
I'm
But
pretty
how do you
sure.
calculate this? Your intuition might say, start at Mario and draw an arrow straight down. And whatever floor the arrow hits first is the floor directly under Mario. If we do that, we get
some
floor
grace.
C.
I'm down.
That's just what our
Fuck
intuition
it.
says. What does the game actually do? Well, to show what happens, we're gonna use a table. So what the game does is go through the floors one by one in order from highest to lowest, which in this case would be A, B, C, D. For each one, it checks 2 things, whether Mario's within the bounds of the floor laterally, and whether he's above the floor. So for floor A, Mario's within the bounds, but not above it. For floor B, Mario's not within the bounds. because
I'm
it's
never
not
gonna know
right,
if there's a
but
shiny
above
with
it.
this
For
on.
floor C, Mario's within the bounds and above it. Now, as soon as the game finds a floor that meets both criteria, it returns that floor as the one directly under Mario. It doesn't
I'll
bother
do this
checking
till
the rest
9
of the
hours.
floors
You
because
get
those
a
ones
few
should be
grayscale
further
runs
down
out of
than
me.
the floor Mario's gonna land on, and so those further down floors shouldn't affect his trajectory. You know, because he's gonna land before he goes down that far. So anyway, that's the process that the game does to find the floor directly under Mario, which found floor C. And our intuition also said floor C. So in this case, the game logic matches our intuition. However, there are some obscure cases where the game logic does not match our intuition. For example, let's say we have 2 floors arranged like this. Let's call them A and B, and let's say Mario's here. Same question, which floor is directly below Mario? Well, first let's do our intuition. If we draw an arrow straight down from Mario, then we hit floor A first, and so floor A should be the one directly below him. But what does the game logic do? Well, once again, let's get out the table. So the game goes through the floors from highest to lowest and returns the first one for which Mario is both within the bounds and above. Now both floor A and floor B satisfy both criteria, so really it all comes down to which floor the game checks first. So if floor A is checked first, then it's the one under Mario, but if floor A were considered lower than floor B, then floor B would be checked first and it'd be the one under Mario. As I've mentioned, the game checks the floors from highest to lowest, but that's a little ambiguous here because some of floor A is above floor B and some of floor A is below floor B. So it's not exactly clear which floor is higher up and gets to be checked first. But don't worry, the programmers figured out a very simple technique to order floors. One might even say a little too simple, because the way they programmed it is, all floors are sorted by the height of their first vertex. Let me explain. As you know, every floor triangle has 3 vertices. The first vertex, the second vertex, and the third vertex. But for our discussion here, we're only concerned with the first vertex. And to be clear, when I say first vertex, I literally just mean the vertex that the programmers listed first of the 3 vertices in the code. So a floor triangle's first vertex could be its highest vertex, its lowest vertex, or a vertex in the middle. Basically, you can't really make any assumptions about which vertex is the first one, as it's essentially random. So using the first vertex as the basis for floor heights was kind of a weird move on the developer's part. Now let's go back to the first floor layout and let's say the
Old-timey
floor's first vertices
Pokemon
are
ZA
arranged
be like.
this. But let me make a little change. Instead of having all the pink circles be labeled V1, I'll instead label them by the floor's name, just to make it easier to follow. Okay, so the game goes through the floors from highest to lowest, specifically from highest first vertex to lowest first vertex. So here, first that'd be floor A's first vertex. Then
This
floor
is
B's
what
first
this is the
vertex,
canon
floor
way to
C's first
play
vertex, and then floor
RCS.
D's first vertex. So the game would order the floors as A, B,
The
C,
new
D,
DLC looks
but
cool.
that's just for this
It's like a
arrangement of
roguelike
these
type
vertices.
thing,
They
I
could
think.
instead be arranged like this,
Sorry
like
if
this.
spoilers,
Even
but
now, the order would still go
it does look
A,
cool.
B, C, D. So for these floors, it doesn't really matter how the first vertices are arranged, because the heights of their first vertices would always still be in the same order. But if we have a floor layout like this, then it actually does matter how the first
I don't know if
vertices
that's
are arranged.
true.
They could be like this.
Have you seen the trailer?
Like
It
this,
looks like a
like
roguelike,
this.
in my
First
opinion.
vertices are arranged like this, then floor A has the higher first vertex. Floor A is considered higher up in the order. Floor A gets checked first and passes the check. Floor A is considered the floor directly below Mario, and so if Mario falls, he lands on floor A. On the other hand, if the first vertices are arranged like this, then floor B has the higher first vertex. Floor B is considered higher up in the order. Floor B gets checked first and passes the check. Floor B is considered the floor directly below Mario, and so if Mario falls, he lands on floor B. In other words,
You
he
make,
passes
like-
straight through floor A. Because remember, he falls until he lands on the floor directly
You make,
below
like,
him and
the
ignores any
donuts,
floors considered
right?
lower than that one. So this is a phenomenon called floor overshadowing. To summarize it, it's
Floor
when a
overshadowing.
says that
And on
floor
that
A
note,
should
I will
above
be
floor
taking a
B,
break.
but instead,
I will
the
be
game
right back.
considers floor A to be below floor B.
Right, I'm back. Let's turn grayscale mode off. There we go. Our beautiful colors are back. Let's turn that video back on. It's almost over. 250, there's like an hour left. It's almost over.
To illustrate this, I'll replace that portion with a dashed line, meaning that that portion of floor A is overshadowed by floor B. But it's only that one portion, so Mario can land on the left
So
side of
true.
floor A, because even though floor B still gets checked first, it fails the check since Mario's not within the bounds. He's too far left. And then floor A passes the check, so it's considered the floor under Mario. And then similarly, Mario can land on the right part of floor A, because once again, floor B is checked first, fails, floor A is checked next, and succeeds. But when Mario goes in the middle, floor B is checked first, and this time succeeds. So floor A is never even considered, and so Mario can pass straight through floor A to land on floor B. And the setup doesn't have to look exactly like this, with the bigger floor above the smaller floor. Instead, it could look like this, with the smaller floor above the bigger floor. Here, the bigger floor's first vertex is above the smaller floor's first vertex, so the smaller floor gets completely overshadowed, like you can't land on any part of it. And the setup could even look like this, where the smaller floor juts out of the bigger floor. Here, both triangles' first vertices are at the same height, but one of them still has to be sorted higher up in the order, which in this case would just be whichever triangle is stored first in the code. So even though the two triangles' first vertices are at the same height, it can still turn out that the bigger floor's first vertex is considered above the smaller floor's first vertex. So once again, the smaller floor gets completely overshadowed and you can't touch any part of it. So let's look at some examples. In Lethal Lava Land, we have this little black hexagon structure that shoots fire. And let me remove the fire to make it easier to see. So this black hexagon structure juts out of the platform below it, whose triangles look like this. And I'm making them orange, which will signify that they're the ones doing the overshadowing. Now, their first vertices are all here, so no surprises there. Their first vertex heights are just at the height of the platform. But now let's look at the 6 sides of the black hexagon structure to see where its floors.
Double-digit hours, no shiny is gonna be painful if we hit that.
These ones blue, which will signify that they're the ones being overshadowed, or at least they might.
Is that what they're talking about right now? Visible non-walls?
So this is the exact scenario we just talked about, where we have a floor.
It's like the inverse.
Floor and their first vertex heights are tied. And in this case, it just so happens that this blue first vertex is considered lower than the orange first vertex. So these blue triangles get completely overshadowed, meaning Mario can't touch them at all. But that's just for this side. Let's look at the other sides too. On the second side, the triangles look like this, have their first vertices on the bottom right corner, and so they also get overshadowed. On the third side, the triangles look like this, have their first vertices on the bottom right corner, and so they get overshadowed. On the fourth side, the triangles look like this, have their first vertices on the bottom right corner, and so they also get overshadowed. On the fifth side, the triangles look like this, have their first vertices on the bottom right corner, and so they also get overshadowed. And then we have the sixth.
I should get a soundboard that just plays the shiny noise onto the stream.
Top left to bottom right. But for this last side, the triangles are instead subdivided from top right.
Play it every hour just to make myself feel something.
Right, whose first vertex is on the bottom right, and so it gets overshadowed. And then we have this triangle on the left, whose first vertex is on the top right. So of all the triangles on the side of this black hexagon structure, this is the only triangle that doesn't get completely overshadowed. So as you're playing around near this black hexagon structure, you'll notice
What? You can just run through that thing?
because 11 of the 12 floors on its side get overshadowed, meaning they effectively have no collision.
Yeah.
But if you go on to
That'd be
that one blue
that's a
triangle,
fucked up
it's
thing to
an
do to somebody 9 hours
can
deep.
walk on it. And of course, the top of the structure isn't overshadowed either. Then in Bowser in the Sky, we have this gray spike jutting out of the yellow disc. So let's look at this one. The yellow disc has its triangles like this, whose first vertices are all here. So they're just at the height of the disc. Now let's look at the spikes triangles. On this first side, the floor triangle has its first vertex at the top. So this one does not get overshadowed. Then on the second side, the floor triangle also has its first vertex at the top. So this one also doesn't get overshadowed. Then on the third side, the floor triangle still has its first vertex at the top. so this one also doesn't get overshadowed. And then on the fourth side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom left. Now, even though it's at the same height as the yellow disc's first vertex, it's considered lower. So that means this one side of the spike gets completely overshadowed. And so if you're playing around near here, you can actually just walk straight inside the spike by passing through that blue floor.
If you beat, I beat 9 souls. I beat the game. I think that's an important thing to clarify. Is I beat the game.
Snowman's Lands, there's this freezing water that has some chunks of snow in it. And we're going to be focusing on this chunk of snow. So the chunk of snow is on top of this orange floor, whose first vertex is here. You know, just at the height of the floor in the water. Now let's look at the sides of the chunk of snow. On this first side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom right. This ties the height of the orange first vertex, but this blue one is considered lower, so this triangle gets overshadowed. Then on the second side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom right, so this one also gets overshadowed. Then on the third side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom right, so this one also gets overshadowed. And then on the fourth side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom right, so this one also gets overshadowed. So all 4 of its sides get overshadowed, meaning you can't touch that chunk of snow at all. So for the other chunks of snow, you can go onto them just fine. But not for that one chunk, it's completely intangible.
Not for that
So you'll
one
end up
chunk.
going right through it. Then in the volcano and lethal lava land, we have this star platform. So the star platform juts out of these floors below it, whose first vertices are here. So just at the height of that floor. Now let's
I hope
look at
they
floors
fix the
on star
Minecraft
platform.
Archipelago
So on the
soon.
front side, we have this ramp, whose
I've
first
been wanting to
vertices
run
are on the
that, but I
bottom
don't think
left.
it's in a
This
good
ties
state
the
right
height
now.
of the orange first vertices, but these blue ones are considered lower, so these triangles get overshadowed. Then we have these floors, whose first vertices are on the bottom left, and so these floors get overshadowed. Then on the right side, we have these floors, whose first vertices are on the bottom, so they get overshadowed. Then on the back side, we have these floors, whose first vertices are on the bottom right, and so they get overshadowed. And then on the left side, we have these floors, whose first vertices are on the top right, meaning they don't get overshadowed. So of all the floors on this star platform, the only floors that don't get overshadowed are the left side and the top. So if you're playing around near the star platform, you'll notice that you go right through the ramp, and through the front side, and through the right side, and through the back side. All you can stand on is the left side of the platform and the top of the platform. Then in Bowser in the Dark World, we have
I'm not
several
paying
of these
attention.
crystals on
I
this
gotta
green
lock in.
path. So let's start with this crystal. And let me just point out, these crystals look like they have 6 sides graphically, but in terms of their collision, they actually only have 4 sides. So I just wanted to clarify that so you don't get confused when I show the triangles. So on this first side, the floor triangle has its first vertex at the top. On the second side,
Yeah,
the floor
I
triangle
thought
has its first vertex on the
I saw
bottom
you
right.
mistype
On the
it
third side,
earlier,
the floor
but
triangle has
I
its
just thought it was
first
an
vertex on the
accident.
bottom left. And on the fourth side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom right. Now, this crystal is located on top of this orange floor, whose first vertex is here. So let's look at it from the side and show the crystal's first vertices again. You can see that the orange vertex is higher than all the blue vertices, meaning that all 4 floors on the crystal get overshadowed. So you can't land on top of this crystal. Then next, let's look at this crystal. On the
They're
first
talking
side,
about
the
evil
floor triangle has
crystals.
its first vertex on the bottom right. On the second side, the floor triangle has its first vertex
We're talking about
on the bottom
vertexes,
left.
and it's
On the third side,
destroying
the floor
my
triangle
mental.
has its first vertex on the bottom right, and on the fourth side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the top. Now, you can see that the crystal is located on top of this floor, whose first vertex is here. So let's look at it from the side and show the crystal's first vertices again. You can see that the orange vertex is higher than some of the blue vertices, but not the one on top. So that means there's just one floor on top of the crystal that doesn't get overshadowed. And finally, let's look at this crystal. On the first side, the
Are they
floor triangle
playing
has its first vertex on
Pokemon
the
music
bottom
in the
right.
video?
On the second side, the floor triangle
Okay,
has
that
its first vertex
hella
on the
was
bottom
confusing
left.
me.
On the third side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom right, and on the fourth side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the top. Now, you can see that this crystal is located on top of this floor, whose first
Check your
vertex is here.
Pokédex.
So let's look at it from the side and show the crystal's first vertices again.
What do you want to
can see that
see?
the orange
What's
vertex
up?
is higher than some of the blue vertices, but not
We
the
got
one on
we got
top.
all
So
these
that means there's
guys.
just one floor on top of the crystal that doesn't get overshadowed. And so if you're playing around around near here, you can actually just jump straight into these 3 crystals. For the first one, all 4 of the floors on top of it are intangible, though it's still pretty precise to get into because the wall hitboxes on the sides will push you out. For the second crystal, you can jump into it as long as you avoid the 1 floor on top that's still tangible. And then same thing on the third crystal. So if you want to impress your friends, challenge them to jump into a crystal, and then after they fail, you do it. And during their attempt, maybe don't tell them which crystals it's actually possible on. So anyway, those crystals are an example of this setup where we have a smaller floor above a bigger floor, and so the whole smaller floor gets overshadowed. Then in Bowser in the Fire Sea, we have this elevator in the mesh cage. And I'll hide
Why
the
do you
mesh
want to
cage
see my
to make it easier
Pokédex?
to
I'm so
see.
curious.
So this elevator has a floor on the top, on the bottom there's a ceiling, and on the 4 sides there are also ceilings because the sides are tilted. So nothing out of the ordinary so far, it just seems like a normal platform. But now watch this. If we look inside the elevator, we can see a texture on
You'll
the north
never
side.
find out,
That's
damn.
not supposed to
Fair
be
enough.
there. But not only is there an extra texture there are also extra floor triangles there. So if we show all the floor triangles on this elevator, we have these 2 blue floor triangles on the top and these 2 orange floor triangles on the north side. But we're only concerned with these 2 specific triangles. So here are their first vertices. Even though they're at the same height, the orange vertex is considered higher than the blue vertex. So what that means is that the orange floor overshadows the blue floor, creating a triangle-shaped hole in it. Now for the most part, you can't actually reach the hole because the mesh wall blocks you from getting close enough. But at the top of the elevator ride,
I'm kind of not thrilled about it, RTN. I can believe it because I keep looking at it.
you can't fall all the way through the hole.
It's in the corner of my vision and I keep staring at it.
Tall Mountain, we have this area near Ukiki. And for some visuals, like this one, I'm using the orthographic camera mode for both the left screen and the right screen. But anyway, here we have this orange floor at the bottom of
It's almost
the water,
10,
and this blue
yeah.
floor on the side of the slope. So
Big
let's look at
10.
it from the side
Looking
and let's look
forward
at
to
from
it.
above. Now here are the triangle's first vertices. So you can see that the orange vertex is higher than the blue vertex. So what that means is that right at the section where the 2 floors overlap,
I will
the orange floor
admit,
overshadows
going 9.5 hours without getting a shiny is a bit disheartening.
What you can do is jump right through the slope by going through that little hole. It's like a little secret area in here, just for those who know about it.
When I've seen other people get like 3, 4 in like 7 hours.
Where we have 1 floor above another floor.
And I've gone 9 hours without seeing one.
So now you
It's
understand the
crazy.
floor overshadowing. But you might be wondering, what does this have to do with invisible walls? Well, let's say floor A is actually part of a platform with walls on the sides and a ceiling underneath. Now we're gonna focus on the ceiling's upper hitbox, so let's let it extend upward.
Can you imagine? I can actually imagine that, RTN, believe it or not.
Part of it leaks through, and that's because the overshadowed part of floor A doesn't cover ceiling hitboxes. Consequently, the ceiling hitbox escapes through that portion and becomes an invisible wall. And this invisible wall isn't just a few ceiling units scattered along a seam. This is like a whole section of ceiling leaking through. So basically, if you have 2 floors with the lower one overshadowing the upper one, and you have a ceiling between the 2 floors, then the
Let's check the
ceiling's hitbox
Pichu.
will leak
It's
out
about
through
time.
the overshadowed part of the upper floor. And the setup could even look like this, where the 2
Nope.
floors are adjacent.
Damn.
So they overlap by the tiniest bit and let out just a little
I'll go
bit of
check the
ceiling.
Pidgey too,
So
I'm
let's
down.
look at some examples. In Rainbow Ride, we have the chimney in the big house. So let's look at it from the side and let's look at it from above. We have this orange floor on top of the chimney and this blue floor on top of the roof. And here are their first vertices. Now, even though they're at the same height, the orange vertex is considered higher than the blue vertex. So the orange floor overshadows the blue floor, creating a little square-shaped hole in the roof right above the chimney. And then
Nope.
we have the ceiling on the underside of the roof.
That's a regular ass
between the
Pidgey.
2 floors. So the ceiling's upper hitbox leaks out through that hole in the roof and becomes a square-shaped invisible wall. So it's kind of funny.
Give me
The chimney
that.
was meant to only be in the house, but because of floor overshadowing, it's like we get a phantom chimney above the house that goes all the way up. And you can slide into this invisible wall, meaning we can do the animation shenanigans from earlier. But
Am I sure
once you
this
start
is the
sliding into
route?
it,
I
you're
feel
basically
like it's a
stuck,
good route.
because there's nothing you can do to get out of it.
What
Our
would
sliding
you
movement is
suggest?
continuously canceled by the invisible wall, so Mario stays in place. And you can't even exit out on the pause menu because the game only lets you exit out in certain stationary actions, which doesn't include sliding. So it truly is a soft lock. Then in Bob on Battlefield, we have this
Like,
red arrow
going
sign.
from here
Let's
to
look at it from the
here
side and
is
let's look
not...
at it from above.
I don't think
So
that's the
sign's
route.
collision is like a little box, which in theory should have 4 walls on the
I think
sides
this route
and
is
4
pretty
on
good.
top. But what does it actually have? Well, the front side is a floor, the right side is a ceiling, the back side is a ceiling, the left side is a wall, and the top is a floor. So only the left side and top are correct, while the front side, right side, and back side all failed to be walls. Now this sign is located on top of this orange floor, and here are the floor triangle's first vertices. You can see that the orange vertex is higher than the blue vertex. So what that means is that the 2 floors on the sign get completely overshadowed. And without the floors there, the ceiling hitboxes extend upwards unimpeded. So if you ever tried to travel above this sign, you'll see that you bonk. But you can also just walk
We'll see that
straight
you
into the
bonk.
sign by going through the front side, because that side is an overshadowed floor. So it's kind of fun to play around with. But remember, the sign still has 1 wall hitbox that can push you out. So don't play
At this
around
point, I start getting worried that I'm like doing something wrong and
Battlefield,
shinies aren't unlocked yet or some
Now, here's
shit.
what the
But I
fence's
know that's
collision
not
is.
true.
So you can see that its cross-section has a rectangle part on the bottom and a triangle part on the top.
I just
But
get
importantly,
nervous.
The triangle part is a ceiling instead
Making
of a
me
wall.
nervous.
So just keep that in mind as we go through the visual. Anyway, we have this orange floor next to the fence and this blue floor on top of the fence. So let's look at it from the side and let's look at it from above. Here are the triangle's first vertices. The orange vertex is just a tiny bit higher than the blue vertex. So the orange floor overshadows the blue floor, but only a little bit on the edge between them, because these triangles are adjacent instead of one directly above the other. You know, like we talked about. But before I show the invisible walls for that side, we also have to look at the other side of the fence. Because on this side, we have this orange floor next to the fence and this blue floor on top of the fence. So let's look at it from the side and let's look at it from above. Here are the triangle's first vertices. The orange vertex is just a tiny bit higher than the blue vertex. So the orange floor overshadows the blue floor, but just a little bit on the edge between them, because these triangles are also adjacent. So now, let's look at the front of the fence and show the ceiling from earlier. At these 2 corners of the ceiling triangle, the orange floor overshadows the blue floor, so the ceiling leaks out.
How much longer is this video?
So this is yet another invisible wall on the mountain. Though
It's like 40 minutes. That's not too bad.
Thing in the world. Then we're back to inside the Jolly Roger base ship. So we have these orange
That'll
floors
be
on the
up
wood and
at
these
hour
blue floors on
10.
the platform.
That's like
So let's look at
perfectly
it from
lined
the
up,
side
damn.
and let's look at it from above. Zooming out a little, here are their first vertices. You can see that the orange vertices are higher than the blue vertex. So what that means is that the blue floor gets overshadowed just on its edge because the orange floors and blue floors are adjacent. So now, let's look at the wall on the side of the platform. And one of the triangles on this wall is actually a ceiling. Now we're going to do our old process. So we have 2 edge vertices on this wall, and now let's zoom in on them. This edge vertex causes a floor overlap, which means that it's a point where the orange floor overshadows the blue floor and lets that one ceiling triangle leak through. And then same thing happening on the other edge vertex. So along this seam, we have ceiling columns leaking out through little holes on the blue floor, because those parts of the blue floor are being overshadowed by the orange floor. So I know we already had 4 invisible walls inside the ship, but now we have a 5th one. And I promise that's the last one that's in here. Then in the Tall Tall Mountain slide, we have the 4th arch.
Bye,
You thought there
RTN.
were only 3
Good luck.
arches? Well, there's actually a 4th one later in the slide. So let's see what's going on with this one. We have this orange floor on top of the wood and this blue floor on top of the arch. So let's look at it from the side and let's look at it from above. Here are the triangle's first vertices. You can see that the orange vertex is higher than the blue vertex. So the orange floor overshadows the blue floor, and so on top of the arch, there's a rectangular hole, which covers the whole arch except for the
No!
and
Leave me alone,
on the other
Urbane.
side of the arch, it leaks its hitbox out through that hole. And so if you're going down the slide,
Let me get back to
you can't
my
jump over
my
the 4th
grim
arch
task.
either. And that means all 4 arches in the slide have some invisible wall on them. Though note that you can go on the 2 sides of the arch because the floor isn't being overshadowed there. Then in Snowman's Land, we're back to this wooden part near the top of the snowman. So we have this orange floor on the snow and this blue floor on the wood. So let's look at it from the side and let's look at it from above. Here are the triangle's first vertices. You can see that the orange vertex is higher than the blue vertex. So what that means is that right at the tip of the blue floor, there's a little triangular hole from the floor getting overshadowed. And then on the bottom of the wood, there's a ceiling. So right at that little hole, the ceiling hitbox leaks out. Now earlier, I said you shouldn't cut the corner here because there's an invisible wall there. But even on the corner itself, there's an invisible wall. So definitely not one of the better corners in the game. Then in TikTok Clock, we have this section around
Fucking
the cage.
TikTok
So we have this
Clock.
orange floor on the bottom of the cage and this blue floor on the walkway. So let's look at it from the side and let's look at it from above. Here are the triangle's first vertices. Now even though they're at the same height, the orange vertex is considered higher than the blue vertex. So what that means is that right at the tip of the blue floor, there's a little triangular hole from the floor getting overshadowed. And then on the bottom of the walkway, there's a ceiling. So right at that little hole, the ceiling.
I believe we get it soon. We gotta. Gotta.
But at least in this corner, there's only one invisible wall instead of two. So I guess it's only the
It could
second
still
corner
happen
in the
before the prediction's up. It's very possible.
What did I wall kick on? I got robbed.
Big ass fletchling.
What the fuck just happened?
No!
cavern of the metal cap, we have this platform at the end.
No way, dude. Come on.
Crystal we're gonna focus on. You picked one?
Oh my god, dude. That is an out of bounds shiny that I cannot catch.
Along the edge, we have this orange floor. So let's look at it from the
Oh
side
my
and let's look at
fucking
it
god.
from
Are you
above.
kidding me?
The triangle's first vertices. Now, even though they're at the same height, the orange vertex is
That is
higher than the blue
heartbreaking,
vertex.
dude.
And so what that means is that
No, the
crystal,
prediction
there's
is
a little
catch a
sliver of hole
shiny.
from the floor being overshadowed. And then for the ceiling on the bottom of the crystal, it leaks
Oh
its
my
hitbox out through
god,
that
dude.
hole.
That
For
is
the other crystals,
brutal.
they okay. But for this little baby crystal, you might not want to travel above it. And here
I guess I'm clipping that.
orange floor. So let's look at it from the cavern of the metal.
I got robbed.
Big ass fletchling.
What the fuck just happened?
No!
Cavern of the metal cap, we have this platform at the end.
No way, dude.
Yeah,
that's Come on.
Crystal we're gonna focus on.
I'm like devastated right
Oh
now.
my
God, dude. That is an out of bounds shiny.
You picked one?
Oh my god, dude.
I got robbed.
Big ass fletchling.
What the fuck just happened?
No. It's out of bounds, RTN. I don't know if you know. It's out of bounds. I can't catch it. Big ass fletchling.
What the fuck just happened?
No!
Cavern of the metal cap, we have this platform at the end.
No way, dude. Come on. Is the stream broke? What do you mean? Oh my god, dude. I think Twitch broke. Oh, yeah, I was clipping. My bad, my bad. Oh man, I'm so sad. I'll put the clip on stream. I'll pull it up. Oh my god, man. What's the point? Oh shit, that's not right. What am I capturing? Window capture. Alright. You guys can see. Let me make it bigger. Let's turn the volume on. Big ass fletchling.
What the fuck just happened?
No!
Cavern of the metal cap, we have this platform at the end.
No way, dude. Come on.
Crystal we're gonna focus on. You picked one?
Oh my
You're wrong.
god. The clip, basically, the shiny is spawned, but it's in this courtyard right here. And I won't be able to access it until I get another shiny that knows, like, Rock Smash or something. Oh my god, man. Yeah, that's okay. I might take a break. I want to keep hunting. I want to get it so bad. I'm like it's like kind of has me motivated and kind of has me destroyed. I'll leave more. Thanks, RTN. Just edit the game code. I'm about to. Wonder Trade. All good. All good options. Well, I guess that fletchling's gone. I don't know where that guy went. Or Pitchy. That's weird. Dude, I sure wish I could use a Rock Smash. Yeah, I know the feeling. Oh my god. What a cruel message this is. I sure wish I could use Rock Smash. Oh, dude. Well, let's get back to it. That's the most exciting thing that'll happen in the next 10 hours. I cannot believe that. That is so unlucky. I think there's only like... There's gotta be like 2 or 3 Pokemon that we're loading in that area. That's like, what, 3? And then I'm loading 6, 7 over here. So that's like a 30% chance. That's pretty unlucky. That... No, shut up. I did not... I'm not Stevie. I did not do the 6-7 meme. Oh my fucking god, man. That hurts. Bad, bad. Bad, 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 bad. I'm like all red in the face. Yeah, it hurts just a little more that I said 6-7. That's kind of the most brutal part of it.
Then in Bowser in the Sky, we have this steep ramp. So we have this orange floor on the side of the ramp. It should have been a wall.
Back to Pan and Koic. It still could happen. We could still find the shiny before the prediction's up. There's still time by the end of the Pan and Koic video.
Orange vertex is higher than the blue vertex. So what
It's not over yet for the believers. But oh my god. I'm like half motivated and half devastated. For sure. Technically, yeah, but the prediction is catch.
So like normal, you can bonk on this invisible wall, but
I specifically made it catch because that's what I wanted it to be. Yeah, that happened a while ago, Brownie.
We can wedge Mario between the ramp and the invisible wall, and he just kind of gets stuck there in the falling animation. But you can get out of it, and you can also slide into the invisible.
That's not catching. I don't think that'd count, Maros. Yeah, I also love that shit.
But he's also sideways on the side of the ramp, which doesn't even look like somewhere you can be.
Oh my god. What are you doing, Mario? What the fuck is going on?
Man, that is brutal.
And then we have several objects that have floor overshadowing. For example, the spinners and TikTok clock. Zooming in a bit, we have
I think I would cry if I killed the shiny after 10 hours.
Their first vertices. Now, even though they're at the same height, the orange vertex is considered higher than the blue vertex. So the blue floor gets
what?
on its edge.
No, come on! That's another one! That's another different shiny! Are you kidding me? That... It's not one of these, right? It's on the roof? That's another different shiny. After 9.5 hours, I got 2 shinies? Are you kidding? Oh my god. Is that really just up on the roof there? Like, I can't get... I'm not allowed to go there, am I? What the hell, man? Just be shiny. Just do it for me. Oh my god. So there's one there, and there's one here. Right? It's not in here. Oh my fucking god. Well, I guess I'm clipping that too. Here, I'll mute it so you don't hear me tinkering with the audio. Oh, man. Oh, dude. Stop listening to the clip. I'm playing it over and over again in my headphones, and it's tormenting me. Oh my god, dude. I can't believe back to back. You're gonna do that to me? Like, that's okay? And I'm gonna have to listen to that every, like, 10 minutes when I'm running by, because it's right here. Ain't no way, dude. Back to the Pan and Coke video.
So,
Fuck.
let's watch the spinner do some movement. On this side of the spinner, we can see both some green and
Can't kill
some
me
red.
if already team killed myself.
But on
That's
the
what
other
I'm
side of the
saying,
spinner, it's
Stevie.
just red. But whether the invisible wall is green or red, it's still a ceiling hitbox that you can
Big ass Luigi.
In Shifting Sands lands, we have the Tox boxes. So we have this orange floor on the inside of the box and this blue floor on the top of the box. Looking at it from the side, here are their first vertices. You can see that the orange vertex is higher than the blue vertex. So what that means is that some of the blue floor gets overshadowed.
It's gotta be like a shiny that's moving around up there, because I don't hear the audio anymore.
So basically, as these Tox boxes are rotating around on their pathing, some
Fucking
rotations
Tox
cause
boxes,
invisible
dude.
walls above them from floor overshadowing. Then in Bowser in the Dark World, we have the axle for these revolving
Oh my god, I can't
floors.
believe
Coming into
back
it,
to back,
this orange
10,
floor
like
bottom
nearly
of the
10
axle,
hour dry
blue
streak
floor on the
into
top of the axle.
back to back
The blue
inaccessible
first vertex here
shinies
at the
is
center of the axle, and the
so
orange first vertex
fucked
is on the
up.
exact
Like that
same
is the
spot.
most
Now,
fucked
even though
up
they're at the
scenario
same
you could
height,
craft
the
in your
orange
mind.
vertex is considered higher than
That's
the
like
blue vertex.
the thing you joke about an hour into stream and then it comes true and you punch a hole through your screen.
Overshadowed part of the blue floor. And so, as the axle is rotating around, you'll see long durations of green invisible wall and short bursts of red invisible wall. So I think it's fair to say SM64 Collision wasn't really meant for a structure this weirdly shaped at this many different angles.
I'm not hearing the shiny up there anymore, which is weird.
Oh! What was that? There's an invis wall there? I have never seen anyone hit that in my life. What the hell was that?
And then we have something similar going on with the elevator axis
Oh.
in the sky. But there's a critical difference.
Just
Here's where the
gotta go
axis
over
is
listen to
high.
the audio
You
really
see,
quick.
Due to a bug in the code, the axle's collision doesn't stay at
That's
the
like my
pivot point
stim
where
button,
the
dude. I get to listen to the
Instead,
audio
axle
whenever I
goes
want to
around the
now.
pivot point alongside one of the elevator platforms. So let's pause it here, and now let's do some analysis. So we have this orange floor on the bottom of the axle, and this blue floor on the top of the axle. The blue first vertex is here at the center of the axle, and the
Add a
orange first
shinies.
vertex is in
I
the
would be
exact
down
same
to do
spot.
that. I'd have to
Even though
figure
they're
out
at
how
the
to
same
set that
height,
up,
the
but I'd be
orange
super
vertex is
down to
considered higher
have a
than the
shiny
blue vertex.
noise point
So the
redeem.
blue floor gets overshadowed, and so for the ceiling between the floors, it leaks out through the overshadowed part of the blue floor. But wait, we're not done yet. See, the axle is so close to the elevator platform that they overshadow each other at some points. So we have this orange floor on the
Okay,
elevator
maybe-
platform and this blue floor on the axle.
Maybe
Here
the
are
shiny
first
is the
vertices.
Weedle in
You
here,
can see that the orange
actually.
vertex is higher than the blue vertex. So the blue
No.
floor gets
Damn,
overshadowed.
that was
So for the ceiling
hopeful
of
as
the
fuck.
axle, it leaks out through the overshadowed part of the blue floor.
I guess I'll go
That's the
check that
elevator
damn
platform
Pidgey.
overshadowing the axle. But we also have a case of the axle overshadowing the elevator platform.
Oh,
Specifically,
dude.
we have this orange floor on the axle
What a
and this
world.
blue floor
Big
on the elevator
boobs.
platform. Here are their first vertices. You can see that the orange vertex is higher than the blue vertex, so the blue floor gets overshadowed. And so for this ceiling on the underside of the elevator platform,
You're
it
speaking my
leaks out through the
language.
overshadowed part of the blue floor in the shape of a very narrow column. So really, we have three different kinds of floor overshadowing going on here that creates those green and
I'm so
walls.
confused.
That's
I'm
in
not
addition to
hearing the
regular red
shiny audio over here
So
anymore.
basically, you really don't want to go near that axle. And you can't even tell which elevator platform the axle is attached to, because remember, its collision is offset from its graphics.
Snap me out of my coma. That's why they call me the doctor.
No! No! How did that happen?
Jesus Christ.
Then in TikTok's
That's an insane clip.
orange floor on the yellow part and this blue floor on the stick. Here are their first vertices. Looking at it from the side, you can see that the orange vertex is higher than the blue vertex, so the blue floor gets overshadowed. And then on the underside of the stick, we have the ceiling here, which leaks out through the overshadowed part of the blue floor. But we're not done yet, because we also
Thanks
have
for the
something
bit,
going on
Stevie,
on
by the
just
way.
yellow part of the pendulum.
I was all
So
caught
we have
up in
this
the
orange
moment.
floor on the side,
Didn't
which should have
thank
been a
you.
wall, and this blue floor on the top. Here are their first vertices. Now, even though they're at the same height, the orange
Oh my
vertex is
god,
considered
dude.
higher than the
I'm
blue
reeling.
vertex. So the blue floor
I'm
gets
like starting to
overshadowed.
think this shiny over here is not real.
Floors, it leaks out through the overshadowed part of the blue floor.
Where you at?
So as the pendulum swings around, you can see that it has a ton of invisible walls.
Also, you've never seen this POV in a game. You've never watched somebody do this.
So I definitely don't recommend jumping above one of these.
Play the audio.
That's just asking for trouble.
That's gotta be a Kakuna. It's not moving.
We have the skull box. Currently, the skull box is on top of this orange floor, and we have this blue floor on the side of the skull box. Here are their first vertices. Looking at it from the side, you can see that the orange vertex is higher than the blue vertex, so the blue floor gets overshadowed. And then on the underside of the skull box, we have a ceiling there that leaks through the overshadowed blue floor. But that's just what's going on at this moment in the skull box's cycle, because a bit later in the cycle, something else.
It's okay. We waited 9.5 hours for those. It's just gonna give us the next one in like 1 or 2. It's chill. Like, this is actually a blessing in disguise.
Just slightly higher than the blue vertex, so the blue floor gets overshadowed. And then on the right side of the skull box, we have a ceiling there that leaks through the overshadowed blue floor.
Yeah.
Now, let's watch the skull box do a complete cycle. You can see that it doesn't have any invisible walls as it travels left, but then when it turns around, it has some red invisible walls, followed by the 2 green invisible walls that we just discussed. So if you think about it, the skull box was meant to get in your way by hurting you when you touch it, and so these invisible walls are basically just helping it accomplish its mission, because now it can get in your way even when you just travel above it.
Play the audio.
Last example, we have the floating ship in Jolly Roger Bay. So on the front of the ship, we have this orange floor, and we have this blue floor on the
That is really strange that it's not playing up there anymore. Maybe it's just a Pokemon that wanders around and it got into like a really specific... That wasn't a shiny noise, right? That was just the gate noise? Okay. I got so excited for a second.
On the back of the ship. Here, we have this orange floor on the side of the railing, and this blue floor on the top of the railing.
It's gotta be a Pokemon that just wanders around and got into like a really particular spot, I guess. It's maybe in this courtyard or up on this roof.
It leaks out a bit through the overshadowed part of the blue floor. So now, let's watch the ship do a full cycle. You can see that in addition to the 2 green invisible walls that we just discussed, there are also a ton of red invisible walls, both from the ceiling jutting out more than the floor and from floor gaps that let ceiling leak through. So it's like all the causes wanted to get in on this one. And if you think about it, this ship has invisible walls on its inside when it's sunken, and now when it's floating. So it's like the trifecta of invisible walls. But here, that means whenever you jump onto the ship, you may bonk and fall down into the water.
I'm just doing this. I don't care. Whatever.
Oh my god!
Was that simply?
Holy fuck! I just can't, dude. I just can't.
I can't, XD.
I can't.
Not again.
Did anyone watch Simple Flips play the like Minecraft Championships yesterday? I just watched the beginning where he was hanging out with Demo Wallhacks.
Now there's one more topic we need to talk about.
It's like a crazy crossover to see.
You see, in order for Mario to get squished, there has to be a floor and a ceiling. And then there are 2 requirements. First, the distance between the floor and the ceiling has to be less than or equal to 150 units. That's why you only get squished when the floor
Where, yeah, when he was hanging out.
And second, at least one of the surfaces has to belong to an object. So the floor could be an object, the ceiling could be an object, or they could both be objects. So you can get squished here because the ceiling is a womp. You can get
Okay, yeah, there is one here.
But you couldn't get squished in here because the floor and ceiling are both static
okay.
geometry, no objects. And note that even if a ceiling would cause a squish, you can't just move into it. Like, it's still a ceiling hitbox that cancels your movement and prevents you from moving into it. So instead, you basically need the ceiling to move into you, and then you'll get squished. Now, when Mario's squished, he goes through the squish logic on each frame.
The squish logic? Ain't no way Pen and Koic just said when Mario's squished, he goes through the squish logic.
Mario takes 3 damage, so Mario has to be pretty squished in order to take damage. And note that he won't take more damage until he unsquishes a bit, that way it doesn't repeatedly damage him every frame.
The squish logic, that's awesome.
Squish push, we'll get more into that in a bit. And third, Mario loses his speed and drops to the height of the floor below him. Now this third step can cause a big down warp if you're not already on the floor. Like, you don't have to be between the floor and the ceiling to get squished. You just have to be somewhere in the ceiling hitbox, so anywhere above the ceiling qualifies. So if you're in the air and then the squishing conditions get met below you, you'll downwarp to the floor. For example, watch what happens when a Grindel stomps down on Mario while he's in the air.
Fucking
Remember,
Grindel,
ceilings
dude.
don't push you down unless you're in water. So here, Mario passes straight into the ceiling hitbox until the ceiling goes close enough to the floor for a squish to happen, which downwarps Mario.
Squish calculus
Squish
next
Mario,
year,
what about
man.
invisible walls?
Fuck, good luck with
think about
that.
the invisible walls we've seen that are made of ceiling hitboxes. There could be a floor gap that lets ceiling hitbox leak through. The ceiling could jut out and let ceiling hitbox leak
I just
through.
got my squish arithmetic credit the other year. It was brutal.
The first two cases would only cause a squish if there happened to also be a floor right below the ceiling, in which case the invisible wall could downwarp Mario. For example, these coffins have
I
a floor below
wouldn't
them,
fail
so you
it.
can get a downwarp if
The
one of their
confidence.
invisible walls appears into you. Womps have a floor below them, so you can get a downwarp if one of their invisible walls appears into you. King Womp has a floor below him, so you can get a downwarp if one of his invisible walls appears into you. This elevator in the volcano starts near the floor, so you can get a downwarp if one of its invisible walls appears into you.
Guys, I don't know if the believers are winning. I'm starting to have my doubts.
But now consider the third case, an invisible wall from floor overshadowing.
You can't see me do my real life emotes because I have my fuck ass camera placed on my forehead. I know, Swagmaster. Trust me, I want the believers to win every time, but
Meaning it belongs to an object and stems from floor overshadowing.
I don't know if it's happening.
To cause squishing if it appears
How much we got left in the video? Ooh, looking
So let's look at
rough.
some examples. The spinners and tick-tock clock can cause
We got like
downwarp
20
if you get
minutes
squished
left
on
in the
one of their
video.
invisible walls. The falling blocks in Bowser and the Fire Sea can cause a downwarp if you get squished on one of their invisible walls. Now, I didn't show these green invisible walls earlier, so let me do that now. Let's pause it on this frame, zoom in a little, and hide the invisible wall for the moment. So we have this orange floor on the lower block, and we have this blue floor on
If
the upper
you
block.
could, you
Here, the
could
first
try
part is
sniping
easy.
the
You
shiny
can
up
get the orange
there.
vertex
I see what you
a bit
mean.
higher than the
No,
blue vertex due to the
that's
way
not a
the block
thing,
is
unfortunately.
rotated. So the blue floor gets overshadowed a bit, and so for the ceiling between the
I mean, you
floors,
can
it's
like
out
throw a
the
Pokeball,
overshadowed
but
part of the blue
it doesn't. It's not real.
green
Like
invisible
after
wall
that,
comes into
it's not
Mario,
real.
He gets squished and downwarps to the floor below him. And the same thing can happen with these falling blocks in Lethal Lava Land. Playing it again, let's pause it on this frame, zoom in a little, and hide the invisible wall for the moment. So we have this orange floor on the lower block, and we have this blue floor on the upper block. Here
Did
are the
it
first
work?
vertices.
We got another shiny, RTN. It's just oob. It's out of bounds. It's like over here.
And so for the ceiling between the floors, it leaks out through the overshadowed
It's like
part of
over
the blue
here.
floor. And since that green invisible wall appears into Mario, he gets squished and downwarps to the floor below him.
What the?
Oobing it up.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Is Waluigi a big Oob fan? I'm down to summon Waluigi. Waluigi's hella sleeping right now.
Shifting sands lands can cause a downwarp if you get squished on one of their invisible walls.
No.
You gotta be kidding me.
The Axel and Bowser in the Dark World can cause a downwarp if you get squished on one of its invisible walls. The Axels and Bowser in the Sky can cause a downwarp if you get squished on one of their invisible walls. And that little column of invisible wall can downwarp you right through the elevator platform. You can even get downwarped all the way to the death barrier. I should mention, if you get squished enough to take
That
damage,
is true,
you stay
RTN.
squished for another half second, even after you're already out of the geometry that caused you to squish in the first place. So during that half second, if the floor moves out from under you, you'll
Oh my
downwarp
gosh.
to way down below. Because you're still in the squished action, and they're getting your height set to the height of the floor below you every frame, which was step 3. So that's why squishing can downwarp you to below the geometry that caused you to squish.
Dude, what the fuck? Oh my god. I've hit this
Yeah, we're at the squish part.
how many times?
Oh my god, that's crazy what just happened.
Why is my kid? What the fuck is happening?
flares?
Do I have solar flares? What just happened to that guy? He just got 0 to death.
No, 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 no! Are you no? Oh my gosh. I just can't believe what I'm seeing, dude! What's the... Oh my god!
Are you no? Yep, I'm no. It's me.
What is the wall?
The pendulums in TikTok clock can cause a downwarp if you get squished on one of their invisible walls, and I actually downwarped all the way to the death barrier because the pendulum moved out from under me.
Oh my god. What? I just... What? I just downwarped like 100 feet. What do you mean?
The skull box in Jolly Roger Bay can cause a downwarp if you get squished on one of its invisible walls.
Wah.
Wah! That guy made a Wario noise.
And the ship in Jolly Roger Bay can cause a downwarp if you get squished on one of its invisible walls. And as you can see, if the ship moves out from under Mario, then he spends that half second downwarped to the bottom of
Let's
the
play
lake.
that audio.
Once the half second is over, he upwarps back to the top of the water, because remember, entering water upwarps you to the water's surface.
So now we're really hoping that our shiny's a Bunnelby. If we get Bunnelby, Bunnelby learns Bulldoze, which can destroy rocks when it evolves, which it evolves super early, I think, at like, I don't know what level, but it's like level 13 or something. So that'd be really good. And then we could go get... I don't know if we could get both of the shinies, but we could definitely get one of them.
More specifically, if the floor is at a steep angle, or the ceiling is at a steep angle, and Mario's squished inside, then the game gives Mario a little push in the direction with more room, which is an attempt to get him unsquished. And this little push is what we call a squish push. Let's take
a squish push.
Now the ceiling hitbox is still in play here, which will cancel any movement that tries to go into it.
Can we go into photo mode and see what... I don't think so. This is probably a Kakuna. This is most likely a Kakuna. How do I go into photo mode?
Case 2, if Mario's pretty close to the bound of the squishing range, then the squish push can put him outside of the squishing range and he'll get unsquished. Here's what that looks like in the game. You can see that Mario gets just a little push to the side, but there's a third case.
Yeah, the camera does not go nearly far enough out.
If the squish push puts Mario into the air, then it triggers a special piece of code. This code puts Mario into the standing action, which is kind of weird because he's in the air. But more importantly, this standing action instantly cancels the squishing action, meaning no more squish logic will occur. And so we call it...
Dude, I can't get over squish logic. That's like the funniest phrase ever.
Using an invisible wall. So let's say Mario's in the air, and there's an object below him that shoots an invisible wall right into him. Since the surfaces belong to an object, and there's less than 150 units between the floor and the ceiling, Mario enters the squished action. So now we follow the steps on the left. So first, Mario may or may not receive damage depending on how close together the floor and the ceiling are. Let's say they're not close enough, so no damage given. Second, Mario gets a squish push, which goes to the left this time because that's the direction with more room between the floor and the ceiling. The squish push moves Mario a little to the side, out of the invisible wall and into the air. I mean, he was already in the air, but what's important is that the squish push sees that he ends up in the air. That triggers the special code for a squish cancel, meaning that it cancels the squish and puts Mario into the standing action. And that's it. We never even get to the third step, where Mario loses his speed and drops to the floor. So that's the cool thing about a squish cancel. It lets you keep your speed and keep your height in the air, leaving you in the standing action. And then on the next frame, Mario enters the freefall action because,
Thank you, Urbane. Thank you.
So basically, a squish cancel lets you transition from any air action into standing and then freefall. So let's look at some examples. Here I do a squish cancel on a spinner, so I go from long jumping to free fall and then I ground pound. Like, you can't normally ground pound when you're long jumping, but the squish cancel transitions Mario from long jumping to free fall and then he is able to ground pound.
Squish is such a good word. Like, what a good word that we created.
And you can see that squish cancels can give you damage if the space between the floor and the ceiling is too small. Because remember, the damage is given out on step 1, but the squish push
10 hours.
happen on step 2.
10 hours, no shiny caught.
Bowser in the sky. Now since squish cancels can give out damage, we can do something pretty silly. Watch here as I squish cancel 3 times in a row.
Hit the big 10. Yep, go ahead. Or do you want me to do it? I can do it.
But it's because he got squished 3 times in quick succession. And squish canceling on the elevator axle is even done in the 1 key task, which is the fastest way to beat the game. See, Mario backwards long jumps on the elevator to build up speed, then uses a squish cancel to redirect that speed, and then does a huge jump to the top of the level, because the faster you're moving, the higher you jump. We can squish cancel on the pendulums in Tick-Tock Clock, and remember what I said, squish canceling puts you into the standing action even though you're in the air. So you can actually jump on that 1 frame when you're standing.
Let me shut up,
in the
Pan
air,
and Coic,
which is
for a
pretty
second.
cool. But that's not the only height advantage that squish canceling gives.
Sorry for my rudeness. Okay. Oh, don't look at my bookmarks. It's fine. There's nothing bad there. Okay. 1 out of 98. What's the number? I'll let you pick the number this time, RTN. I'm not lucky? No, you gotta pick the number. If I'm doing the roll, you gotta pick the number. That's only fair. Go 52, I'm down. 23! Better luck next time. Back to Pan and Coic.
See, squish canceling on the pendulums is actually used in the A button challenge. Here we have the pendulum repeatedly squish cancel Mario, which
Alright, see you in 10 hours. See ya.
all the way up to the ledge above. You get it? Like each ground pound raises Mario by a little bit, but then before he falls, the pendulum squish cancels him, putting him back into free fall, which allows for.
Oh my god, the audio delay is so bad.
And so you can see that each time
I might like restart my Switch in a second.
His ground pound gets interrupted by the squish cancel, and so he's able to ground.
Actually, I think I can just do
So
this.
we call this technique a squish cancel ground pound chain. And squish canceling on the pendulums is also used in the TASes for collecting the stars in Tick-Tock Clock. So first, Mario backwards long jumps on the invisible wall on the stairs to build up speed, then he launches towards the pendulum for a squish cancel, and then Mario's speed is redirected and he's able to wall kick up to the star. And this squish cancel was actually done on a red invisible wall, not a green one. Let's pause it, zoom in, and show the surface.
Oh my god, the video's almost done.
Frame, Mario's above this floor with this ceiling right above it. So those are the surfaces that he squishes between. And the ceiling leaks out not because of floor overshadowing, but just because of these walls above the ceiling that lean slightly forwards. Then here I squish cancel on the skull box in Jolly Roger Bay, which lets me jump in midair. Here I squish cancel on the ship in Jolly Roger Bay, and I squish cancel many times in quick succession. The result is that Mario falls really slowly, because each squish push actually resets his vertical speed back to 0, so he never builds up very much downward speed. And last use case, here I use squish cancels to jump over and over, which lets me climb really high up. You know, because each squish cancel gives me one more jump to work with, and then I use that jump to enter another
I cannot end stream today without finding a shiny. That would be the most fucked up reality.
No actual geometry there, purely using the powers of squish canceling. And here it is again, but this time without the invisible walls shown.
I got some good shit lined up. Let's go. Thank you very much. That's actually like super cool.
How does he do it? Well, now you know. So yeah, that's the 8th cause of invisible walls, which we're gonna call floor overshadowing with ceiling in between. And so there you have it. That's all 8 causes of invisible walls.
All 8 of them.
Visualizations of every instance in the game. So as you've come to learn, invisible walls aren't actually this scary elusive thing. It's just 8 simple causes following the natural logic of the game. And now that it's all explained, there will be no more mystery or confusion. There's a bright future ahead of us, full of knowledge and understanding, and I'll be there to explain it all. Welcome to the new era.
I still appreciate videos no matter what.
Now the video's actually not over yet. I have one more surprise.
Do you like it, Swagmaster? Or have you not played it yet?
But before we get to that, I want to say some words. So first, a big thanks to all the members of my channel.
You should play it. It's really fun.
On this video. See, this video took 10 months to make, which if you think about it, is more than 2% of my life. But I felt that explaining this topic was really important because it covers so many weird interactions in the game. And now that this video's done, I should be able to make many.
Dude, hearing him say that 10 months is more than 2% of his life just made me sick to my stomach. That's like such a big chunk for such a little amount of time.
Super Mario 64 is my passion, so my dream goal would be to make this my full-time job. So with that as my goal, I've decided to rework how memberships work on my channel. See, to become a member of my channel, you click on the join button below the video. That lets you become a member, meaning you pay me a little money each month. You'll also get access to custom emotes for my channel. But to really make it worth your while, at the end of each video, I'm gonna have what I call a member event. But to clarify, member events will only happen on regular videos, not YouTube Shorts because they're too pressed for time, and not music videos because I don't want to distract from their artistic merit. But on regular videos, like this one, we're gonna have a member event. The way it'll work is that all the member names will participate in the event. So you, the member in real life, can just sit back and relax because your name will do all the work for you. And the specifics of what your names will be doing will be different in each video. Now, I've created different membership tiers so that you can pay a little more to get more perks. So first, we have tier 1, which is $5. In this one, your name will appear along with your profile
Pop-off
picture,
that
and your
killed
name
a
will
man.
just be black text. Then second, we have tier 2, which is $10. In this one, you can choose a color for your name. So just leave a comment saying what color you want. Then third, we have tier 3, which is $15. In this one, you can choose a gradient for your name. So you can comment something like blue on the left, green on the right, or red, white, and blue. You could even say rainbow. Then fourth, we have tier 4.
You could even say
$20.
rainbow.
In this one, you can have a moving gradient for your name. Looks pretty cool, doesn't it? And fifth, we have tier 5, which is $25. In this one, you get all the previous perks, but also I'll make sure to specifically call out your name during the event, like saying how your name is doing. So let's do a member event right now. Instead of all your names being boxes, let's say each of your names was an amp, and they're all coming after me. First one to hit me gets first, second one to hit me gets second, and so on. So now it's a full-on competition between the names. Will you win? Will you lose? Only way to find out is to become a member. And to clarify, all members...
You can queue up all the stuff, by the way, RTN, and it'll sit in queue and wait if you want to do that. If you don't want to do that, that's fine too.
So as you can see, I'm trying to escape from the amps, but there's not really anywhere to hide on this box. I know, I'll go to the right, but it tricks them, I'm going left. Ugh, get out of here, Cadbread. I'm trying to be sneaky here. Well, there's only 3 of them left, so surely I can evade them now. Nope, Vija got me. And now just...
Yeah, go ahead.
Who's gonna
For
get
sure.
second to last? And it's Lady Houndstooth, which means from
We
last
got
place,
Justin's
two
theme
other
earlier,
they can even hit
so
me.
we had
Oh, there
one
we go.
song.
And that's it. So congratulations to our first place finisher, Weege. There's no prize or anything, it's all just for fun. Well, and bragging rights. So if you want to get in on the next member event and
Time
support
to
me
wrap up
financially, please
this
consider
segment of the
joining my
hunt.
channel as a member.
Not a
It
shiny.
really does help.
We'll go check the
Now, for the
Pidgey.
surprise. See, I wanted to do something special to celebrate our new knowledge of invisible walls. So I present to you a new version of Super Mario 64's ending sequence, this time featuring the game's invisible walls. Think of it as a tribute to just how glitchy this game is. After all, it's not that we love this game despite its glitches, we love the whole thing, glitches and all. So here's to all of our glitchy experiences, both ones in the past that we didn't understand, and the many
Damn,
more to come
not a
that'll
shiny.
hopefully make sense now. So thanks for watching this video, and enjoy the finale.
I'll hunt while he does the finale, and then I'm gonna take a quick break and be right back. No, I got the hiccups. This is the worst. Urbane, no, please, 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 please. What a good video, though. I have not watched that, like, sat down and watched that video before, so that was really fun. I do just really like Pan and Koic as, like, a personality. Alright. That's that. That's the prediction. Doubters win the 3-hour prediction. I will choose the outcome. Nope, I did not catch a shiny. Alright. That sucks. That sucks bad. I will be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm back. And yes, I will do that. I'm assuming you don't want Folio list of dead op and remove 4 matchsticks to make 5 squares. I'm assuming those are the ones that we don't want. Okay. Oh boy. We'll get back into it in a sec. My mom's making pie, so I'm pretty excited about that. Oh, just give me a sec. I gotta prepare myself. Okay. Oh, we could do another prediction. Quiet down. Okay, let's restart the video. Is he just playing a random Slippy match? I've seen that clip before. I didn't know it was just like a Slippy match, I think.
By money. Consider exchanging some with turndownforwalt.com for some sweet merch, or throw it at my Patreon so I can tell my mom I have an OnlyFans. How's it going, ladies and gentlemen? Susan would just...
There's an online tournament?
In this episode
Okay.
of Frame Data, we're going to take a look at the man, the myth, and the legend, Hungrybox. HBox is no stranger to breaking the sound barrier with his legendary celebrations, and in this episode, we'll be highlighting what peak pop-off performance truly looks like. We're going to break down the pop-off heard round the world, one so powerful that it literally killed a man. Fuck yeah! Yeah, Let's check it out. It's February 12th, 2021. The tournament is East Coast Fridays 148. In the age of online events, East Coast Fridays and other tournaments serve as Hungrybox's and many other Melee players' sole means for competitive play. At the top of HBox's competition for this event was Avery Ginger Wilson, a Michigan Falco player who had just been picked up by Luminosity Gaming 5 days prior. The timing of Ginger's sponsorship could not have been more perfect. These two were clear favorites for winning the event, and the bracket panned out such that they'd be playing for first place, pride, and $11. Prior to this tournament, though, Ginger had actually taken their last best-of-5 set at Smash Summit 10, also being the first time ever that Ginger had taken more than a single game off of Hungrybox in a tournament set. In the rollback,
I love
era,
Melee
Ginger
shit.
is known for playing in an online event as
I'm such a
often as he
fan.
plays Air, while Hungrybox is known for playing Ultimate. So this matchup is about as dead even as it gets. If we take a look at the bracket,
Did they just say Hungrybox is known for playing Ultimate?
HBox's stream at this point in the tournament had been receiving a number of bounties, one of which was for a 3-0 win in this very set. He unfortunately would not win the award as he'd dropped Game 3 to finish the set with a 3-1 victory, but we'll see these bounties again later in the tournament. The set itself is rather unimportant. What we really need to examine here is the pop-off, to see if we can find anything of note that will help us break down what comes next. Let's watch.
Yeah! Yeah! Fuck yeah! Yeah! Fuck yeah! Yeah!
Dude, I love that he looks like he calms down and then he goes in for another. He like chills out and then he does it again.
Considered, but wait a second. Just a few seconds after advancing to Grands, what's HBox drinking?
What's HBox drinking?
And it's mango flavored. This will be important later on, so keep it in mind. In Losers Finals, Ginger would defeat Bobby Big Balls to return to Hungrybox, and in the first set of Grands, Ginger would
Classic
destroy
Triple B
Hungrybox with a 3-0 win to reset the bracket. Without a second set to fall back on, it's clear the tension is high at this point. HBox actually goes up 2-0 in the second set, showing he's in absolutely zero danger of losing the tournament. With this in mind, the remaining time in the set is spent to plan the inevitable. How will HBox celebrate this win? Champagne? Confetti? A giant check? With about 5:40 left on the
Giant
timer,
check.
HBox finds the final opening to lead.
Is this an April Fool's video? Doesn't Turn Down for Walt usually make like real videos?
Fly Guy interferes with Ginger's recovery to put the final nail in the coffin. But it wouldn't be Ginger going into that coffin. Let's zoom in.
Okay. Insane.
He's done it. A celebration
He's done it.
somehow better than the EVO 2016 win. He popped off so hard, he rested himself. HBox's pop-off is the only move in Super Smash Bros. Melee with a variable number of frames depending on the following factors: his opponent, match history, scale of win, tension of set, and fatigue. Oftentimes we see this pop-off as an incredibly long button, even longer than Axe's with more invincibility throughout. An average level pop-off out of Hungrybox can range anywhere from 69 to 420 frames in duration, but here every influencing factor was cranked up to 11. After the set's conclusion, HBox sits with chat in an important post-tournament analysis. Let's see what he has to say about the win. Now, this makes a lot of sense, but Hungrybox is
So stupid, dude.
some very critical information. HBox's stream in its entirety lasted for about 7 hours, where he claims he did not consume a single atom of sustenance. In fact, the
Single
last
atom.
item we had actually seen from Hungrybox was a Domino's pizza purchased in July of 2020. The pizza unfortunately self-destructed on its last stop, being tragically dropped in front of thousands, and there is no discernible proof that Hungrybox has eaten since.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to send out another pizza tonight, because we're closed now until the system won't let me take another driver out. Best I can do is give you a credit for it, and if you want to order tomorrow.
I'll take the credit.
Alright.
I'll take the credit.
Thank you.
So
I'll
if we add
take
7
the
hours to
credit.
The last time he had a pizza, this calculates out to over 8 months without nourishment.
And I just remember ending up on the floor. Ending up on the same floor that pizza ended. Alright? So I didn't drop the pizza anymore. I dropped my whole ass body that time.
Without a pizza to his name, HBox's only option at this point
Dude, he's
is to
obsessed
drop
with the
his entire
pizza.
body to the floor in search of those delectable slices he had dropped just a year ago. He unfortunately misses the tech, which costs him a few frames of disadvantage, but it's already too late. HBox can't find the pizza, and it's been 261 days.
Tell you the stream that I had done in total was about 7 hours long, and so I hadn't eaten any food in 7 hours, and I was staying kind of hydrated with some LaCroix, or LaCroix, whatever you want to call it.
Remember that LaCroix we talked about earlier? Well, studies show that the average human can survive 8 to 21 days without food and water, and up to 2 months if there's access to an adequate water intake. Sources conveniently don't mention how long a person can survive without LaCroix though, and with HBox as a baseline, it turns out it's at least 261 days.
Good
With
info.
an average caloric intake of 2,500 calories per day, this calculates out to a deficit of 652,500 calories since HBox last dropped the pizza in July 2020. 1,200 calories is the minimum level needed to survive without the body entering what's called a starvation mode, but LaCroix has no calories. So how the fuck did Hungrybox manage to survive seemingly without any calorie intake for almost a full year?
That's my voice line. I can't say anything other than so stupid.
When Hungrybox finally finds the pizza he dropped almost a year ago, he'll need to heat it back.
He's obsessed with the pizza, dude. Stop talking about the
The
pizza.
medical term for Hungrybox's celebration is called syncope. This is defined as fainting, a sudden temporary loss of consciousness, or popping off so hard you fucking die. What happened here was simply a case of HBox expending too much energy too quickly. Now we've seen
He really is the
HBox
GOAT.
enough to transcend streams, but this one carries enough energy to completely remove a person from this plane of existence. Exactly how much energy are we talking about though? Let's take a look. The thermoacoustic effect is the conversion of sound energy into heat energy. Thermoacoustic devices use sound reverberation to convert mechanical energy into a temperature differential or vice versa. Here, we're considering Hungrybox's pop-offs as our thermoacoustic device, converting sound energy into a temperature differential in order to reheat his dinner. The average human yells at about 80 decibels, which produces about 0.001 watts of energy. Since many people will violently argue that pineapple doesn't belong on pizza, we'll remove the toppings from our calculations.
Dude, why? We lost the plot.
0.5 kilogram Domino's pizza. The specific heat capacity of cheese is about 3,270 joules per kilogram degrees Celsius.
Talking about pineapple.
At about 2,800 joules per kilogram degrees Celsius.
What happened?
For the record, this difference in specific heat capacity is an actual scientific reason why you burn the roof of your mouth on the cheese of the pizza, but not the crust. For the sake of simplicity, we'll drop
It's in the crust.
cheese and say that we need to raise the internal temperature of the pizza to approximately 165 degrees Fahrenheit from a room temperature of about 68 degrees. Using this equation, we can find that this would require 75,600 joules to heat a single pizza, and since we know the average human produces about 0.001 watts of energy,
Good info, good
we
info.
use this equation to calculate the time needed to output this power. The answer? HBox would need to pop off for 75,600,000 seconds, or 2 years and 135 days, in order to reheat the drop pizza. HBox's 261 days of mango LaCroix doesn't even come close to the 875 days of popping off required to reheat the Lost Dominoes, so what gives? If we
So what gives?
2,500 calories of deficit we talked about earlier, that equates to a whopping 2,730,060 joules of energy. Assuming a perfect system, that is perfect energy transfer, perfect insulation to remove heat loss calculations, and a perfect unending steady stream of acoustic energy, the energy expended by Hungrybox's 261 days of exclusive mango LaCroix diet would be capable of heating up to 36
Is LaCroix good?
pizzas.
Any knowers in the chat?
A very unrealistic simulation, though, as Hungrybox's pop-offs are much louder than 80 decibels. In any case, both HBox and Ginger are incredible players, but Hungrybox's sheer energy output just far outmatched Ginger at this event. Unfortunately, Hungrybox died momentarily, but we can learn one valuable lesson from this. In the world of Super Smash Bros. Melee, there is a single absolute. The only thing that can defeat Hungrybox is Hungrybox. Or a pizza. Or a national LaCroix shortage. Or all of that.
I'm kind of the same, Brownie. I agree.
Thanks for watching.
Love that guy. Good video! I haven't seen that before. That was a good video.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Walt here. Shoutouts to Susan Wojcicki for completely shafting my channel analytics, and turndownforwalt.com for making some sick merch. As always, links to any referenced data sources will be in the description below. Jokes aside, we love you.
Music time tree.
And hope everything is
Good
well
break.
with you. Stay healthy and keep those incredible pop-offs coming. If you see a play that you think would make for a good breakdown, feel free to tweet at me at turndownforwalt or come chat in our community Discord. Thanks again for watching, and happy April Fool's Day.
It was April Fool's Day. I'm gonna turn this up a bit. Yeah, that's good. You're trying to brainwash me into playing Rain World by playing this song. Rain World songs play like once every 2 hours? That's insane. That's interesting. But yeah, that feels Rain World-y to me. This is good music though. Dude, the audio's like really delayed. It's kind of pissing me off.